going on? Yeah, back in the place, and you know what this is all about. You're talking about this Dr. Maat. Yeah, what's going on? Put that link on in a second. You know that means about a half hour. uh, but yeah, me and my man Tyron, we went on this Dr. Maat's program. See, let me explain to you about these people. See, they come off as all knowing, all loving of black people, or as they call it, African people. But they only love you when you don't question them. You have to agree with what they tell you and don't even think about it. See, they hate you when you start thinking. That's the same thing with that man, that European guy in France. He comes with all these outlandish claims about race in ancient Africa and in ancient Asia, but he won't let you challenge him on it. You have to take his word for it, even if his word goes against your eyeballs. Another guy can't be that dumb unless he's retarded. I mean, the guy showed a video. I know I'm talking about Dr. Ma, but he's another one with an assumed identity. This guy shows a video in a museum of black Persians. Guys were clearly black as hell. And then he says, well, now you have a light one. Then he says, oh, no, well, that one's not that light. He couldn't find the light one. Then he said, oh, one has blue eyes. Okay, well, how the hell is he black as hell, too? Come on. These people got to stop. If you want to put these claims forward, allow people to challenge. See, when you don't want people to challenge, that means you're up to something. That's what it means. See, people talk about abos, but at least abos will say, step up to the plate and go for yours. And they'll let you go for yours. Now, of course, we already know the script that they're going to come with. So they can't really say anything that's going to astonish and amaze. So this is why they get down, they get emotional. So me and Tyron, we went on this lady's show. Keep in mind, I had gone on her show, might be 6 months now, could be more. And Ankh was up there. Ankh is one of my adversaries because he does the same thing. He wants to dictate to people what something should be. And you can't question it. If you question it, they don't want to go fact for fact. They want to go fact for their emotion. Or better yet, I don't have time for this. He's out of here. He's a disruption. How can trying to ascertain the facts be a disruption? So we have to accept what you're telling us. Now keep in mind, this lady also endorses Kwanzaa. That should tell you a whole lot. I got a video. Yeah, put it in the. Oh yeah. How you gonna do that? I want to show it. All right, let me do that. Yeah, let me do that. And if I was gonna get into that cartoon shit, Mel Trek promoting multiculturalism, and her children look multicultural too. Again, if not half white. Now, again, she follows the trend of these so-called super Africans who marry everything but the Nubian king or the Nubian queen. But they call themselves these Egyptian names, these Nubian names, whatever and whoever was popular and famous. We know this is all Freemasonry. That's all this is. And they're all in a competition to see who can con the most Negroes for their white master. That's what it's all about. Her name, how's she gonna front like she black supremacist? Yeah. Now, Yeah, I'm gonna let you on in a sec. I gotta show some intros and some videos, especially the one we were on. And obviously, her name is not Dr. Maat. That's an assumed identity. I forgot what her real name was, but Young Pharaoh exposed it. I'm gonna play a video. I don't believe I'll get a strike for that because it's a video modified by a third party from Young Pharaoh. Unfortunately, it's going to be audio only because the person didn't provide the presentation that Young Pharaoh put in, and Young Pharaoh's original channel was taken down, of course. That's the only thing I hate when people take people's channels down because you stuff that you probably didn't want to save on your computer. You hope that it stays up. In fact, the video that I just put up the other day, because I was telling Tyron how, yeah, ox crack pipe. Okay, I should have looked for his video. Now, I was telling Tyron the other day how when we went on her show the other day, this time she quickly agreed that Elmina was a fort this time. And I told him that we had this same encounter years ago. I looked at the date of the video. That's 2019. We had that on Sodnetter's TV channel. One of the few times he let me through. That's the link in the timestamp. Let me see. Well, no, I don't see a link in the timestamp. Hold up. You got to put it in the back chat. Like you got to act like you're coming on the show and then put it in the back to that guy Merk. So that's the only way I can get the link on there. But so I was on Sodnetter's TV, and that's why I showed that video. After I played it again, I realized that my retort was low. I didn't really adjust the volume, but I'm gonna recut them all and put them all together. It's in the middle of the video where we got on. It's in the middle of the video where we got on. Oh, okay. So what I'm gonna do is recut that again and put it all together to show her contradictions. And when I play the video where we were on, I'm gonna not show the video because, see, some people you can tell who are gonna be sensitive and look for anything to strike. So I'm not gonna play the actual video, but you will hear the audio. And it's not long because we didn't last too long on there. Excuse me. We didn't last too long on there because this is what they do. They get emotional. So let me hurry up and just get through a few items first. I forgot what her real name was, but Young Pharaoh exposed her for being a government snitch. And like I said, these people always get their start from prison. They get into some trouble. Zaza Ali, the Michi X's, the Sa Netters, the whoever the hell else you could think of. She called us and Apple made a cartoon about American Indianness. Yeah, she's a coon agent. Now, the only thing she got going for her are two things. Number one, unlike most of these frauds, she is a real doctor. So she did show her degree, but it's in electro engineering, which is a good degree, but it's not about what she is talking about on YouTube to us. That's the usual rhetoric. Being stuck in Africa, the 60s, the woe is me. You had the Queen Elizabeth just dying. They talked about, oh man, King Charles. Now they got the tradition that they've been carrying on for over 1,000 years. So they talk about what they've been doing that's been working. So a lot of people hate on the British Empire. Yeah, they were evil. But see, until you can come up with something better that works better and is effective, you're not going to beat them. It's just that simple. Now, of course, the United States weren't around and they would have been defeated a while ago, but that's another topic. So this lady was involved in some fraud and she had to cop a plea and then she became a coon agent like they all do. Zaza Ali, even Young Pharaoh himself, everybody you could think of. They get them on charges They say, and I wouldn't doubt if My Aunt Forever is the French rendition of that, because he's definitely acting like a coon agent. Okay, that guy Merck, put it in the private chat. Put that link in the private chat. Uh, so now let me just show a few things, and then I'm gonna let the guests on, because I'm gonna put it to you bluntly. Me and Tyron, we got cold dissed. And I ain't gonna tell you no lie. She let other people get on, give Martin Luther King speeches about whatever it is that they want to talk about. But if you notice, I ain't gonna play all that, because this shit was boring. I'm gonna be honest with you. But it was all kissing her ass and agreeing with her. Oh, I forgot the other thing that she had too. She also sitting on Chrome. She got a big ass too, so I forgot about that. So she got that going for her. Okay, copy link. Let me see what that's all about. So she let these other guys go for a long time. Damn, that's 4 hours. God damn. 5 hours. Yeah, you tell me what segment, what time period to put that on. Oh shit. No, oh, I thought that was side netting when I was up there. The government makes them an offer they can't refuse, or they can just do the time. The William O'Neill situation. So they come up here with these assumed identities. She didn't get her degrees in the name of Dr. Maat. That's a fictitious name. Dr. Maat, just like Maat Forever or Shaka and Dugu Kemet. I got to keep bringing him on, because I asked to come on his show the other day. He said, show your face. I showed a face, and he still didn't let me on. So he's a liar. And two, he just didn't, these guys, they come out with these lies. They can't refute their lies with truth, or they can't support their lies with truth. So what they got to do is they got to kick you off. So let me just hurry up. I'm going to try to make this very brief, because I put together a few pieces concerning this fraudulent Ma'at. They always got to have a name of somebody famous in history, or a name that's influential. Anything that makes it seem like, okay, they're peaceful love. It's like the way Tariq Nasheed, Marcus Sanders, got his name. Tariq Nasheed sounds like he's an innocent man of God, So, and not Marcus Sanders, the killer. And he can't sue me on that one, because the Marcus Sanders is a killer. So let me get to this part right here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, before we do that, let me get to this part right here. Well, I didn't want to see your face. Yeah, especially a guy in France. That's what I don't understand. The man is in France. Why seeing our face? Why is that important to a man in France? And what is that going to do? Is that going to somehow solidify the information that I'm telling you? Just because you can see a face? He says something about show your face so you could be held accountable for what you say. Motherfucker, I'm being held accountable for what I say, even without my face being shown. I mean, makes no damn sense. But he doesn't want to be held accountable for what he says. So that's why he only has yes men on. And then when they start disagreeing with him, notice how either they say, hell, the hell with this, I'm not coming back, or he doesn't let them come back on. And then he wonders why people don't want to come on, because he's a goddamn liar and a goddamn hypocrite. Yeah, and I know he's watching, and that's why I am conveying the message to him. All right, so let me just get through these real quick. These are relatively short. So as you can see, she's down with Agent Tariq Nasheed. Once I see that union, see you gotta see who people are down with. Once you see who they're down with, then you know for certain what they're all about. Especially when they come under assumed identity. Both of these people are under assumed identities. Both of them are coon agents. Both of them are telling us lies and misleading us and ring leading us into doom. And here's her. She could be watching now for all we know. Well, if you are watching, you can come on and explain yourself. Now, don't get it misunderstood, Dr. Maat. I have thrown down and subdued many PhDs. So you wouldn't be the first and you won't be the last. All right, so let's take a look at her videos. See, she does a lot of the same stuff. So you can tell when people get guests and you're like, okay, well, who are these people? Why are they connected to her? That gives you an idea of what they're all about, especially the type of guests that they get. It's the same old people with the same old ideology. And I'm looking for this particular one, which really sums up what Dr. Maat is all about. Okay, so she said, Minoko Rashidi, rest in peace. Hold up. Now all of a sudden the other videos are down, or maybe I'm missing them. Okay, so she had Judge Joe Brown. See, I invited Judge Joe Brown on. My man ignored me. Although he did, when I had Twitter up, he did respond to the Twitter. See, they don't want people like me because I don't interview people with ass kissing questions. I try to get to the bottom of whatever the hell is going on. Okay, well, she had a video with the creator of Kwanzaa. Oh, here it is right here. I'm not going to play it. But the fact that she had this guy on, this coon agent right here, albino African type guy up here, all that African bullshit in his background. And a woman beater on top of that. And she's a woman. Since she had this guy on here, she said something the other day. She said something about Happy Kwanzaa, or she was doing something to try to brainwash and justify, solidify Kwanzaa. Just like the guy in France. People have to understand, most of us don't even acknowledge or don't even know about Kwanzaa and give two shits about it if we did hear about it. But see, all this stuff is makeshift tie-in, Egyptian stuff, excuse me. And I don't know what kind of African Black Panther outfit this is supposed to be, but all this stuff, this is an African shit. So let me do this. Let me play the segment in which we came on, which we got dissed.
How old are you again, brother Africa in Detroit?
I'm 22.
22, young warrior. Just keep on being who you are, young warrior, okay?
Thank you. Thank you for
And
keep making the shows. I'm gonna keep tuning in.
hey, I got you, brother. You take care. All right, so who's the next one? It says hard cold. Alquanr.
Hey, what's
Peace and
up?
love to peace and
Hotep.
love. You have the floor.
Hotep. Uh,
Hotep, hotep.
yeah, let me address a few points that I heard. Plus, what I'd like to do, if you think Queen Elizabeth was something, you should check out her late sister, Princess Margaret.
Mm,
I mean, she was a freaky individual, sleeping with women, sleeping
mm,
with black men like Michael
mm,
X, and smoking and drugging and drinking.
mm.
She was wild. Wow. For some odd reason, they don't really discuss her too much, but there was a movie called The Bank Job with that guy, Jason Statham.
Mhm.
I'd advise people to watch that because that movie was about that. Even though at first it seemed like it was about a bank robbery, but it turned into that. That was wild.
Wow.
But there were some points I heard uh, that came out as far as the Elmina Castle.
Uh-huh.
Now, people call that a castle or dungeon or slave dungeon or slave castle, but
Right.
the reality is that that was actually a military fort.
It was.
Right. So, it wasn't designed to house slaves and to hold people against their will. So, I think that part of the story, we kind of have to stop referring to that as a slave hub or a slave dungeon because that's not what it was. I'm glad
It,
you agree
yeah,
with
it
that.
was. Absolutely. It was initially like a military fort, but they did hold people there.
Okay, but you can see the way it's built. I don't see anything where it was designed to hold hundreds of people individually against their will or in any kind of way at all.
Alquanr, brother, I was there. They did. They held a lot of people. I walked the whole dungeon, brother. It
Ma'am,
was
if
definitely.
I may,
Hold
I,
on. No. We're not gonna do that. Okay. So what I'm saying is this: I walked the dungeon. It was initially it was a fort because they were trading on that coast. Check. They were trading there. And so they wanted to protect their trade. And so, yes, like even when you walk in, they had like this bridge where you could, right by the water, where you could lift it up or put it down, which gave people access to the fort, right? Or we could call it a fort, we could say military fort, whatever. But it was a bridge that was right there. Then when you walk into it, brother, yes, that dungeon did hold hundreds of people.
But
Have you walked it? Have you walked it?
but the
Have you
design.
walked it? Have you walked it?
Well, I viewed it, but the
Okay,
design.
I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm gone. Okay, I'm not gonna
And
sit there
one
argue.
more.
I'm not. Let me get him out of there. Because what I'm not gonna do is sit there and go back and forth with a person who never walked it. You never. I walked it, family. I was there. Our ancestors were housed there. Like I said, when you go into the female dungeon, you still smell the stench. Okay, brother. What I'm gonna say to you is get a passport and travel. You talking about you viewed it and you want to make an argument based on some pictures you looked at on Google. I don't have time for that foolishness. So Tyrone, you got the floor, brother.
so how about an article that I found that could back up what Alquan said because they are the experts on the House of Slaves, and they say that
Article.
it was not a penitentiary. May I show my screen?
No, no. I'm not the pretendians. I don't have time for y'all tonight. I don't have time for the people, the armchair scholars. I don't have time for the armchair scholars who want to sit here and say that the slave trade didn't happen. They really didn't use those castles or dungeons or forts to house our ancestors. And you want to quote a damn article. Get a passport and travel. Get a passport. Talk about the experts. Get a passport and travel. Get a passport and travel. Okay. I don't see Brother Rob. I don't do the back and forth with the pretendians.
Now, as you could hear, let me get back on here. Now, as you heard, she did the usual old school side letter. Uh, did you go there? Armchair scholars, insults. You know what I mean? She doesn't mind other armchair scholars. I have college degrees, so I'm not an armchair scholar. So she isn't either, but technically she should be because she doesn't have degrees in her field, which is electrical engineering, not Black or African history, none of that. So she's an armchair scholar. So she can get the hell out of here with that. And she didn't want to get schooled. That's why she hurried up and kicked us off. That's why they don't have time to deal with pretendians because they don't want that education. They don't want that work. They can't handle it. And she knows she can't handle it. So they did the usual things. Like when you talk to those Hotep You notice I started off with Hotep. I was trying to, butter her up. Because that's language that makes them feel good, So when you don't say what they want to say, they want to hate on you. They always want to say, "Oh, you had to be there. Oh, you had to be there for everything you discuss. You had to be there. So when you want to discuss video games, you had to be inside the video game. That's what you had to be. You want to talk about Lamborghinis? You had to have owned the Lamborghini in order to know what it's all about. That's what you're telling me. When you want to talk about uh, Pangea, as they like talking, you had to have been there. Get this bullshit out of here. See, those are bullshit excuses. And they cut you off quick because they don't want you to respond to them with sense. Because once you do, it'll win over the audience. And that's what they can't have because their job is to go out and brainwash the people. That's why those two guys that came before us, she was like, oh, these are some wise brothers. Only because all they did was say, yes, ma'am, to whatever the hell she said. So they're wise. But with us, we're no longer African people. We're no longer worthy of love for being an African people. So we got to get the hell up out of there. We can't even express ourselves as quote unquote African people on an African forum. So this goes to show the hypocrisy of these people. So she dismissed us. And let me just get to one part because they were talking some extra shit after we both left, and we tried to get back on later on. But of course, she made sure we were officially cut off. But before I get to this part, let me do this. I'm going to just show the intro. Nope. I'm going to just show the intro to this. I can play this because this is on my channel. Now, again, this is a video that was silently pulled down. So YouTube is so slick. You got videos up there from way back. Then they just silently take it down. You don't even know about it. And because of this incident, that's the only reason why I even thought about this video. Because I'm like, okay, this should be up there. Let me see. Let me put that in the community tab. Then next thing I knew, couldn't find it. So I had to actually re-upload it. I said, it's some shit. But let me just play the intro for this because this is our first showdown. Because this is also about her sense of smell. Because she reiterated that throughout that last video that she had as well. And here's where this is what made me call in this side nether show that time, because I said, what she's saying is absolutely unbelievable. But it's only believable in the world of Ma'at, Hotepers, and Pan-Africanism. Because for some odd reason, all these people must tell some outrageous lie that can't be proven and so goddamn ridiculous that only people in their cult could say, go ahead, sis, go ahead. But this is so ridiculous, I had to call it. But listen to what she said. What you just heard before, that was what, 2 days ago or yesterday or something like that? Now, what you about to hear now, let me put the thing on. Well, I can't do it now, but what you're about to hear now, this is from 2019. See, 2019, she's telling her bullshit story. I think she may have remembered my voice and possibly my name. And she didn't, she knows it now. She had a different story before. And note, when she concludes this one, she tells him, next caller, which is the equivalent of, I'm the guest, hang that Negro up. So listen to
30 people in our tour group went to Elmina, and I was, of course, one of the two, right? But when I was in Elmina, in the slave dungeon, especially the women, the female dungeon, you can still smell the urine and the dung and the menstruation of those women. You can still smell it. So it's not like with Cape Coast, when I walked into the dungeons, I didn't smell anything. And even when I went into when I explored the dungeons in Elmina, I didn't smell anything. But when I went into the female dungeons, Sonetta, that's when I actually smelled something. And initially I thought that it was just, I'm smelling the dungeon. And I said, well, am I smelling the dungeon? And the tour guide said, no. He said, you're smelling the dung, the urine, and the menstruation of the women.
Damn,
and so
after
then
all those years, huh? You still smell the stench.
Yeah, you can still smell the stench. And it was a horrible stench when I entered the female dungeons in Elmina.
Damn, wow.
And so I began to get weepy then, just thinking about those women who were piled into the room and, and chained to one another, laying in one another's urine and dung and menstruation. So I began to weep again when he told me what I was smelling.
Oh, okay. So would you like to open up the phone lines in case you might have some callers that would like to bring some powerful, good questions for you?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Sonetta.
All right, family, there's your chance. You got the number right up there. Call in. Let's get it in.
And Sonetta, while we're waiting for someone to call in, I just realized being over there that just Black Americans,
Peace and Black Power, family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, man? This is Al. I'm calling from Jersey.
What's up, pal?
Yeah, what's going on? I heard the doctor say two things that caught my attention. And one, she said she was in slave dungeons. And two, she said she can smell the blood and the menstrual period residue after all these hundreds of years. Yeah. And I'm just curious how she was able to make that smell, or did they just suggest that she should smell it? And is she sure those were slave dungeons or military forts?
Okay.
Because there are no slave dungeons, they're military forts.
Have you ever been to Ghana, brother?
No, I have not.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Exactly. Get off the line, man. Get out of here, man. Exactly. Go ahead. I'm going to let you, Dr. Maat, go ahead and answer him, man.
Yeah, I'll answer his question. He, first of all, Cape Coast, they call it a castle, but they call it a castle, Cape Coast Castle. I call it a dungeon, Cape Coast slave dungeons. In Elmina, they call that a castle, but again, I call it a dungeon. They have a fort. If you even do a quick Google search, in Elmina, they have what they call the castle, and they have the fort that's on top of the point. Okay, and the fort was put there to protect whatever they were getting, slaves, gold, whatever items they were getting. They would put that in the castles or the dungeons, and the fort was there with cannons to protect it. And that's a quick Google search. But when I was there, I explored the Elmina's castle, aka slave dungeon, and also the Elmina fort. So there's a difference between a castle and a fort. That's the first thing I want to say. When I was touring Elmina, I didn't smell anything in the dungeons. I didn't smell anything until I got to the female dungeon. And when I got to the female dungeon, it was a strong smell and odor. And so I asked the tour guide, what am I smelling? I said, because when I explored different other areas of this dungeon, I didn't smell anything until I got to the female dungeon. And the tour guide said, you're smelling, the dung, the urine, and the menstruation of these women. So that's what he suggested. But I do want the caller to know there's a difference between the castle and the fort.
All right, caller, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just as I thought, the tour guide, he suggested what you should be smelling, even though you didn't know what you were smelling. And the Africans, they don't even know their own history. The white man tells them, repackages their own history to them. And of course,
you ever smelling a bad odor, brother?
When you see cannons, or when you see something that doesn't look like a prison where people are held captive, it's usually a fort. Especially back in those days, what they're trying to do is they steal the land, and they need to protect the coast from other enemies, mainly back then, of the European rivals. So these are forts. not slave dungeons. We've been misled.
Oh my
We've
God,
been,
son, can you hear me, please?
Hey,
That's
brother,
not-
are you a Moor or anything? What you believe in, brother? What do you follow?
Son, let me finish. Son, let me.
Brother,
Son, can I
brother,
say
it's
something?
kooky to talk about some shit that you ain't been there. So that's kooky.
Thank you.
That is kooky. So go ahead, Dr. Maat.
No, I'm just saying he doesn't understand. He keeps saying that these were forts and they weren't slave dungeons, they were forts. What I'm trying to tell the
I
brother
think
is
he's
that
ISUPK. He's one of the ISUPK members, man.
Yeah.
I think.
What I'm trying to explain to this brother is, and he can do this as a quick Google search. They had in Elmina dungeon that they called a castle and a fort. These are two separate entities. He's trying to call the castles, aka the dungeons, forts. They were castles. These were warehouses that housed human beings. Then you had a fort that had the cannons where the soldiers and the barracks were. There's a difference between a castle and a fort. He's calling the castle, aka the slave dungeons, the forts. These are two separate entities. So I would suggest for the brother to get a passport, get a visa, get a plane ticket to go over there to see what I'm talking about. Next caller.
Yeah, I think that was Captain Katazat, man. I ain't playing with these dudes.
First thing I said.
In Elmina, they
So you got to next caller real quick. That means enough of that. I don't want to explain myself, but one thing I noticed about her, as you can see from 2019, she wasn't as gifted in coming up with BS, but she was gifted enough to prolong it. And, you know, that works on their target audience, which are people who smoke weed all day, drop out of high school, don't know any better. So they get brainwashed by these people. But I can see that she's a trained speaker. And number one, you can see that Sonetta protects, they all protect each other because that's what they're all a part of the same organization of coon agents. But she's a trained speaker. I could tell that by the movement of her arms and the way she tries to emphasize things. You know, she'll raise her voice at certain times, soften it at other times. Those are trained speakers in the art of brainwashing as they speak to you. See, now if you look at her son on the bottom, see, he's not, well, he wasn't really saying much, but if he wouldn't be a good speaker because he's not animated. See, you just can't be there and just start talking because that doesn't really get through to people. That's why you see Nation of Islam ministers and Umar Johnson and these people who are set to brainwash people. When they speak, they're always moving their arms, just like people on TV, newscasters and anchors and stuff. They move their arms when they speak. They don't just stand there because it'll have a numbing effect when people are just standing there emotionless and they're not emphasizing things. It's like, okay, like these people will often emphasize the lie with their emotions. They say, I was there, brother. I smelled it, brother. See, that's supposed to convey emotion to the people, to make people think, damn, she was there. She had to have felt that. But if she would have just said, you know, I was there. I smelled it. Take it how you want to take it. Most people are gonna say, oh shit, well, she must be full of shit then. But see, it's a woman, number one. So you know how it is, people are gonna be more inclined to believe a woman. And then when the emotions come in, you're gonna say, damn, she must have felt something. But see, that's what she's trying to get you to do. Feel something that never was. See, you can't tell me about something that didn't happen. You gotta show me that it did happen. See, these people they can't bring up slave ships, but they can bring up these forts that they want to call slave dungeons. But you can't show me where it was used to house people against their will. You could tell that the design wasn't even for that. But see, that's why she amended her lies and said that it was a slave fort. It was a military fort first, then modified to a slave dungeon. So she's lying. Just like when I had the discussion with Psychopatheus. He said, show me that this was a military fort. I pointed things out to him. He didn't want to believe it. So maybe he'll believe his Dr. Maat, as she clearly called it, slave fort, a military fort, rather. Last thing I want to play, then I'm going to let people on. I just want to show the last part of her shit talking when we left the show. And I want to show that instead of kicking us off and talking shit, she should have let us stay on and she could have discussed this with us. But see, she didn't want to do that because you already know what's going to happen. The truth is going to come out. But she can't have the truth coming out. She needs her lies to come out because her master tells her that. Keep in mind, she may have a PhD, but she's still a goddamn criminal. Keep that in mind. And that's important because she's a part of the big con. They keep running these Negroes out here trying to con us with craziness. Me and Tyron, we were on another show last night. And I was sticking to the topic, but then they had to talk about, Adwell stuff and all that kind of stuff because they couldn't resist. Sometimes I think that's the only way that they feel that they can attack. I like to stay on topic no matter what it is. And then if something has to be interwoven into the topic, so be it. But you see, when I get on here, I like to come in friendly with a calm tone voice and respectful. I do that for a few reasons. Number one, to show that I'm not trying to come here causing problems. Two, I heard you speak. I just like to speak and say what I have to say. So hopefully you'll show me the same respect that I showed you. Three, I don't want to give them the excuse, even though I know it's going to happen more likely than not anyway. I don't want to give them the excuse to say, you get the hell out of here. Because when it gets too deep for them, that's all they're left with. Get the hell out of here. So, but the goal is to last as long as you can last. And then, if they don't want to have the discussion, when they want to have the discussion, then we bring it here and we say what we need to say. Anyway, let me just play this and then I'm going to let people on. This is where she was talking shit and trying to explain things after we left.
People started coming for y'all. Like, hold up.
Did
No.
they? Did
Drop
they?
the link, Dr. Mayad.
You did.
Nah,
did.
drop the link.
They did. The brothers, they started coming in. No, it was really a fort. And I'm like, they right. It was initially like
yeah, they was gonna have to get this work because
they
for a definite surety, true story on New Black Knowledge, he's went over Elmina Fort so many times and many other locations in the Congo as well. I can't remember the names of them because, of course, I think it was the Portuguese that owned a lot of those forts where they sold slaves at. Because it's the same. The forts is the same area where they did a lot of trading at. You got to be able to defend this stuff from people trying to steal it. So that's where the soldiers were at. And just because I think I see what the point they were trying to make, the point that they basically were trying to make is that, oh, this place isn't designed to house slaves. Of course not. But that don't mean it, you're not going to do it still.
There we go.
The ships where they brought us over here weren't designed to bring a gang of people on here either, but they still, they makeshifted and made it work.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Right. And, people like that just, I already know, like, they tried to softball it in, but eventually the conversation would have went down the road of, slavery didn't happen. We was never in Africa. We always been here, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
I mean, at that point, it's like, come on now. Like, if you're so unsure, it's 2022. I can understand back in the 80s, like a lot of people didn't have internet, but like everyone has a supercomputer in their hand. You can easily pull up who was doing the slaving over there. The Portuguese, the English,
the Dutch,
you know what I mean? The Spaniard folks, the Arabs. Go look up some of the stuff that their scholars were writing during that time period. They're going to be writing about what they were doing in that area. These people didn't hide what they were doing. They didn't see that there was anything wrong with what they were doing.
Absolutely.
They thought it was okay. They thought it was ordained by God. We had to
Absolutely.
convert them to Islam. We had to convert them to Christianity. You know, now originally, yeah, they was there to trade, but then it kind of turned into some other craziness once they started needing skilled labor, because that's basically what we were. They needed skilled labor, and they wanted people to build their country up for them. So that's where we come in. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But just to kind of slide back to the original uh point of your video here, the title of your show is Queen Elizabeth II dies at 96. Should Black people care? Are people really upset that this chick died?
They on CK, I promise you. Just go on Instagram and
Oh,
start
see, I ain't got
scrolling.
Instagram.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was on IG.
Yeah.
Like, what? People talk about rest
Like
in
I
peace.
seen,
the
honestly, yo,
Queen.
if
I was
people
like,
didn't
what?
post it on social media, I wouldn't have even known.
Same here. I wouldn't known either.
I wouldn't even
I
know. And I don't be paying that close attention to what go on in these other countries like that, or at least
Same.
like they're celebrities, really, for that matter,
Same.
to be knowing. Um, but like the little bit that I did see people posting was that she was glad, they was glad she was dead. You know what I mean? Oh, another monarch down. Oh, I don't care that she did, stuff like that. I seen people post that. But I mean, that's like one of our presidents dying. Like, I don't think most of us would really care. But I understand that, like our position over here as Black people in America may not be the same as people in other countries, you know? And ugh, I mean, it is what it is. Like, that's why I brought up the same book that last time I was on your panel about the Black Skin, White Mass by Franz Fanon. Like
Yes.
that book, I think that's like should be mandatory reading. Like that book will really expose to you why you see, not just Black people, but any colonized group, why they end up adopting so much. That book
Book.
was good.
Oh, yeah,
But
you got me pumped up about reading it now.
yeah. The only other thing that I kind of wanted to bring up was just to kind of bring it back to the two individuals that basically were definitely going down the route of trying to imply that, slavery didn't happen and whatnot. And it kind of goes into, I think it kind of is connected to, of course, a lot of the, I just call them what it is, identity crisis groups that we got in the United States of America, because it's pretty much really an issue here in America mostly. Even though their rhetoric is kind of spreading with the Black people that are claiming to be Native American, despite the fact that the DNA doesn't support you. You'll see a few anomalies here and there of Black people that are in the AfricanAncestry.com their Facebook group. You'll see a few Black people here and there that shockingly actually can prove that their maternal line is almost always, if you notice, it almost always is their maternal line
Right.
that goes back to being Native American. You know what I mean? But it's very rare. But most of us, like if you take a DNA test, we're gonna be like 90 to 80 something percent West and Central African. But you will get a select few people that'll show that they're East African, or a little bit of North African. You know what I mean? Or shit, shockingly, their haplogroup goes back to being European.
No, that's facts.
For obvious
That's
reasons.
facts. No, but that's a fact. And like you said, the DNA don't even support what you're saying.
Yeah,
And
like
as far as
archaeology doesn't even support
archaeology,
them either.
I was about to say archaeology, DNA, none of that supports
Yeah.
your story.
So I'm kind of curious as to like, I already know the source that they were going to bring is bogus, but if they were still on the panel, I was going to suggest a book that I started reading that I need to finish, a book that was recommended to me by Brother Black Panther of the Mossy Warrior Clan. And I think his name is mentioned in this book too. The name of the book is called West African Slavery and Atlantic Commerce in the Senegal River from 1700 to 1860 by James F. Searing. And it's pretty good. It goes into detail about like the different things that, people were trading, especially right before they started trading us in that region, like, the pepper, the rice.
CK, you gotta send that to me. Just like you sent me the YouTube, you gotta send that to me. Send
Oh
that to
yeah,
me.
like the
So I
book
will-
is in it's in the New Black Knowledge Discord server too. But I can like that's why I always tell people, like, when you're trying to get books, like, yo, don't burn all your money on books. Yo, go to zlibrary.com or .org. It is a pirate site, so you may have to do some maneuvering to get.
There's a bridge. Like they established those forts to protect.
So you may have to They might be disgustingly old. It just depends. If it's not digitally anywhere, it's going to be kind of hard to get it on there.
Mhm.
But
No, but you know, CK, that's why I didn't even. I knew where he was going. I
oh
got the
yeah,
story. So I asked. I know the few people. I said to him. He's like, yeah, you know, it was initially a military fort.
Dr.
Yeah,
Meow was
of
like,
course.
nope,
Yeah, no, no. I said, yeah. I said, I
you
agree.
got
He
to
said,
go.
yeah. When he said, look, when he said it was initially a military fort. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, they established those forts to protect the trade. And I was talking about how, like, when you go into Elmina, there's a bridge like that they had there that they could
Yeah, and
lift
the
up
people
and lift
talked
back
about it.
down. Yeah, and so I said, well, yeah, of course it was a military fort initially. Well, you know, and I don't think it was enough. It wasn't initially meant to house people. Yep, you're right about that. But you know, so I mean, how was it, brother? It couldn't. It wouldn't. The way it was designed, it couldn't even house that many people. Brother, have you been there? He said, no. I looked at some pictures and I have an article. And that's CK. That's when I had to did the conversation because he's talking to
Yeah,
somebody who
because it was gonna
actually,
go down a rabbit
yeah,
hole.
yeah. You get what I'm saying? Like, and I don't have time
The
for that.
pseudo
Like,
killer in me awoke, and I was just listening, chilling in the back, and I was like, "Let me sit up." I'm like, "Dr. Mayat, drop that link again."
I'm like, what? Like this, I told him, like, I've been there. I walked Elmina. I walked Cape Coast. So you can't convince me of that foolishness. I was there. You know what I mean? Like, so you
Hmm.
can't convince. Hold on, let me. Where my pictures at?
Yeah.
Hold
Oh, and
on.
I'm gonna say this last thing here. I'm gonna go a bit borderline conspiratorial on you. I think that there is a connection between you got the black folks that are claiming to be Native American and not African. You got the Moor. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can really throw the Moors in there because at least that's African-ish, I guess. You got the Hebrew Israelites that are saying that they're not black. Um, and they're actually, from the West Asia, but the DNA tests don't support them either. Like the people that are talked about in that Bible, like they're still there. They're still in West Asia. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't really claim to be them people. You not them. Um, and then you got uh some black people that don't even want to be called black. They just want to be just American. They want to completely jump and dive into just being, white folks. We American
Right,
now.
right, right,
And then
right.
of course you have the lovely foundational black Americans, which I mean, let's just call it is Tariq Nasheed he's a scammer, he's a grifter. This dude don't went from, preaching one thing to preaching a whole nother thing and just collecting money all up and down as he's making all these crazy claims and getting all these people in the mix on this. And that group is definitely negatively impacting us getting our reparations with HR 40 because they're speaking out against HR 40 and against the people that are trying to get us reparations. And they're
Mm,
openly lying and saying that HR 40 is going to give reparations to all dark skinned people everywhere. And that's not what it says. It specifically says African Americans that were enslaved and freed in the late 1800s.
mm,
If you cannot prove that you got a family member that was enslaved or freed or just alive around that damn time in this country, you're not
you're
getting
not
that
gonna get it.
reparations. Oh, well, that means some white people are going to get it. Yeah, just keeping it 100. There are going to be some black people that got married to some white folks that was enslaved back then. And then they kept marrying white folks. And if they can prove that that's their family member, they'll probably end up getting it. So what? It is what it is. And then
Mm,
you got the ADOS folks. They don't change their name from being African American descendant of slaves to I think it's just Americans. It's just now Americans descendants of slaves. They dropped the African part. I have a article. I mean, not an article. I have a document. I'm definitely gonna tag it to you in our back chat, Dr. Mayat. I
okay,
got it. I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. I got it from Brother Rob Bourne from New Black Knowledge.
okay.
That document goes into grave detail exposing the ADOS movement and its connection to white supremacy groups, yo.
Yeah, send that to me. Send that to me, CK.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
When I
send her to
read
me.
that, man, I got to screaming and huffing and puffing and pacing, what I mean, in my home because I
Wow.
knew it. I knew it. I called it out years ago when I first heard of the group. And then I first started hearing the xenophobic rhetoric, them basically being against Black immigrants. And I'm like, what the hell is this shit? I said, something is off with this. I can't get down with this. I said, this sounds like no different than what I hear from white supremacists with their rhetoric, and how they're very xenophobic against Hispanic people coming over here, against Middle Eastern folks, against anyone that's not white coming from any country. Even if the Middle Eastern folks, they damn near look white, but because they're Muslim, you know what I mean? And most of these white supremacists, they are Christian nationalists. They're just so vehemently hateful against them. And the same rhetoric that you hear from them, worded the same way, you will hear that rhetoric in the FBA movement and in the ADOS movement.
Well, Sister CK, make sure that you tag me on the back chat
definitely.
so I can check out that article. I do want to close out with these photographs. I do see Brother Lionel is in the back. Brother, I'm getting ready to close out. I've been on here for an hour.
I apologize. I did say I
minutes.
wasn't going to be longer than 5 minutes.
You 15 minutes, but it's all good. But I wanted to show the people this, Sister CK, that I was there. Like that picture that you just saw, that was me on the balcony at the Elmina castle, okay, or the fort, the castle, the dungeon. So I'm not just off the top of my head saying, "Oh, I saw some pictures," and no. I'm just going to keep on going. This is where the captain of Elmina. This was his room. Notice he had a lot of windows.
Know how
open. Just
pictures that she's showing
there.
is still pictures, even if she was there. Somebody had to take them.
Stayed. All right, they had a church there. Okay, they had a church that was on top of the dungeons there. Okay, so this is me showing footage of being in the church that was sitting on top of, I believe it was the male dungeon that the church was on top of. All right, hold on. Those are the cannons. So that's why when the brother said, "Oh, it was initially a military fort," what did your girl Dr. Maat say? Of course. No duh. I saw the cannons. This is me.
What did your girl say in 2019?
Video. This is the room. You see where it has the skull and the X family? This is where if you were, a captive, and let's say that you were, rebelling.
And I'm not showing her pictures because I don't want to, she'll say that's my private pictures.
Soldiers that were there, right? They threw you in this area. To die. That's why the skull is there. They threw you in there, closed the door, and guess what? I actually went inside. So that's how it looks inside. That's the Portuguese church. This is the male slave dungeon. I went through there.
You can check that out on her channel.
This is the door of no return that everyone talks about.
Everything she's showing does not show anything that houses slaves.
That you see that cannonball right there, family? That is where if
more
the
lies.
Woman, so let's say that you were a woman, you're in the female dungeon and you refuse to sleep with one of the male,
more made up stories.
They would bring you out, they would tie one of those cannonballs to you, and they would starve you in front of the other women. I was there. This is me walking.
What kind of torture is that? Tying a cannonball to you and starving you.
Dan Calloway and the rest of the nuts.
Doesn't make any sense.
I actually go places. I have a pass. Hold on, I got my passport right here, Sister CK.
More of that high and mighty shit. They always do. We're above you. You're below us.
Hold on, CK.
Yeah, I just got my passport in July.
I just renewed.
I think we heard all this.
Renewed.
So that's her BS. You heard all that. That's a bunch of BS. Just one more thing I want to do before I let people on. My man sent the link. Let me okay, he says 320, stop at 321. Okay, so hold up a second. The clown down right is Jamaican Republican. Yeah, Truth Patrol can come back on. Okay, let me get to this video 320. See if I recognize any of these people. Nope, but we'll play it, see what this is all about. He says 320 to 321.
Oh, that's what you've been doing, Big Mike.
Can I get a site for that African?
That is what
Nigerian,
Big Mike has been doing. He's been
Can you
dropping.
provide me a site? I'll go look at it.
Yeah, call himself Uncle Tom.
I'm about to give it to you now. Hold on. I'm gonna put it in
I
the
like
chat.
that. I like sites.
Yeah, let's do some sites. Let's put it right here. Here.
Oh Lord Jesus.
You go to it right now, then you come back and tell me what you think. How about that? It's in
Let me look it up. Let me look at it too.
Look it up.
Oh, you put it in the private chat? Where you put it at?
I put it in the regular chat.
Where I can't click it?
I want everybody on YouTube to look at it because I don't hide receipts.
I didn't say you had. I just said, can I get a site? That's what I asked for when I was in the chat. I said, where the site at?
Yeah, I'm talking to Lee. I'm sorry. I can put up the human rights. Let me put up the human rights violations too. Let me put up the human rights watch too.
Copy and paste?
Yeah, let me do that too.
You put a fucking mic on, but you don't know how to copy.
You're smart, Uncle Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. We retarded niggas from Alabama.
Y'all definitely retarded.
I met so many retarded people from Alabama. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. Like what?
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh, you know what? I think he said 320. Yeah, 320, not 220. I was wondering because I'm like, what the hell are they talking about?
I said I'm from Alabama. See, you're not listening.
Okay, that's what I said. You from Alabama.
Bro, that's
you grew up. You said you from Alabama. You grew up shooting ducks or some bullshit you said. And that's a whole different type of lifestyle. That's actually the easy life. You talking about the easy life. And then you trying to...
Hey, hold on. So is my life easy or do I deal with a bunch of racism?
Compared to my life? Yeah, your life is
Why
easy.
is your life hard?
Because niggas are the most dangerous thing in America. And if you grew up around the niggas, I just told you at 5 years old, I had a crackhead put a gun to my head and rob me for $5. Why don't you understand that? Oh man, but okay.
Immigrants are the most dangerous.
Okay, so there's black people that look like Big Mike up there. So I guess Big Mike look just like my pops. Dark skinned dude look just like my pops. So you saying that you're immigrant too? We all immigrants.
No, you're immigrant.
We all immigrants. You look more immigrant than me, bro.
You're an immigrant.
Hey, look.
Go back to Jamaica. Go back to Jamaica.
If I commit crimes, where can I be deported to?
Nowhere. Me either.
Where can you be deported to?
Nowhere, bro. What are y'all talking about?
Jamaica.
All
right, man. Y'all sound crazy, bro. All right, what up?
So is it the same old dismissive attitude, you know? All right, so let me so other people are waiting, then they
Hey, what up?
So what's going on?
Yeah, them jokers was fucking retarded. I lost brain cells listening to them two hoes. Like, I just realized, didn't Dr. Maya promote Black is Everything cartoons called Mel Trek?
Yeah.
So, and she made a recent one. Her last one was about American Aborigine information, right?
Oh, I haven't really been watching them, I'll be honest with you.
No, last time I saw her promote her cartoons, because you can Google search it right now. What's her Mel Trek DVDs about?
Isn't it supposed to be about some We Are the World type of stuff?
The world was black, blackity black, but here she's saying that no, it wasn't. Oh, and we just slaves from Africa.
See, that's the thing. They always contradict themselves. Well,
Yeah.
they don't contradict themselves. They lie.
They're liars.
And then when you confront them on it,
right quick, Alquanr, pull it up.
hold on, let me see if I can find that. I don't know. What is this Mel? I think, is that supposed to be ancient Egyptian word or something?
Yeah, it started out some Mel Trek, ancient Egyptian, African history, and she was promoting. She a quote unquote self-professed Black nationalist, Pan-African, but you over here promoting multiculturalism, which is the opposite of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, matter of fact,
And Onyx Crack Pipe did a series of videos exposing Dr. My Aunt Forever. Oh, My Aunt, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's still up there. So I hate when this happens like this. Let's see, here we go. Learn about the Incas, Mel Trek Episode 2 from 2017, exploring the pre-Columbian America. And as you can see,
yeah, that's her recent video.
As you can see, that's 2017. You can see the type that they're talking about. See, this is agency shit. And this one says African history before slavery. But then look at what they're showing. Huts. Desert. Islam. White type of Arab. See, it's the same old images.
Yeah.
This one, exploring ancient Africa, Central South Song, Congo, Zimbabwe. So this is for us. This is to brainwash us. It's not for African. Exploring ancient Africa, students learn geography about the landscape of West Africa. And you can see it's designed to attract us because of this character right here. This is supposed to be her. You know, they always got. That's another thing. They always got to give them something to say that they actually doing something.
Yeah. To line their pockets.
We are the world. Shit. Pre-Columbia Americans. Let's see what they have to say about that, or show about it. Got the white girl, the Chinese.
So how the hell she gonna call us pretendians? How she gonna call us pretendians and abos, but she got abo shit in her goddamn work?
And it looks like she's doing it.
Make it make sense.
Putting everybody else in prominence, and that Indian lady is almost looking kind of a little bit black too, by the way. Ancient African music, Africa. And I guess the last time this took place was in 2018. This is some bullshit. More tips to brainwash kids. That's what it is.
Yep. And them two heifers try to negate my sources saying, oh, get him out of here. I don't want to hear that. My pseudo attack came on. Okay. How come the experts, the historians say that shit is fake, and why are you holding on as fantasy?
Yeah.
Like, I got articles. I don't have my iPad with me currently, but I have a few sources that debunk the entire Goree Island narrative. The curator of Goree Island, his name is Boubacar Ndiaye. He's the main one that made up the House of Slaves information with UNESCO in the 1970s.
Damn.
Before that, it was just known as the House of Ann Pippin.
Damn.
A woman of mixed race heritage, possibly of French and American Indian descent, that built a mansion right there on Goree Island.
Yep, and that's what you showed in that mock-up that you had, and that was the fort. That was another military fort designed in a way for where it was at on that peninsula.
Yes, and then several articles going all the way back to the 1990s exposing Goree Island as a fictional place, all the way up to 2013 when Obama went up there to visit Goree Island.
Yep.
And in the 1990s, they had the Pope, President, what's his name, Bill Clinton and George W. Bush go up there and promote that shit knowing it's a lie.
Yep. And you know what I thought when this Queen Elizabeth died, and you got to hear more about the British ways and shit. I was just thinking about all the people in the United States that they allow to achieve financial freedom and the American dream. I said, you know what? They all happen to have been former British subjects. The Indians, the Chinese, the other Asians, the fucking Caribbeans, the Africans. I said, ain't that shit some shit? But not us.
Yeah.
Something to it. Lady
and the funny thing about, since you bring up this British thing and the Queen died and all this other shit, Pan-Africans was happy for the queen. Pan-African, like they dancing with the woman and skinning and grinning.
They said what?
So how can Brandon Tucker, can Psychopathies and Renee, can any of these Pan-Africans address that? Why these quote unquote Pan-African African leaders are tight with the royal British crown?
Yeah, they're all shook up. You know. Lady Warrior says, "Did you know that the funk of 40,000 years could be smelled?" According to Vincent
After
Price.
all, Pan-Africanism supposedly began over there, right? According to them.
That's what they say, but just don't mention Kwame Nkrumah's right. You know. Now, again, the title of this video, she has a song, "A Strong Sense of Smell." Now, but you see, when you question people on it, then all of a sudden she starts explaining things away. Okay, well, I smelled smells, and I interpreted it as that.
And since you mentioned smells, Alquanr, today we went to a plantation out on the side of the road on Gastonia. It's called the what was it called? The Hoyles Plantation. And we smelled things, and it ain't no fucking urine or poop or pee smell. It was just mold smell.
Yeah, that's what people would smell, especially when things are left out in the open.
You can't smell no 100-year-old poop or pee or vomit, let alone a decomposed corpse over 100 years. Smells dissipate.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, why is she saying that? That's why I said I got the call up. I was surprised I got through, but you know,
even somebody with a PhD would know that smells don't linger in the atmosphere for no 100 years.
But you gotta understand that their target audience, they're not PhDs.
They're not. They're fucking a bunch of hood scholars that get their knowledge in prison. They read a few books in prison. They join a fucking ideological cult like
You see this comment? You see this comment? Your thing is breaking up, but you see that comment by the Lady Warrior?
She was smelling either her tour guide or herself.
I hope she's watching.
That room, and by the way, that room was made for dumping trash, not housing human beings.
Yeah.
So it was originally a dumpster.
They want to convince you otherwise because, see, that's what I mean. They tell you fanciful stories and try to put, just like when Roots. That's another one I got to keep mentioning.
Yeah, Roots.
They tell you,
and
the
you
story,
always have like a pseudo historian.
Yeah, they show you the images, and then you're supposed to say, "Oh shit, that's what our people went through." Man, okay, but white man, okay, what are you doing to change it? Why are you showing us this shit if you ain't trying to change yourself?
Exactly. They just want to hit you with that trauma porn.
Yeah.
Like the main ones that's perpetuating these fairy tales are some drunkard individuals that they pick up off the street randomly and give them prop them up to be somebody.
Yep.
And then they back their ass up with money and turn it into a true tourist attraction and turn the village or wherever location that they're at into a shrine of emotions.
Right. When she said she took her pictures and videos, I was looking that up, and they said that they charge extra for you to take pictures. So she's a goddamn
why in the fuck do you need to go somewhere? Why do you need to go to a place in order to know that that shit is fake or real?
Yeah. I mean, there are places I've studied, like when I went to the Dallas for the JFK sites. I studied them for years before I went there. And once I went there, I mean, it was really not too much of a difference, except for the trajectory and the size versus my size in real life, you know. And when I went to the Ford Theater where Lincoln got shot, you know, you could see shit online, but going there, it didn't really change my mind too much, except if you want to just see how it was in person. And it was tight. The place was tight in person, and Lincoln was 6'4" like me. And I'm like, God damn, that booth he was in, that shit was tighter than a motherfucker. I mean,
the only thing you'll really get up out of it is you getting told a fanciful tale with emotions into it, and people pressuring you into believing a fiction.
Yep. And so going there, see, now I'll tell you this. What if they ask us, have you been there? See, you notice how when they ask it, they don't ask it, well, have you been there? They say, have you been there? Like, okay, they expect you to say no, and once you say no, you're discredited. So what if you finally say, I have been there? Now what? Does that change things now?
No, it doesn't, because they're going to still say, oh, your information isn't valid. My information is more valid than yours because it confirms my own beliefs. That's not how pseudoscience works. Pseudoscience is something that you believe in that confirms your own biases. You're supposed to look for information that debunks your own biases.
Right. Or proves the truth no matter what. See, that's what I'm looking for. I want the truth, no matter where it goes. See, now, she went there as a tourist. She didn't go there as a scholar checking out information. In these African countries with these so-called dungeons, they don't even keep them up. They just let them...
I looked at European medieval dungeons, and Gory Island does not feature the familiar settings of a European dungeon like graffiti. Hand carve shit onto the wall. You would see fucking dungeons that's hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, and you
see torture racks and stuff like that.
I was about to say that. You see that kind of stuff because they were doing wild
shit.
You
see chains on the wall too, but the so-called chains and yokes that they allegedly archaeologists found are stuff that they put in later.
Yeah,
when we went into this the Hoyle's plantation, they just put a Miss Butterworth's bottle in there and act like it was an actual artifact. A glass of Miss Butterworth's syrup in this house was made in the 1700s. Really? And you gonna pass in the house panels, the paintings in the house? The windows are expensive as hell at that time. The glass at that time is expensive as hell. So how the hell you gonna craft a fucking Miss Butterworth bottle in the 1700s? And a slave brought it in there, allegedly.
Was it at least the glass bottle?
Yeah, it's a glass bottle. No, niggas can go there today. You can go to Gastonia and look up the Hoyle plantation. The tour guide said somebody must have brought that bottle in here while working there. And it seemed like it was an old ass bottle with cobwebs on it. So they tried to pass it off as an ancient archaeological find. A slave allegedly built Miss Butterworth bottle is what they was trying to pass on to us. And the cap can't look like it came from modern times.
I've had Miss Butterworth syrup in I don't know how long. Once I realized this shit was fake, but let me see when this shit came out. Let me see. And we got the Truthful Troll on too. This shit came out 1960. This shit came out.
You see what Lady Warrior said? It's Miss Butterworth if you're nasty.
Yo, this shit came out in 1961, man.
Yeah, but it was originated by a slave.
Well, allegedly it was invented by a slave in the 1700s. Now, come on now.
It was in the house.
It was in the house.
Damn, man, come on. They can't be doing that.
So that's how they get into it.
That's Miss Butterworth if you're nasty. Yeah, Miss Butterworth, sir. I used to eat that as a kid, but damn, man, after a while, I said, damn, I need some real shit, real maple syrup. That shit does cost a lot of money, real maple syrup.
Well, Alquanr, that Butterworth syrup bottle was supposed to make us cry and feel bad about our ancestors. And then on top of that, them people tried to negate the fact that they was having slaves on their land.
Oh, Truthful Troll. Oh, the Truth Patrol, you can come back. I just muted you because you had noise in the background. You can
Yeah,
talk
the Troop
whenever you're
Patrol,
ready.
get back on, bro. But anyway, they was always trying to hide the fact that the plantation had like American Indians and slaves. We was trying to talk to this tour guide and historian of the place. He was always trying to say, "Oh, my sister, I'm gonna let her on and explain it because it's real funny how this guy was talking to us."
Okay, so when we first came to like the plantation house, because it said open house. And by the way, I was asking, how come they don't have open house, open boats for slave ships? They always have plantation style open houses. So we just decided to go just to be inquisitive and, you know, intellectually curious. We went in there, and the first question I asked was like, what's the genealogy of this location? And they were telling me about the guy, he owned it, when it was made, and etc. And I'm like, what was their profession? And they were telling me they didn't want to answer that. They said, oh, well, he owned a mill. I'm like, okay, so what they do, mill corn or mill cotton? Like what? Come on now.
And then he said, farmers came.
And then they was like, oh, well, he had a mill, whatever farmers brought to the mill. Okay, wow, that's so vague. And so I'm walking in the house, deeper into the house. They finally get somebody to come chase us down. And it's okay, he can answer all your questions. And so the second guy finally admit they had some slaves and stuff like that. But I promise, we don't know where the slave quarters is in dead ass. There's like a old raggedy cabin in the front and also in the back. So what are you talking about? And so, oh no, that was an old post office. Okay, yeah, really.
General store.
And then the general store, and they said the guy had 700 acres and shit. And I was like, okay, so where did the land come from? He said, oh, the king owned the land, and this is called the back country. There was a bunch of Indians up through here. Like, how did the king own this land? How? And so he started to say, well, yeah, the king owned it and gave it out to people. I said, well, who owned it before there? And he was like, Catawbas? I said, oh, Catawba Indians. And I asked him, where are they now? And he told me, oh, they're in South Carolina. And by the way, mind you, I'm in North Carolina. He said, they're at the reservation in South Carolina. First he said they died of like illnesses and disease. I said, okay. He said some of them died of illness and disease. I asked him what happened to the rest of them who survived. They're in the South Carolina reservation. I said, no, then there weren't reservations. So where'd they go? He didn't answer that question. And so like I moved on to the slave topic, and he tried to pretend like they don't have any documents other than the census records. And then he turned around and said they had tax documents, tax levies, where they had to detail that stuff, who they were, their name, their age,
Now, what
you
year
know, their
is this?
gender.
What year is this?
Oh, and then we asked about like what they say their race was. He said, oh, they called them, he said black or something like that. He didn't really do too much research in that era. So by us asking those questions, that's kind of getting him curious to look it up. And I got his contact information because I want to be able to use his whiteness. And you know how they have those scan cards or they have an eyeball reader? I want to use that, metaphorically speaking, to get in to access some of these records that they have access to and we don't necessarily have a chance to look at. So
Whatever you do, make sure you don't really tell them your motive for wanting to check them out.
no, definitely not. Nah. So
And they'll start
yeah,
hiding
that's the
stuff.
plan. But yeah, he was telling me some stuff. I can't remember everything, but like they just never had these questions before. And yeah, he already told you about the Miss Butterworks bottle and all that stuff. But it's a pretty interesting thing. I'm glad we stopped and looked at it. But yeah, we're gonna abuse the shit out of him, no doubt. So
Damn, Miss Butterworth, the official syrup of the Underground Railroad, Miss Butterworth. That's funny. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know how old Miss Butterworth's syrup was. I'll be honest with you. What's that?
Them being enslaved Africans, he kept saying black. He kept emphasizing black. So you know that's hella vague. Yeah, and it was an old white man. And it seemed like he really wanted to tell the truth, but there was too many of his colleagues coming out in and out of the room. Like it was really creepy how it was like get out.
And them standing right behind the nigga.
Yeah, and this one guy kept bumping his head against the door frame because he was too busy trying to listen to what we were saying. And they were like seeing if we were the descendants of people that were enslaved there. So, yeah, it was pretty wild.
They know the truth. I always tell people this is why there's so much attention drawn towards us over any other people, because we just couldn't be people kidnapped from Africa and made
Yeah, but
slaves and then terrorized afterwards.
yeah, he's in his 80s, so he know like the different how we keep getting reclassified, and you could tell he couldn't tell me everything in front of his colleagues because they were BSing. They didn't really know and have an interest in finding out the true genealogy. They kind of wanted to paint the history of the house as something light and delightful and nothing wrongdoing happened. But I really wanted to dig into like, you know, you're not honoring and giving to the custodians of this land, and then like you got us niggas in here, and you know, you can't bullshit and talk fake to us. Really, you can't. So I'm gonna check into that and give you an update when I get one.
Yeah, that's good. That's cool, man. You know, again, like the Dr. Maat. See, she's a part of the what I call supporting agents that go around with the go ahead type of thing. They reinforce the lie, the story, to make it seem more believable. You know, and it's a damn shame you got these people out here. But Truthful Troy, you got anything you want to say?
Yo.
Yeah, what's up?
What's good, Alquanr? What's good, Tyron? Yo, I've been away for a minute, but yo, I did see the last show y'all did. Pan-Africans already can't stand us, but I was laughing my ass off. I don't give a damn, right? So but my like, yo, if the so-called, we need to start coming at this shit from a different angle, right? Because first of all, now we used to debate people, but they don't come up no more, right? And especially since they call themselves Pan-Africans, and Marcus Garvey is pretty much the father of that shit. And I done studied this dude for the last 3 weeks straight, and every time he marched, he had that red, white, and blue flag. So I gotta question these dudes on why they get the black, yellow, and green, or whatever the hell they got, because that ain't what he carried. He carried red, red, white, and blue. That's what he did. But if the cracker just came into power in the 1600s, how could they enslave over 100 million so-called Africans in the 1600s? You know what I'm saying? That's like, you could become Tyron. We could be working at Walmart, and I could hire you as supervisor today. The employees all ain't gonna respect you, brother.
No, they not.
They're gonna be like, man, I've been working here 10 years. How this nigga get supervisor over me? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they just got into power in the 1600s, right? And the cracker is also teaching that you had the Greeks, you had the Romans, you had all these strong ass, military minded ass countries, and y'all just got into power. You got to think about strategy, like strategics when it comes to war. You ain't even been in power long enough. If y'all tell me the Indians in America was as ruthless as you say, then you had the Africans, who they also say was ruthless, but notice they don't throw the Asians in there. They're gonna throw in Polynesia. They're gonna throw in Brazil. They're gonna throw in
They also call us violent today. I'm like, damn, if we were that damn violent, how we get taken as slaves then?
Exactly. Oh, and then Dr. Maya and what's that clown name that was on her show? According to Gory Island history, when they set up that mansion, they didn't even really bring in Africans like that in the 1700s because they put the kibosh on them enslaving Africans by the time that place was built.
But Tyron, add to that she said, and I quote, I was saying, what is that stench? What is that smell? And the key words is, and they told me.
Right.
Yeah,
they told me. You smelling female periods from 500 years ago. You smell like, nigga, first of all, y'all ain't never bleached this bitch. Y'all doing the whole tour.
Y'all ain't supposed to be a curated museum.
Does Africa even have bleach?
Wait, you can say we're not in the same culture because we be cleaning up houses and seasoning it like we seasoning chicken. You gotta put that Ajax, that Comet. You gotta put that Clorox,
Pine
that
You know what I'm
Kaboom,
saying?
that Fabuloso.
What about the Fabuloso? That's the purple shit, right?
Yeah, I never had.
and the
I,
green shit.
you know, I
Like,
never.
yo, they got
I,
Fabuloso in Africa. Like, yo, so they ain't
yeah, I
clean
never
this
had. I
shit
never
with
had
nothing,
Fabuloso.
and that's why we
I always
should go.
thought that was some Spanish shit. That's why I don't buy that
Oh,
shit.
and then on top of that, they tell us that the Moors was over there bathing Europeans. So
Yeah,
you know
the
damn
Moors is
well
over
they
there
ain't gonna
giving
be
out
sitting in
baths to
no
the
field.
Europeans. But check this out, right? When you look at Europe, because yeah, we all say that that's where the crackers come from, but let's talk about who was in rule in Europe in the 1400s, right? Because in my absence, I've studied that. Let's say we looking at some dates on certain history, and we see BC and AD, and then we look at other dates and we see 1300, 1200, 1100, 1456, right? Well, the BC and AD, that's how they wrote their calendars. So let's say it's 2022 right now. And it could be a whole nother country right now that keep I'll get an example like this. Somebody told me the letter J didn't exist back in the day. And I said, yo, we in 2022, right? And it was like, yeah. I said, if we go to China, does the letter J exist?
You see this comment on the screen?
I smelled the first pizza that was made 1,000 years ago.
Check this one out. Check this one out.
Like, that's some St. Coochie. You still smelling it? Like, yo, who was hitting that? That's a good question. Yo, who was hitting that? Who was reproducing with that? Who was reproducing with that, man?
Well, according
that
to
girl
her,
said. That girl said
about your ancestors.
That girl said they told me.
Here we go. Here we go. We got this guy up here. Now you say you want to come on last time. Now I'm gonna give you the link. See what you got to say. But don't come on screaming and yelling. We like having an actual discussion.
Yeah, rifleman. I actually shut up and let you shoot.
You ought to be embarrassed.
But you better come like Mark Wahlberg in the snow.
What's that?
Good night.
You ain't see that movie, Shooter?
Oh no. For some odd reason, I'm turned off by this Mark Wahlberg guy, man. I really try not to watch his movies.
You don't like Mark Wahlberg?
Now maybe it's his racist history or something, and how he just became a movie star for one hit.
I thought,
from being a rapper,
I
a
was
fake
telling my girl
failed
the other
rapper.
day that he got famous off of wasn't he like a rapper or something?
Yeah,
Like,
that good vibration song.
Yeah, that bullshit song. He don't like being called Marky Mark. People keep. I'm like, motherfucker, that's how you got your start, man. You know,
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
And he only got it because of his brother, you know. And then he hooked his brother up with acting after that, you know.
Oh man, I just found out this black woman, her dad's a small hat. Well, no, her mother's a small hat, but I don't be understanding how some of these brothers get to marry small hats and get a pass.
Oh, the Empress? Who's the Empress? Empress? Because I'm thinking about that I Empress Sekhmet. Is that the one you're talking about?
Your Empress did a show last night and bigged you up, Al.
Yeah, we got the Caribbean conservative, the I conservative. What's going on?
Ray.
What's going on,
Bata?
Bata, what's up, Bata? Cool down, brother. Cool down.
You speaking English or you talking to me?
Well, I'm speaking at Jamaican Irish.
Oh,
you know something else.
I don't know how to speak patois. I don't know how to speak patois or Irish. I'm sorry.
You know, I really think Jamaicans are Irish because not only with the language, but
they are.
They name their sons Trevor, Patrick, and Donovan a lot.
Yep. You're not lying, Alquanr.
Those are Irish. That's too much, man. That's too much Irishness going on.
So what do you have against Jamaicans? Even though I'm not actually Jamaican, my father's Jamaican, but
that means
that makes you a Jamaican.
Half.
People always try to pull away, talking about, "Oh, I'm not. My father is." That's what me.
Okay, I told you what my lineage is. My father's 100% Jamaican. My mother's 100% Black American. That's who I am.
Mr. Rifleman, I got a question, and I'm gonna base my answer on what you just asked, based on how you answer this question. How you feel about Marcus Garvey? He was Jamaican.
He was a good man.
He was a good man.
Good man.
If I come to Jamaica, right, and I start pushing that all you brothers are Chinese and y'all should go back to China because some Mexicans in Texas is paying me to do so, would you feel as though I was a good man? I mean, look, your laugh let me know you know what's up with Marcus Garvey. So now my next question is gonna be, who paying you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Yeah, you get paid.
What the fuck are you talking about? Who's paying me?
I mean, your laugh lets me know. Well, you know what? Answer my first question.
No. You say my laugh lets you know somebody's paying me? Come on, man.
Well, you do come on these YouTube panels with that. With that
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen.
Trump 24.
Your laugh lets me know that you know what's up with Marcus Garvey. You say he was a good man. I'm gonna ask.
Well, he has lessons. He has lessons that Black folks can take to heart.
If Mexicans pay me nice money to tell you brothers in Jamaica that y'all really come from China, and I make it my life's mission to teach y'all that based on the check that these Mexicans are paying me, it's good money.
So Marcus Garvey was paid by Mexicans to tell Black people they're Chinese people and they need to go back to China.
He was paid by white supremacists.
Association, aka
he was paid by the Klan to tell Black people that they came from Africa.
He was paid by the Klan.
I mean, we do come from Africa, so I don't really understand.
Because tonight's video is discussing how the fallacy of Glory Island.
You came from Africa. I don't want to hear that.
Let me eat right quick, T. Let me eat, T. You gonna have the mic, big brother. When you say we, right? Because you just came on, you said you from Jamaica. Me and you.
No. I didn't say I was from Jamaica. I was born in New Jersey, bro.
Where your people come from?
Once again, my mother is a Black American, and my father is from Jamaica.
So you're an anchor baby.
It's really. I'd be an anchor baby if my mom came from Jamaica, I think. But
not really, because needs the baby to stay too.
But I was conceived in America and I was born in America. So how does that make me an anchor baby again?
Because the baby is the anchor.
Let me ask you something. If I go to China right now with the young lady that I'm with right now, she's also a so-called Black American. If we go to China right now and I get her pregnant tonight.
What do you mean so-called Black American?
Is that baby could say, yo, man, look, Alquanr, Tyron, I understand y'all saying True Patrol, my daddy, he was a Black American, but I was born in China, man. I'm Chinese. Would you respect that?
Yes.
That ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm talking about me. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Y'all bringing up some other stuff. Look, you still
Marcus Garvey was a good man.
Okay, look, can I say something? Can I say something? Please. Okay, what I'm saying is he has good lessons for Black Americans that we can take and put that into action. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Marcus Garvey's the end all be all. He's some god or something like that. I'm not saying anything like that.
But what were the lessons?
What
were the lessons?
I just gave you a scenario. So you know what Marcus Garvey did to Black Americans by default. Because I never
he told Black Americans to do things. That's what he told Black Americans to do.
Leave America and go to Africa.
What did he tell everybody else?
Is that a bad thing?
What did he tell? Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on. Before.
What's wrong with Black? Okay, what's wrong with the descendants of African slaves going back to Africa? What's wrong with the descendants of slaves going back to Africa? I don't understand that.
Hold on. Now you're making another assumption. Who said that Black Americans are descendants of slaves?
Not every. Oh my God! So
I'm just
Alquanr. You need to do something about these people with these damn alternative facts, man. Look.
Right,
at the end of the day, if you have more than 70% African DNA, you're a freaking African.
There's no such thing as African DNA, by the way.
What is African DNA?
Okay, sub-Saharan African
There's
DNA.
no such thing as a sub-Saharan African either.
What's a sub-Saharan African?
See, that smile means
because you got to give us. See, this was what's going on, and this is why I'm questioning you. They might be some 8 or 10 or 15-year-olds that never seen Alquanr show. They never heard of Hard Code. They just going on YouTube and they see this for the first time. So, for the sake of them, I'm gonna need you to give a definition for every term that you use that they may not be aware of, so that they can gain clarity of what you're speaking.
Okay. What?
Why you laughing? I'm serious.
Man, y'all some goofy ass niggas, man.
Oh, now we niggas.
Yeah, how come we have to be niggers?
Why you gotta
see? Why you always add the ER on it, Hard Code? We've been through this, Hard Code.
But we don't use that kind of
Lady Warrior. Do you hit it?
Okay, I'll chill. Okay, Hard Code. I'll chill on the.
So if we're goofy, I got a question for you, American Rifleman. If we're goofy, how come the experts behind the Gory Island information says that your information is fake?
Who's Glory Island?
Yeah, how come if you believe you of African descent, how come the experts and historians say that Gory Island is fake?
What's Glory? Can you explain that to me? It's not ringing a bell, sir.
How come?
Or ma'am,
how
I don't know
come
what
there
you
are
are.
articles, several articles explaining that
I
the
don't think he knows what
curator?
Gory Island it is. I don't think
Hey yo, Alquanr. Do you
Hold
have?
on, wait a minute. How come the curator of Gory Island, Boubacar Ndiaye, is proven a fraud all the way back to the 90s?
That means nothing to me.
He doesn't know what
How
Gory
doesn't it
Island is. That's
mean
why.
anything to you? Because Gory Island was revealed as a fucking regular mansion. It did not house any slaves, and it did not import any slaves.
Okay, what does
to
that mean?
place.
Okay, what does that mean in the context of what we're talking about? I mean, that means
That
nothing.
means that you're not an African. Your entire story revolves around you allegedly being shipped through Gory Island, the so-called house
Well,
of
there were
slaves.
more than
Door of no
one
return.
ports of call
Well,
on
the
the
same
American
rhetoric,
continent.
used on Gory Island is also used
Okay,
on
there
other
were more
places
than
that were
one
not
points of
used to
entry
house slaves.
into the continent. There were more than one ways, ports of entry into the continent. So it wasn't just one place you're talking about.
So
It was
then how
several
come
places.
Europeans had to sail around the continent of Africa instead of going directly into it?
Tyron, let's roll with that. Let's roll with it, right? He Pan-African. Let's hold him to that. All right, check it. The Queen of England just died, right?
Nobody cares.
Who would you say is the father of Pan-Africanism? Like, who is your like y'all have to have a leader. There had to be somebody that set the forefront for y'all brothers to say, yeah, this is the way. What brother?
I'm the leader.
Is it not Marcus Garvey?
I'm a leader.
You a leader?
Mm-hmm.
You definitely have
Pan-Africanism, right?
Sure.
Follow me to Africa.
Follow you to Africa. Nah,
well,
I'm chill. I might go to New York. You could probably get me to New York or Cali or somewhere. I love them places. But
look. Okay, listen. Can I have a question? If you take a DNA test, because I heard some of you guys don't like DNA tests. You take a DNA test, and it says that your DNA is from Sub-Saharan Africa. Does that mean you're not?
Here we go with this lie again.
No. Let's roll.
Okay, if you were 70+% Sub-Saharan, say your lineage comes from Cameroon or freaking Burkina Faso or someplace like that.
Madagascar.
Well, Madagascar, their DNA is more closely linked to Asians. They're more Asian than African.
Well, if they're more Asian than African, let me ask you a question.
Okay, look. No. Hold on. Before y'all steamroll me, no. Before y'all steamroll me, listen.
One second.
Let me say something.
Hold up. Before you say that.
No. Hold on. Let me say something.
I'm gonna let you say it, but I'm just saying you did say Sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, but let me finish what I was saying. Okay, Madagascar, because people smarter than all of us have done the work and the research where they figured out the DNA of people in Madagascar is more closely linked to East Asians than it is to sub-Saharan African. It's just, yes, some of them have dark skin or whatever, but they're not actually quote unquote African. They're just on an island off of
And
Africa.
you know why?
And there's nothing wrong with
You know
that.
why?
Because niggas from Papua New Guinea got on a fucking rickshaw boat
Nah,
and got
Indonesia.
carried over there.
He came from Indonesia. And look at the current leader of Madagascar, then that'll explain everything to you.
What, the light skinned one or the black one?
There ain't no light skinned one, it's motherfucking Asian.
Well, I'm just saying they're more closely linked by DNA to them than to the continent. So it is what it is. But the people on the actual continent are African.
That was sub-Saharan Africa. That was my point.
Okay, but that's cool. But the thing about it is, people just need to test so they know where their energy comes from.
You said sub-Saharan African DNA, though. That's what you said. That's what I'm going off.
Most of us are from sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm talking about Black people in the West. Not every single person.
What does sub-Saharan Africa consist of? What are those continents? What are those land masses?
The motherfucking countries under the Sahara Desert, Negro.
What's under the Sahara Desert? Is it subterranean, below, underground?
Oh my
Is it
God,
in the
dude!
land where King
Stop
Kong
it,
come
man!
from and
Stop,
Godzilla
bro!
versus King Kong?
Stop,
Wait a
man!
minute. Do you
What,
believe you
bro?
come from the land of King Kong and Godzilla, right?
Okay, sub-Saharan
You live in
African,
the hollow earth, right?
Africa are the countries
it means subterranean, right?
below Niger. You know those places. You know when the desert stops and you know all the tropical climate and the
African
forest.
desert does not stop because most of Africa is grassland.
My man got that Jamaican color.
So where's the invisible line, nigga? The desert expanded. The desert was a highway, according to Skip Gates, who you follow.
When I heard Brandon's channel, I knew you were a special one, but you really special, brother.
I'm a special one? Oh, really?
Well, you're stupid as hell, but
I'm a special one. Okay, then how come he a coward towards Tariq Nasheed?
Well, Tariq Nasheed is a fraud, so
Tariq Nasheed was roasting the nigga. He ain't had no words for him.
Well, the thing about it is, you don't really have to have words for grifters like Tariq Nasheed. You need to just ignore people like that.
Now back. I want to get back to your DNA claims of sub-Saharan Africa because that's pseudo geography. There's no line in Africa to say that this is the Sahara Desert. This is the sub below.
Came from Africa. The people that were settled in the West Indies or Jamaica and Haiti and places like that, or just Jamaica. They came from sub-Saharan Africa.
And where is that? Where is that?
I think
American Rifleman. Where is the sub-Sahara? Africans migrated all throughout the world. Remember, Africans don't even say that they originate in Africa. They say that their ancestors come from Asia. So wouldn't I
don't even know who you're talking about. You're gonna have to
be actually out of Asia theory?
You're gonna have to talk to those Africans. I don't claim that. I know.
No, you just said that you came from a sub-Saharan Africa. And who told you that? Who
a white
told you
man.
that Africa is divided up?
A white man told me that's why I know.
Tyron, did you just hear him? He said a white man told him.
So
the white man told him. So the white man told you about your origins, but you can't listen to your own relatives about your own origin. Are you following
And also,
me?
so you saying that there were no brothers in Jamaica, there were no brothers, there were no, so until the white man brought Africans over to the Americas.
Hold on, one second. What were you saying, Rifleman?
Okay, I'm trying to say that sub-Saharan Africa is below the Sahara Desert on the African continent. I don't know why this man is acting like he's stupid.
And I thought Pan-Africans were Egyptologists. I thought Pan-Africans were Egyptologists, and there would be no sub if the continent was upside down from the African's perspective.
People are not Egyptians, okay? They're not black.
Wait a minute, American Rifleman.
They're Arabs.
If we ought to go by your logic, that means you're a coon. So
and why you
usually Pan-Africans are hematologists, right? And they look at the world from the African's perspective. So what would be in sub-Saharan Africa if Egypt is river flows upside down from the Eurocentric perspective? Where would the sub-Saharan Africa be?
Said, why do you use the term Egyptian when there was never in history a people that called themselves Egyptians?
That's Roman. They Kemet, right? They Yam. They the land of YM.
Yeah,
They're
don't
not
know
black.
So why
people
you
call
using
themselves
your
They're
black.
not
Egyptian science and not
African. They're
African
Arab.
You go to
science?
Kemet.
They're Arab.
Everybody, pause 1 second. Pause. So
Yes, sir.
now,
I'm gonna meet me.
now, Mr. Rifleman, he said that are you talking ancient Egyptians or current Egyptians? They're not black.
Well, I mean, there was a time I believe, like, because I've looked at it and I'm not 100% on it, but I come to the realization that there's a possibility at one time there were kingdoms or dynasties in Egypt that may have been black people, or what we would consider black. But I don't think it was a long span as some people are trying to make it. And plus, you have to remember the Egyptian royal class have been supplanted and replaced by different races of people over time. From Greek
I also need you
to
to add
Maya.
that before 1944.
Hold on 1
Can I
second.
finish? Okay,
Yeah,
so
but before
okay, hold on a
1946,
second.
before
Let me
America
finish.
called that
Let
place
me
black.
finish. True. Damn. So what I'm saying is, the Egyptian royal elites over time have been different people and different races of people, and so that's why I don't go with all these Egyptologists who just claim they was black, they always been black, they came from us, and all this other shit, which we can't really prove with 100% certainty. But I'm willing to concede that there may have been a time where they were black people.
Okay,
So
then how can you call it Egypt by contrast?
Wait on.
Hold on. I got two questions for him.
Let me mute myself.
Number one, so you admitted that you didn't really have too much knowledge on the situation, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on you. I mean, the guy Tyron goes into 5 different things. He jumps from subject to subject.
Listen, we're talking about Egypt. You admit that
okay. Okay. Well, of course, I'm not the most knowledgeable. I'm not the most knowledgeable on Egypt.
Okay. So, but you made
there's a lot of misinformation out there too.
Yeah, but I'm saying you made a grand statement, but you have limited knowledge on it.
Okay. Well, also there's a lot of misinformation.
But how do you know if it's misinformation if you have limited knowledge on it?
Because I'm gonna use one of your. I'm gonna use one of your
because we have a lot of disingenuous Black Americans running around with
Wait a minute, because you gonna hate yourself, American Rifleman. You about to hate yourself.
Hold on 1 second. I just gotta get some clarification on this. So you admit that you have limited knowledge on the topic, but you made a grand statement, and then you say it's because
I said what I believe, what I've come to understand. I didn't say it was 1,000% fact. I'm just saying
would
what
your belief make that more like religion?
Right, but so you were getting into the main point was you see black people walking around with Egyptian stuff on, so because they do it, they couldn't have been black.
No, I never said that. Alquanr, stop it, man. Stop. Don't even go there. Don't go there.
Clarify. Then I got one more question, then I'm gonna let them roll.
Okay.
Okay, clarify.
Well, okay, what I'm saying is there's a lot of disingenuous because of the situation and the psyche of the Black American mind in America. We unfortunately don't want to be black. We want to be other races of people or go through different times or be in different times. So that's why it's easier for a black man in America to identify with some ancient Kemet people or some ancient Egyptians than to be a sub-Saharan African or just a Black American. It's better to identify with those people because it's less painful than to be a black person in the West. So that's why, and like I said, I'm not saying it's not a possibility or ancient Egyptians were in some shape or form black. Like I'm willing to concede on that. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of people that look like us that are confused and hurt and would rather put out misinformation about our lineage. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
I got one question, one last question on this particular topic. Now, because people like my forever and the Hoteps out there, they're not gonna like what they just heard. But let me just say this: you said that Egypt got invaded by different races of people over the millennia, and that changed their racial makeup. Now,
well, the elites, not the Egyptian people in general, but just the elites.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then you should say that they weren't changed. But let's go with that. Now, can you name the different races that invaded Egypt? Well,
sure. Okay. Before, thank you. Okay, it was the Mamelukes, which were, I think they were people consisting of Eastern Europeans.
Actually, they're not. But before you go on, can you go from the beginning, the earliest times up until?
Well, I mean, there's a long timeline. I'm just gonna name off a couple of.
Yeah, but they weren't invaded. They weren't invaded that many times, though.
Well, a couple the times that they got, like the Greeks, the Romans, the Mamelukes, like the French.
Okay. I noticed the types. See, that's
So
why I
the
asked the
Mama
question.
Dukes.
That's why I asked that question, because I noticed that the types you're naming off. Now, what else? Name some other people.
Those are the ones I'm more familiar with. If there were more, please enlighten me.
Are you familiar with the Hyksos?
Yeah, the Hyksos, the Persians, the Assyrians, the Nubians, the Libyans. Are you familiar with those people?
Yes, I'm familiar with the
Libyans. What kind of
Libyans.
people were those?
Pelagians, the goddamn.
Those are Arabs.
Ottoman Turks.
Okay. All right, you can have them.
Arab is not a race, nigga. That means. Anyway, when you said that ancient Egypt was mixed, how come we got a mix? Wait a minute, Alquanr. Wait. Because previously a decade ago, y'all niggas had the champion, what's his name? Medjay Commander, who debunked South Sea for there trying to say the failed Olmec defender, part-time Egyptologist rhetoric y'all niggas are grifting on today.
Did you not listen to what I said? I don't agree with that.
Rifleman, you lynched yourself right there. Medjay Commander debunked Sal Sasson on his own Mongol-centric red ethno state Native American claims and ancient Egypt being mixed. He debunked that shit and said that ancient Egyptians had the same DNA markers as Black Americans, E1B1 and E1B1A. So you lynched yourself right there with your own stupidity. So how the fuck you gonna sit up here and talk shit? Wait a minute. How the fuck you gonna talk shit about some Wabbos or Abos or whatnot, dick sucking these Native Americans when your own boy, your own Pan-African champion debunked them niggas? So why y'all gripping and dick sucking these people all of a sudden? Explain this shit to me. Explain this shit.
Well, for one, I'm not an Egyptologist, and I'm not on that other stuff you were talking about. I don't agree with that. Huh?
You a hood scholar. You can't speak on nothing. You gotta shut the fuck up. You can't talk on nothing.
How many times you go to jail, Negro? How many times you go to jail? How many times did you go to jail?
Yo, Tyron.
How many times did you go to jail?
Yo, Tyron. I want the brother to
how many times you go to jail?
Why he referred to that whole area as Egypt when it was only considered Egypt since 1946. I don't even think that's 80 to 90 years. At least not yet. And no people in history ever called themselves Egyptians because Egypt means bondage. Only it was a specific group of black people that considered those people Egypt. So those niggas wasn't even. Well, I ain't gonna get into that. That's another topic for another day. It ain't time for that yet. But
yo, like, these niggas throwing top of Hefty and the Aswan Birdman under the bus.
Yeah, like it wasn't called Egypt until it was colonized by crackers and what you call people.
I do have to make a little bit clarification. Now, the Israelites say that Egypt means bondage. I asked the Israelites to prove.
Israelites are dumber than the Egyptologists.
Okay, but hold up. I asked them to prove the actual meaning, not tell me what you think it means, because they say because the Israelites were in bondage in Egypt that it means bondage. But they can't.
Well, I could explain that, and them dumbass niggas can't explain why, but I'll gladly explain why. The term Egypt, they get that from, well, damn, I got to speak on opinion. Okay, here we go. They get that term from the Bible. The nation of people is called Kedar. Kedar. That's the nation of the so-called Egyptians. My issue with that is the spot that we call Egypt has only been Egypt since 1946. You know what I'm saying? That's not really a real place.
So it wasn't called. So there was no place called Egypt before 1946. That's what you're saying?
No, there was no place called Egypt because I'll put it like this: they get that term from the Bible, right?
A lot of terms are made up from the last century.
If you study the scriptures, wherever whatever. Like for example, there's no place called Israel. There ain't no place called Israel.
They invented
I
that
think
shit
the
in
map.
the
I
late
think the map
40s.
would the world map would kind of disagree with you on that one.
How would the world
Okay,
map
okay. So
disagree?
who wrote the who
Just
drew
like
up?
India wasn't even
Who put the
called
names
India
on
at
the
the
world
time of
map?
Columbus. It was called Hindustan. And that
one
shit got
genius at a
changed in the
names on
last
the world
century.
map?
One genius at a time. I can't hear both of y'all geniuses.
Who put the names on the world map?
Who puts it? White people.
White people. So why are you backing that? You're Pan-African.
You supposed to only listen to black scholars, right?
Nigga.
Why you keep calling me a nigga?
Sorry,
I have yet to call you out your name.
sorry. I apologize.
So is that white supremacist in you?
Shut your ass
That's
up.
the white
Shut
supremacist.
Okay, look.
I'll put the chat back,
It's
link in the chat
your standard
so I can get back on my
geographical
phone about to
device
die.
people use. Is a map, a Rand McNally map.
Yo,
Navigators use
brother,
that.
you absolutely correct. But the real Egypt
So
actually
what's wrong with
stretched
that? Okay,
from
what's wrong
Memphis,
with that?
Tennessee, all the
Especially
way
if
to
it's
Texas.
accurate.
I believe that the Mexicans are the real Egyptians, but that's another story.
Well, you really a lot dumber than freaking.
Oh, I'm dumb. Let's get this. Let's go there then. The
Mexicans are
Egyptians were known as the greatest builders in all of existence. They could build houses from ages 10 years old. The only people that I know who could build structures at that age is the Mexicans. The Egyptians wore one seam, and today we would call that a
So
poncho.
the Mexicans
You dumb
are the
motherfucker.
real
The
Egyptians.
Egyptians wore ponchos. That's the Mexicans, you stupid motherfuckers. The Egyptians had light. Hold on. The Egyptians had light skins. They had white looking light skins, and they had chocolate looking brothers that could all be considered. That's the Mexicans, you stupid motherfucker. The Egyptians will always be around their brothers. That's the Migos.
I don't know if I
could
can
back
roll with
up
that.
the Egyptians. Now check it. Keep in mind, in 1946, the white man labeled Egypt and Africa because he told us we came from Africa. So now he got to put our whole history in
Dude, can you tell me
Africa.
what kind of weed you smoking? Because I need to try that, man.
Hey, look, all I'm doing
You
is
done got
getting the
lifted off
people
to
with
the
the
moon, son.
characteristics. Show me the people in Africa that wear one seam. That's what the Egyptians wore. We would call that a poncho today. So show me the people in Africa wearing ponchos.
So Mexicans invented beer and keys and
no, Mexico
Yeah,
sit
they
right next
invented
to
those
our
things.
people. If I'm gonna call Mexicans great builders, which they are, right? I don't know nobody who can get out there in the sun and work like the
no,
Migos.
I think you mean
Besides American
Aztecs were great
Negroes,
builders.
we the
Didn't the
only
Aztecs
ones.
build that?
But show me some Africans that outwork Mexicans. Show me the Africans that's better builders than Mexicans. What the fuck is that in Africa?
So you're
They
saying
don't build better than the
Mexicans?
Migos. They don't. They still behind the
So
Mexicans.
I thought the Aztecs, not the Mexicans. Mexicans are kind of new. You know what I'm saying? Mexicans are kind of
ain't
new.
fucking new. They a mixture of certain people that
So how
always
long
been
has
here.
the country of Mexico been around?
All right, so let me ask you something, right? If
So
I go to Africa
so
and
the
I fuck
country
an
of
African
Mexico
woman and have
built.
hold on, listen to what I'm saying. If I fuck an African woman and have a baby, I'm Black American. Is that baby new? Is that baby gonna have its African side of
You
history?
don't make no sense, man.
And
You don't make
his or
any
her
sense.
dad's Black American side of history, and mix them both and make their own decisions.
Okay, like
Are
I said,
Mexicans not
Mexican
Asians
Aztecs
and
built
fucking
those
Americans
pyramids
mixed
down
together?
there. Aztecs built those pyramids down there, not Mexicans.
We got
Mexicans didn't
mounds in
exist.
America. We don't have pyramids.
Whatever,
We
the
got
stone
mounds over here, brother.
structures in
And those mounds
Central
predate
America.
Africa.
The
Since
stone
you want to bring
structures
that
in
up,
Central
those
America
mounds, check
were
it,
not
check it,
built
check
by
it.
Mexicans.
All
They
right,
were
check
built
it.
by Aztecs.
Listen to what I'm saying. Those
And
mounds
the
you just
Olmec
brought up
heads were
in
built by
America, or those
Olmecs. They
American
weren't black
pyramids, they
people.
predate the ones in Africa. They older.
Now you caught my attention. Now you just
Olmecs are freaking South Americans. They are not black people.
But hold on, what about the ones with the afros?
I just told you that Mexicans have black people. You got black people from
Y'all
Mexico.
dudes need to choose either one. They're either.
But I asked you, what about the ones with the afros? Huh? You can't explain it.
There isn't one with afros.
Okay, now I got to bring it up.
It ain't no Mexicans with afros.
No, I didn't say. I said the Olmec heads. The Olmecs were not.
Now hold on. See,
the Olmecs were not black people.
Now you being racist because when I say Mexican, You just naturally assume that I'm talking about the Asian or Mongoloid looking motherfuckers that we consider Mexican based on what the white man has taught us. I said earlier, somebody put in the chat, they said Memphis is the real Egypt. I said from Memphis all the way to California. You got brothers from Memphis all the way to
Memphis,
California
Tennessee?
as well. You got brothers in Cuba. If
Yeah,
you ask me what a Cuban look like, and I know some brothers right here in Florida
that's why brother
Cuban
knows
and they
Cuba.
blacker than me. What
Because of slavery, we have brothers in Cuba. Get that
Man,
shit
knock it
right.
the fuck off.
All right, right from
So you telling me there were no? So hold on, let me have Alquanr.
Black people were not over there.
What's this right here?
It was native. I didn't say we. I said black people were not over there.
A native is a foreigner.
What's this right here then?
I can't see shit.
A Native American is a foreigner.
We all can see that shit.
A Native American is somebody that's not black.
Cuban niggas and Puerto Rican niggas, black skinned niggas.
A person from Africa, that's a black.
How come the Spaniards calling Indians black?
Yo, my uncle just told me to tell you, Mr. Rifleman. He said it also got some bitch ass Cubans and what you call natives that signed the census and said that they white when their grandparents is blacker than me and him. And I'm more of a chestnut complexion, by the way.
Okay, well, that's fine. They can check off whatever they want. Their DNA tells the story.
All right, so now we going back to Rick Kittles. So you put on the so now we got to pull up Rick Kittles.
Africa.
All right, Mr. Rifleman.
Hold on. You see this right here? You see this shit on the screen?
They all came from Africa. There were already people there called Native Americans.
Okay, we got that. Mr. Rifleman, what about this right here?
That's a Mexican.
What about that hair? What about that hair? What about that hair?
You just said
that's
that's an
okay. So
Mexican.
Mexicans got afro.
Well, I mean that's really just it's not a Mexican. It's a Aztec.
Okay,
so
Aztec. Olmec. It's really Olmec, but whatever the case.
Okay, Olmec. Okay, Olmec.
Right there.
Not black.
Okay.
Okay. Look, all I know is they're not from Africa. That's all I know.
No,
they are whatever they are.
But pause. See, I ain't asked you if they were from Africa or not. I just asked you what it is.
An Olmec, a person from Central South America.
Is it a black man?
No.
Why not?
Because black people come from Africa.
Okay. No.
That's
hold on. I don't want this man to escape. So characteristically, is that a black man?
There are dark-skinned people on the planet besides Africa. Hopefully we know this, right?
We're not talking about names. We're talking about characteristically. Is that a black man right there?
No, it is not.
Why not?
It is. Explain.
Because he is not from Africa.
No, I didn't say where he was from. I don't care about where he's from. I don't care about none of that. What are you looking at? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at an Olmec head from Central South America.
You're being deceptive. Are you looking at a black man with black characteristics like the afro?
I'm looking at a picture that
Alquanr, tell me that nigga don't look like Francis Ngannou.
What are the characteristics of a black man? What are the characteristics of a Negro?
Yeah.
Me, my nose, my lips.
That's what this man has.
Nah.
Hold
on. That guy is from a completely different continent from where my ancestors come from.
Yo, hold up. So you saying that's not a Negro right there?
No, that's not.
Call a Negro?
That's a South American.
You telling me he don't look like Joe Frazier right now?
My man, he's trying to play games by talking about where he's from.
Rifleman.
He's a Native American.
Rifleman, you know what?
Okay. He said, let's give him that. He said he's a Native American. That's cool. Now we're on to something. Because now you just admitted Native Americans are black, but you don't want to use the word.
Rifleman. Your name is America First. What is an American? Hold on, Rifleman. Rifleman. Check this out. By definition, what does an American look like? What does an American look like? You got the flow.
It's a nationality, Smarty.
It's a nationality? Hold on. American is not a description? American can't be a nationality. That's like saying Asian is a nationality. American is a description.
No, Asia is a part of the globe. It's a continent.
You see,
No, listen to what I just said. I said saying that hold up. So you gonna say, hold on. So you gonna say American is a nationality, but Asian is a
No,
part of
I
the
never
globe.
said that. No. I mean, yeah.
That's what the
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
you just
Oh,
said.
no. I mean, yeah, because America is a nation. It's a nation.
America is a nation?
Yes.
This nigga a crack.
Let me
United
hold on.
States of
Tyrone,
America
did
is
you
a
hear this
nation.
shit? Yo, chat, did y'all hear this shit? So American, yo, chat, check this out, chat. America, we all the same. So all the black people in the chat that grew up and y'all had to hear y'all mamas and daddies say, yo, we don't know them niggas over there. We not kin to them niggas. Right? Because I know all y'all done heard. We all the same according to this nigga. But Asia,
Well, we are, but you got to remember there
what
was
the fuck you mean we are?
there
No,
was a
we
lot
not.
of.
Everybody in this
Hold on.
chat got a
Are you
family.
American or
They
not?
know the niggas that they done went to school
Huh?
their whole
I'm
life.
African.
They done lived in places their whole
And my
life. They know the
nationality is
people that's kin to
American.
their family and the people
I'm
that's not.
African,
All
and my
blacks ain't the same.
nationality is American.
My only stance is that there are many blacks that come from right here in America. That don't mean that we was the same. It just mean that y'all telling all us that we come from Africa. I would join with those brothers and saying, hell no,
Okay,
nigga, we don't. I'll
if
back
you're
y'all
Native
up and saying
American,
our family been here
why
our
are
whole
you
life.
talking to black people? If you're a Native American, why are you even in black
I'm
spaces?
not
where
Native
black people are?
American. I'm American. A Native American is a fucking foreigner.
It's a foreigner born in the place like your ass.
What you mean? First of all, black is a legal. That's a legal substance. Black
So
ain't.
what you're saying,
Our people ain't
Geronimo?
no
So what you're saying,
nationality in history
Geronimo
ever
is
called
a
themselves
foreigner?
black, brother.
You're saying Geronimo is a foreigner? Sitting Bull is a foreigner?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they all fucking foreigners.
So the people on the reservations are foreigners?
Wait.
All right, let me ask you something.
Wait a minute.
How you feel? How you feel about Shaka Zulu?
Shaka Zulu is a hero.
Let me ask you something. How you feel about Shaka Zulu?
He's a hero for his people. What does that have to do with you
Shaka
trying to
Zulu was a
be
hero
an
for
American?
his people. How did his own people view him?
Well, the Zulus like him, but I don't know about the other tribes.
Yo, you know it got niggas that live in China, right? They speak Mandarin. You know this, right? What would you consider them?
I mean, if they were born in China, their nationality is Chinese, not their
So
DNA.
let me ask you something, right? So do people come from the ground? Because you say that they're born in China, their nationality is Chinese. Does blood come from the ground?
You got a phone?
I can't believe you're this stupid.
Nah, I'm asking. If you're gonna say if somebody's born, so if I have a baby in China, his
Do you know what a
nationality
nation
is now
is?
different. If me
Do
and
you
his
know what a
same
nation
mother
is?
come back to New Orleans and
Oh
have a
my God.
baby out
Okay,
here,
listen. I know you're not that smart, but if you're an African person born in China, your nationality is Chinese, but you are of African
all
descent.
right. Now let me hold on,
Right?
because I'm gonna hold you to that. When you say nationality, my definition of nationality means family. You stupid motherfucker.
Your definition.
Second, you know what? I'm not even gonna
Your
call you that. I
definition.
apologize. I humbly apologize.
Your definition.
But nationality is a family. That means in order to be the same nation, you all have to have the same father's blood running through your body. That is what makes up a nation. So let me ask you this again. If I have a baby in China with the same mother, is that baby now Chinese? And if we come to America and have that baby's little brother, right? So she Chinese, we had her in China. And we come back to America and have a son. Is the son a different nationality than the daughter?
I can't believe you're this stupid.
What the fuck? I'm going based off your logic. Yo, chat, if I sound stupid, y'all can check me. Y'all know me. I don't care.
Okay. If an Italian person is born in Zimbabwe, they are Zimbabwean, but they're
no, they not. They Italian, you stupid motherfucker. They people
their
come from
DNA
Italy.
is Italian,
They
but their
Italian.
nationality is Zimbabwe.
Is that a Metallica shirt you got on?
No. No, the mom and daddy still the same. So when they go back to Italy,
now we know what's up.
You saying
now
that the children are two different nationalities because they was born in different places, even though
Man,
they got
I'm
the
done.
same
I'm done
dad
with
and a
you.
mom?
I'm about to rage quit on this because
I'm
y'all
surprised you
making
don't
me
have
dumber.
I'm surprised you don't have a Led Zeppelin shirt on since you're Jamaican.
I don't really like Led Zeppelin.
Well,
I'm more of a Stones fan.
They're British. They're British.
Don't
So
let
that's
him
why I figured.
escape. Don't let him escape because I'm gonna walk him down.
But nah,
I'm about to get off. Hey,
saying that
Tyron, you're not even
you
worth my
saying that me
attention,
and
so I'm
Lady
not even
Warrior.
gonna listen to you.
You saying that me and Lady Warrior can have a baby in China, and that baby will be Chinese. And when we come back to America, that baby gonna be Black American. It ain't gonna be Chinese.
Okay. It depends on what passport the baby has.
What passport? Okay. So now we are not operating in DNA. We're not operating in
Okay, we're talking about nationalities. Okay, we're talking about nationalities. I've had to explain this to your stupid ass several times. Okay, if you're an Italian person born in Zimbabwe, by your nation, you're from Zimbabwe, but you have Italian DNA. You're from your lineage is Italian.
Hold on, hold on.
Can you read this?
True Patrol, what's up?
Can you see this, True Patrol?
Yeah, I see it.
Can you read this off for me?
Yeah,
I'm getting off.
Wait a minute. No. Come here. Read this.
I'm out.
Hey,
y'all take it easy.
Read. What it say?
Stay black, y'all, because these people think they're Native Americans, they think they're Olmecs and all this other shit. Like, nigga, you black. You're black. I'm sorry.
It ain't right in the
But we're not sub-Saharan though. That's what we
Yeah,
definitely.
no. You're most Black Americans or black people in the West come from West Africa. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Okay,
I'm sorry to disappoint you.
I don't want to be disappointed, but can you prove that?
What do you mean you can't prove that?
Can you prove it?
Okay, they have these things called records. They have these things called records where they have all these ports on West African soil that in most blacks and or Africans that were taken ended up in places like Brazil. Only a smaller percentage ended up in North America. So
okay, you know what? Yo, Alquanr, let me ride. Yo, Mr. Rifleman, let me ride for 20 seconds. Just 20 seconds.
Hurry up, man. You're making me fucking dumber by you speaking. Hurry up.
No. I'm about to ask you a question, and I'm going to let you speak, and I'm going to fall back. You believe we came from Africa by slave ships, correct?
No, DC-10s, actually. The Arabs and the Jews flew us in DC-10s into Virginia. I think it was like Virginia Beach, probably.
Let's be for real.
In South Carolina. DC-10s.
So you don't believe that they use ships to get us over here?
Come on, stop being so stupid. Of course.
Okay,
and they have records.
Can
they
you
literally,
tell
I don't know if you knew this. They actually still have slave ships that were used to bring Africans to this continent. There's not a lot of
hold on, Mr. Rifleman.
Hold on.
So it actually happened.
Mr. Rifleman,
Pause. True Patrol. He just said something. Repeat what you just said, Rifleman.
There are actual records, and I think there are a couple of slave ships that have been either restored or they've just never been scrapped that were actual slave ships used to bring over Black Americans.
You can go ahead, True Patrol.
Yo, Mr. Rifleman, can you know, Alquanr is the host of the show. That's my big brother. You know, I got a lot of respect for him.
Man, get off that nigga
Mr.
dick.
Alquanr.
Get off his dick.
You call me any name you want to, but not nigga, please. Just not nigga.
Okay, sorry, Alquanr. Sorry.
Right,
okay, but yeah, stop dick riding Alquanr.
Okay, that's fine. Can you tell Mr. Alquanr where to go so that we can see at least one of the, you know, with all this technology in 2022, right? Can you tell Mr. Alquanr what to pull up so that we can see at least one of these actual slave ships that Black people were transported upon?
So you're saying there were no slave ships that brought?
No. He's asking you for the source. That's all.
No. Hold on. So how did people from Sub-Saharan Africa get to North America and South America?
No. He's just asking you for the source. He's not inferring nothing else.
Okay.
I'm just asking you, where can Mr. Alquanr go so that he can show the chat an actual slave ship that we can all look at and say, damn.
So what you're saying now is that we didn't come on slave ships.
No. Listen. Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. You said that the slave ships are there, and there's a replica and possibly one example, and you know where to find this at. He's just saying where can it be found? That's all.
What I'm saying is, do you understand there are ports that we use today that African slaves were sold and auctioned?
Right.
At these ports.
I'm well aware of that. I'm just asking you.
So how did they get to these ports? Okay, how did they get to the ports now? Help me out. How did they get to the ports now?
Okay, hold on 1 second. But
they didn't have submarines.
Well, hold on, we're past that because you said the ships can be found. So we just want to know where it is so we can examine this. That's all. That's all we're saying.
Okay, you asked me if I believe that we came on slave ships. I said yes. There's actually records. There's actually financial records of people buying and selling, and ship records.
Pause 1 second. We didn't. We're past that. We just want to know about the ships so we can examine this ourselves. That's all. Don't think about nothing else into it except what we were asking. That's all.
Yeah, you adding a lot of extra things, and I feel offended. I'm only asking.
I'm about to get off because I can't talk to black people who really don't even believe that slave ship.
But see, we're asking questions to gain knowledge and clarification.
Gain knowledge, y'all are literally. For one, y'all are saying black people were these Olmecs in South America making heads, and then y'all trying to say Mexicans are the real Egyptians.
Nobody on the show said that.
You said that. Shut up.
But see, we don't want to confuse the issue because we're going to start getting sidetracked. But
yeah, because one of y'all literally said Mexicans, which Mexicans didn't.
I said that. Truthful Troll said that.
And guess what? The Mexicans are the real Egyptians. Mexicans didn't even exist until almost 150 years ago.
Okay. No,
let's sit Alquanr and Tyra on the side, and you debate me on that.
But not yet, because right now.
I'm leaving. I gotta get out of here.
I see.
Now you want to leave.
Come on, see, man, this is why I was trying to get it out of him because I knew it's gonna shut up.
Alquanr, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, Alquanr.
You see how
I'm sorry, bro. Nah, I've been studying the last 2 months straight. That's why I didn't come on the show. And the shit that I know now is like, damn.
See, when you interrupt like that, then you get some time to start thinking. Okay, how am I getting out of here now? See, then he does it.
He gonna come on next week and say his call dropped, yo.
But see, my man, these guys, they want to step up to the plate. But see, this is why now he knows why the Pan-Africans and the Hoteps don't want us on.
But he said something I never heard in my life. He said Americans from America are a nationality. Now check this out. Y'all can all in the chat, y'all could Google Lil Wayne nationality. That shit gonna say American, right?
Yep.
Y'all can Google fucking Justin Timberlake nationality. That shit's gonna say American. But this nigga had the nerve to say that Asia and Asians is not a nationality. They just come from there. They Asians because they born in Asia. But we all are American because we born in America.
I see that Guy Nollywood takes issue with your Mexicans were here first thing.
I mean, Guy Nollywood, come up. Come up. Anybody that want to debate me based on me saying that the Mexicans, now mind you, like this brother just said, he assumed that I'm speaking on what we call Mexicans today. It was a brother in the chat that said Mexico was from Memphis. And I said, well, no, he said Egypt was Memphis. And it was, but it was from Memphis all the way to Texas. Anybody could debate me on that. And if a brother come up on this chat and prove me wrong, y'all all know me. I'll just say I'm wrong. I won't even debate the brother. I'll be like, damn, brother, I just learned something. But if anybody debate me based on Egypt being, because there was no people that ever called themselves Mexicans. Us Black Americans, certain Black Americans, called a group of people Mexicans. And I stand upon that. And if anybody want to debate me on it, just please come up. Because the Bible was in the book that was worldwide. That's not a worldwide history book. It's not. It's only a history book for certain people. But there was you can't go in Kemet in Africa and find no writing that says Egypt. You can't go nowhere in Africa and find writing that say we are the Egyptians. You will never see it. They never showed it. Jabari bitch ass don't even show that because he can't.
Yep.
There's nowhere in Africa where you can go and say these brothers call themselves the Egyptians. You will never see it.
See, now the rifleman
Egypt ain't a real nation of people.
The rifleman he called for this. He steps up. I knew he wasn't gonna last long, but he called for it.
I salute him because he tried, Alquanr.
Yeah, he tried.
And I've been off for so long.
He did try. He tried to get slick. That's what he really tried to do.
Well, like I went hard because you used to get on my ass for saying nigga so much. And he just get on calling us niggas. Like, nigga, it took me 12 months to stop saying nigga.
Yeah. That's weird that he does that.
Nigga at all.
That
I ain't call him a Negro. I ain't call him a nigga, nothing.
I told my girl right here, I say, yo, watch how at the end of the interview, he go from calling us brother to nigga. Like, yo.
Yeah, you
When they
notice
can't win, you nigga now.
you notice how Pan-Africans love calling black people niggers. You notice that?
Yep. And calling us stupid for questioning his own logic.
Yeah.
He said Marcus Garvey was a good man.
This nigga.
But see, it goes. But I gotta say, to the rightful man, you gotta go back to training, man. You gotta go back into training.
Yeah, you need to go back to training.
He gotta go get pepper sprayed in the face all over again. I mean, goddamn.
Hold up, I asked him, what the fuck is a sub-Saharan if that's not something that indigenous Africans would say on their own continent?
Tyron, I was not to tell you to shut up, but I was hoping you would have been quiet because he started trying to give a definition for what a sub-Saharan. Nobody ever did that in front of us. I wanted to hear what this nigga was gonna say. Like, yo, he was about to tell us what a sub-Saharan African was. I think he kind of did. Well, he didn't tell us what it was, but he gave us.
But you notice how he got away from that Madagascar situation. That's why I see every time people bring up that sub-Saharan, I got something for him.
Oh man,
and the reason why we can get something for them is because these Pan-Africans, as we already know from years, they don't really know nothing about Africa like they think they do, or they tell us. They don't know nothing like it.
Nah, they don't want none of that.
We tell them more about Africa than they could ever know.
But back to old girl. Not the. I mean, I don't even want to put too much energy into this dude. I thought he was gonna be like, I gotta give Munene more respect, man. You know, at least Munene wouldn't have ran like that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is what it. Munene didn't run from us like that. He stayed on at least 3 hours, yo. And
yeah.
You know,
every time the question that gets to the point, because they start this is what I try to do. I don't mind telling them this because it is what it is, but I don't want them to start thinking too hard about what the answer should be or should not be. I just want them to answer the damn question for what they know.
Yeah, my girl looked at me and I told her something that you told me. Like, she was like, you ain't gonna join in yet? I'm like, I'm on, but I'm not gonna unmute until I said I'm gonna let him dedicate himself to certain things that he's saying, and then I'm gonna come on. Cause you said a long time ago, you was like, you said how you put it, you was like, I like to get people to say certain things, then I hold them to what they said.
Yeah, I want them to commit first.
Yeah. That's what you said. You was like, yo, I want him to commit first. Like just like that. And I was telling her that. I'm like, nah, he gonna say certain things. But when he had the audacity to say America and American is a nationality, but Asia and Asian ain't a nationality. I mean, goddamn.
He said it's a continent.
It's a continent, but ain't America a continent?
Yeah. I really will. I swear, we about to get him on that slave shit, man. We're really about to get his ass, man.
Yo, he didn't want to go that far.
Because
he didn't want to go that far.
Wait a minute. Didn't he just admit that he is a Native American, like a Native American?
He admitted that he was a Native American, but like I told him, that's a foreigner.
A Native American, by definition, is a person born in the place. It's not a racial phenotype, and it's not a nuclear race. So what is this?
It's an inbred.
This nigga is a fucking retard. Like, how you gonna sit there and say that American Indians aren't black when they were historically called Negro?
And you know what's funny? He tried to get slick with that Egyptian stuff, because that's why I was trying to ask him who the invaders were that mixed. And I noticed that he kept on reading off the white ones.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so, but when I said Mexicans, he assumed. Well, actually, he knew what the hell I meant, because you can't go that far in history without understanding what I'm saying. No people ever called themselves Egyptians. So now I got to look at the description of the Egyptians. They're great builders. They could build houses at 10, 11, 12 years old. They wore one seam. But when I seen a one seam, I said, damn, I only know one nation of people that ever wore one seam. The Egyptians got light-skinned people that look like... Go ahead.
Now I could be wrong. I'm not saying that I know 1,000% that the Mexicans are the Egyptians. No, I can't say that. I'm only saying from what I've studied. If I was to come to a conclusion, I would say, damn, the Migos is the Egyptians. Because I know damn good and well we don't come from Africa, but I know there are a few brothers. I just watched this past week and I watched all the Shaka Zulu movies. And then I watched these other people that did Shaka Zulu movies with the same actors, by the way, but they was different people. Now they turned Shaka Zulu into a fucking slave. And it was a lot of people that was mad about that shit. I didn't know that. And I wanted to write Alquanr and ask Alquanr, like, yo, was Shaka Zulu a slave? You know what I'm saying? And you know, it helped me a lot when it comes to the history and shit. Cause I used to ask myself, yo, like, how could so-called Egyptians probably came out of so-called Asia? Lady Warrior, they did. But my issue is those dudes that came out of Asia mixed with certain Africans, and they created what we call today Mexico. Because in my opinion, there was a time before it was America. I feel like there were several different places that used to be America before America.
Hold on, repeat what you just said.
I said that I feel like certain Asians came out of Asia and mixed with certain Americans, and they created what we call today as Mexico, certain Mexicans. But I don't view like when people view Mexican, they look at the everyday Mexican. I was at a Greyhound one day, and they called up Mexicans, and I seen Mexicans that looked like they was straight up Asian, like straight Chinese, but they was Mexican. You know what I'm saying? Then you had the regular Mexicans we all see today, and then you had the brothers in Mexico. And I looked at it, and then you had some white looking Mexicans. And I looked at that shit and I said, damn.
So I've been running into some Eric Estrada style lately. That shit is kind of shocking.
That's all I'm trying to say. When I say Mexico, I'm aware that most people are gonna think about what we all see legally as Mexicans. But that's not what I mean when I say the Egyptians was what they call Mexicans. I'm just talking about the area, and that's from Mexico all the way to Memphis. You know what I'm saying? And like I said,
I don't know. I don't really see the connection myself.
Yeah.
Except for the pyramids, of course. But other than that, I think whoever makes the argument on either side, they got to show some type of connection. That's what we did the other live about. We had the connections need to be shown.
Well, that's why I was telling the chat out, and I was telling y'all also. I can't prove it as far as writing because, like I said, no people ever in existence called themselves the Mexicans. I can only say it based on what the people who wrote down as what they viewed as Egyptians. They wore one scene that would be a poncho. They was great builders. I can't name no people in Africa that can outbuild these Migos.
I gotta be honest with you. If you want to present that as evidence, then that's evidence that just doesn't work. You just can't say they wore a poncho and they were great builders. They're the same people.
Now,
yeah, you're right. I can't. That's why I said that. But that's why I was saying to the chat, I can't say it 1,000%. I can only speak on my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But you're absolutely right. I can't do it and be definite, but I can debate some people based on if they want to tell me that those people over in what they call Egypt now are the Egyptians. Okay, well, now let's pull out the books and let's see what these people over there in Egypt now done built throughout history.
Well, even Rifleman said that today's Egyptians are not African. He said that they're but he doesn't know. I could tell he doesn't know some things, but he
ain't nobody I won't do it to. I won't do it with somebody who really, really like you.
But somebody
who really know this shit that could be like
he knew a little more than he claimed on some issues though, but he's trying to be deceptive with it. If you listen to him,
I don't like that type of shit.
I asked this nigga who are the invaders of Egypt. He tried to say that ancient Egypt was biracial when it clearly wasn't, and I can pull up videos from Pan-Africans themselves, like Medjay Commander, who debated these Native Americans before when it was on
cocaine connection.
And notice how he conceded. He said that the rulers of Egypt got mixed.
So Flashback to a decade or so ago, Medjay Commander was in a debate with Assassin talking shit toward about the blackness of Mexico and them trying to perpetuate African history in America. Their own scholars like Kwame Nkrumah, not Kwame Nkrumah, I mean John Henry Clark himself wrote, what's the man that wrote the book Iceman and Inheritance?
No, I forgot his name.
What's his name? Google it right quick, Alquanr. Iceman Inheritance author. Well, but anyway, John Henry Clark wrote a book.
Michael Bradley.
Yeah, Michael Bradley. Michael Bradley and John Henry Clark wrote a book about ancient Americans and the African presence in the Americas. Also, Ivan Van Sertima and Chika Anta Diop. Pan-Africans threw their own leaders up under the bus, their own scholars under the bus, because it debunks their entire Middle Passage story. And you can't hold your hat on no slave ship story or DNA kits when Europeans debunked your entire reality. You just hold on to fictional information while they're over here robbing you of your identity and keeping you from getting your restitution. But anyway, a decade ago, Sal Sasson was debating Medjay Commander about the same topic about the blackness of Olmecs and the blackness of ancient Egyptians. And Medjay Commander, since his grifted ass is talking shit about Dan Calloway, he debunked Sal C right then and there because he proved with Mustafa Hefni and the Aswan Birdman of Egypt that ancient Egypt was not a biracial culture. It was exclusively black. And even in the DNA grift, it says that ancient Egyptians and North Africans have E1, B1 DNA. That these Eurocentrics and Mongocentrics always try to hit us with and say, oh, y'all sub-Saharan Africans, E1, B1 is African, sub-Saharan African DNA. Okay, then how come North Africans have that marker?
I just downloaded this Iceman Inheritance. Let me see if it actually came out. Let me see.
Well, Michael Bradley wrote a book about ancient Americans, African presence in ancient Americas. So are niggas gonna throw John Henry Clark under the bus for writing the introduction within that book about the African presence in the Olmec civilization?
Oh, this shit came out with an XML. What the hell? How you open it? Man, I don't know about that. XML in a book. How is that possible?
So how we pseudos and abos of Pan-Africans were already putting this information out in the light with Europeans? Make it make sense. And then you gonna turn around and talk shit about Black Americans saying that they're American Indians.
Yep.
Well, notice he kept saying Native Americans. And that's
Native
another thing I
American,
noticed.
that ain't no fucking phenotype or race or ethnicity. A Native American is vague.
But check it. That's another thing I noticed about these Pan-Africans. They'll always use the term Native American, but they will not say Black American.
Here's the thing.
They won't even say American. They'll say Native American.
Here's what these retards try to do. They try to make the words indigenous and native and aborigine mean a mongoloid when that's not what that definition means.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to him when I was saying, when I say Mexican, you think I'm talking about the regular Mexican. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Egypt was right here in America. And anybody could debate me on that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm not trying to be right on every goddamn thing. I don't give a damn about that. I want to be wrong so I can learn something. But
the last video we made, we were talking about that with the discussion of people claiming that ancient America was Egypt when that dwells into the what's that word out there? Forbidden archaeology.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't really use that as a point to discuss because it doesn't hold any weight because you have to prove the ancient Egyptian presence within West Africa, vice versa.
Yeah, well, my answer to that would be they never proved they never proved Egypt in Africa. They just renamed the shit. And
Yeah, it was
also,
Gambling
this
or
is why I
Gimmick.
feel like that. When you look at what they call Egypt and Africa over the past 200 years, how many different nations of people have been in rule in that area?
You had
Like,
the
how many
Ottoman Turks,
different nations of people? I mean, fuck.
a whole bunch of Western.
Yeah, like, yo.
Asiatic
So now we
states.
just gonna call it Egypt, and these niggas only been yo. It used to be a so-called Arab because I know he's not an Arab, but I know he a European mixed with an Asian. Yet he say his people been ruling Egypt for the last 150 years.
Who's that?
A dude named Joe. Well, that's what he said. That's what he say his name is. But in my opinion, I feel like Asians.
Oh, I downloaded this Iceman Inheritance. So that's some shit I'm gonna check out. 79?
Right.
79.
YouTube.
No, I'm talking the last 150.
No, I was just saying.
Commander, and he'll show you what I'm talking about.
So this guy, I guess he's Canadian. I don't know if he's still around. That's what I'm trying to figure out if he's still alive.
Oh man, I was on Instagram last night, and it was this British rapper doing the rap for their so-called queen, and they was going in about Black Americans not being able to compare to British rappers, and I was like,
They're
we
always
put
trying
this
to
shit on the
challenge
map.
us. Matter of fact, that's another thing. See, that's why if Jamaicans created the shit, how come the shit didn't pop off in London? That's what I said.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I said. And fucking, speaking of that, why does America regard Elizabeth as the queen and her family as the royal family if they seceded over 200 years ago?
I don't know. I was just watching before I started the show. I was watching something on Princess Alice, which was Prince Andrew's mother.
Yeah,
they were showing how she married a Greek king, which of course they weren't real Greeks, but obviously they mixed. And then they got dethroned with the war that was going on, and then she was mentally ill and a sex fiend, all types of wild shit, man. I said, God
they
damn.
said a sex fiend.
Yeah, that's what they said. They're talking about they put her in an asylum. They were gonna try to augment her gonads or something to reduce her sex drive or something like that. I said, damn. That's the royal family. I said, God damn. And people were talking about her, and they had that name, Mountbatten, that last name. If you notice when they show her where she was, she died at. I don't know if you noticed that MB on one of the gates. I don't know if you noticed that. But then,
so that's what we were talking about earlier with this Maya forever before we got sidetracked with American rifleman stupidity.
Yeah, so Truth Patrol, what's your views on Ma'at and how people, when we go on these shows to discuss the actual issues and stay on topic, like I want to do with that Ma'at forever. So Ma'at is not forever because he doesn't like talking about nothing. And he can come on anytime. See, I don't diss these people when they come on here.
Yeah, but this dude just came on and disrespected the hell out of us, and I'm sitting there looking and I'm noticing. I'm like, yo, we ain't said not one negative word to you.
We ain't even mute his mic or nothing.
Yeah, we just asked some straight up debate questions, and this dude like,
people get used to the nigga thing because they think that's how people beneath them speak. People from the streets, they call each other niggas, so that's how they figure they talk to us per their masters. Because that's why you look at all the pan-Africans they do. Now, Dr. Ma'a, I give her some credit. She don't go around calling people niggers. So I give her that credit. But other than that, she's doing the same tactics.
She do.
Same tactics as Tariq Nasheed, man.
She tries to shut us up so we can't reach the audience with some common sense.
Yep.
She wants to keep people in that victimization paradigm, looking into the information and finding out that all this is fake. So we can get on code to get in our restitution. They want us in that same victimization circle. Oh, we got and what about what these white folks did to us? We are victims.
Yep, slavery, knocked over the head, taking the slaves. No evidence to support it, but that's what they talk about. Civil rights era, King getting killed, Malcolm X getting killed, Khalid Muhammad. You notice that they don't really pity him.
Yep.
If you notice.
And Khalid, he was the first one to say that we are from the Americas. We ain't no Africans.
And they all
said, but I remember we was doing a live and Ray Ray said, R.I.P. to the great Khalid Muhammad, and Munene was like, that nigga dead.
Damn.
And I was like, damn, just like that.
See, he wasn't.
I was trying to say, damn. Well, that nigga Munene was like, yo, he dead. Who give a fuck about him? And I'm like, God damn.
What's her name that came on the show for right?
Yeah.
He tried to
but see, when they say shit like that, that's how you know that Malcolm X wasn't full of shit.
Yep, and that's how you know Farrakhan is, because they support Farrakhan. Tyron, you know, you gotta pump your volume up just a little bit.
I'm using my iPad, so it's probably low quality.
The funny part is this is actually clearer than the other device you use, but it's just lower.
I'm stupid today. I'm sorry. Anyway, what I was saying is Brandon tried to call Frederick Douglass coon.
Now you got a lot of noise going on in the background. Hold it up. Hold the mic up to closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear a ton of background noise.
I don't think that's on my end. That's just
Nah, that was me. I had that stove fan on. I just turned that shit off.
All right, try talking now, Tyron.
All right, but remember when Brandon tried to call for righteous black folk when she was mentioning to him, what are your thoughts on Frederick Douglass and his ideology that Black Americans should focus on themselves here instead of giving to the needy in another land? He called Frederick Douglass, hold up, True Control. Mute your mic, please. He called Frederick Douglass a coon, and when we were on Afro Think Tank's show, he tried to bring up Malcolm X as an argument to say that, oh, y'all just want to be American and be next to the white man, when it's clearly not that at all.
Right.
And Malcolm, at the end of his life, he became a multiculturalist. He wasn't a black nationalist anymore. Way after he said those words.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, he still was, because he said only black people can join my group. So in a way, he didn't sell out or expand his reach like a lot of others.
But then again, Khalid Muhammad called his ass out for that shit, was saying that, oh, why'd you forgive this white man for being a Muslim, but you see racism still going on over there in Mecca, and also he didn't know at the time that the Arabs enslaved Africans.
Now, when it comes to Khalid and Malcolm X, you gotta separate
light versus dark skin situation right there, because Khalid, remember, with Pan-Africans, only the dark skin supposed to be our leaders, not the light skinned niggas, right?
That's what they say. But check it out, though. When it comes to those two guys, though, you got to worry about what they say when they're with the Nation of Islam and when they're not. Because when they're with it, they got to say some extra stuff. But when they're not, then it's like they can speak more freely to the truth. They got to keep adhering things to the Nation of Islam. And Farrakhan, anybody who support him, you already know they're a coon agent. So Tariq Nasheed, he legitimizes all these low-level coon agents like the Reza Islam, the Dr. Maat, who else? Brother Polite, Netter, all these people. Whenever he talks about those people, you already know what the deal is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this woman said she could smell.
I'm I'm like, damn, I don't even think a lesbian can do that. Shit. I mean, damn.
500 years ago. I watched that shit on live when she was saying the shit. Cause I was I was watching the Sonetta shit live and she was with a straight face.
The one from 2019?
Yeah, no. Wait, hold up. Yeah, hell yeah. I don't watch all her shows.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, God damn. But I ain't never think nothing of it, you know what I'm saying? I ain't put too much energy in it.
I did because that's what forced me to call, not to confront her specifically, but because she made that statement. I said that shit is outrageous. That's outrageous. I said I need her to explain this one. And she didn't want to go there the other day. That's why she hurried up and got us out of there.
Yep. And I brought sources too, and she wasn't about to read it. That's why she over there talking shit after I left and was still in the fucking chat trying to discuss this.
But that's what's
saying,
also.
I don't want to listen to no articles and none of that because I've been there.
That's what also makes Sonetta so special to me, because typically when somebody has a standpoint of disagreement, you would most likely desire that person to be on the show so that you could prove, your knowledge. Oh, hell no, not Sonetta. If you disagree, you get blocked.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The key word is blocked, not booted, but you do get blocked. Your number and get blocked.
Yep.
I've been having it
quite a few times, and this nigga still tried to block me.
Once I realized he was doing that kind of shit, I said, damn, this man definitely up to something.
Oh, man.
Because like you just said, man, if you want a discussion, he says, come in. They always say, let's have the discussion. Then when you start having the discussion, as soon as you start, if you're doing anything but saying, yeah, go ahead, brother, go ahead, sister, then now you got to go. I haven't really been listening to Sonetta in months and months and months because he's just talking about the same old religious BS.
Yeah. He said, we going against the Hebrews.
I'm like, man, I ain't got time for that kind of shit.
Okay.
And then them clowns come up.
Never ends. The religious talk never ends.
Yeah. Shit's been going on for thousands of years, literally.
When they call solutions like right then and there.
Well, because at this point, you should clearly see that they're debating for the sake of having debates.
And for the sake of brainwashing the target demographic.
Yeah, like
which are hood black people.
I don't think we come on here with an agenda. I think that, before even you do a show, I think that you look at certain things and you say, you know what, I'm going to talk about this and I'm going to address this. I think you put together a presentation like we taught in school, and then you come on and you do a live, which is probably why anybody doing a live every single day, I don't think that they even putting thought in the shit. They just like, yo, I turn on the camera and the cash app's going to come in. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you got to, that's how I feel about the shit.
It's propaganda that they're spreading for their masters.
It's like Disney at that point. Disney could buy anything and say, God damn it, we're going to shoot a live motion. And, and just come out with the shit and make $100 million.
I was thinking maybe you should try to get on that My Aunt Forever sometime and see what he'll let you do.
Well, when she said, you asked her a question and a bitch lied. She clearly said, you asked her, did you smell that? Or did they tell you what to smell? And no, you said, did you smell that? Or did they tell you what you were smelling? She said, nah, she smelled that. But went on to say, before or after you came on, she was like, she said, I smelled this strange stink. And I asked,
you can only smell the extreme stink in the female prison.
That's 500 years worth of period.
and it can't even be that, you know.
Like, god damn, like, damn.
Shit. I got a whole bunch of articles disproving this woman's rhetoric. Like, I want y'all brothers to read this shit off to me. Like, for real. See if we crazy or not.
she already knows the deal. That's why she got us out of there.
Yeah. And she want her followers to stay brainwashed with that fucking Middle Passage story.
Yep.
Well, I'm about to put that shit up.
That's what the white man put together. And,
the
thing is, you can't even say, "Hey, we want the discussion," because as you heard, she says she ain't got time for that. Yeah, you go to my aunt forever. My aunt forever says, any of these people that say you're being disrespectful for asking the wrong question or something like that. Any excuse.
I'm about to pull this shit up. I want y'all to read this shit because we gonna have a field day with this woman. All right.
Now, Dr. Maat, she does have a nice behind on her, though. I'll give her that, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. Could you pull up my screen?
When I saw that ass on her, I said, God damn, that changes a whole lot of things,
Now, this is an article from historynewsnetwork.org. This is in a random Googlepedia site. This ain't no Wikipedia. This is a scholarly site. It's historynewsnetwork.org. It says, myth of what? What that say, Alquanr?
Oh, yeah.
Myth of Gory Island, right?
Now, you know what she's going to say? She's going to say, well, I was talking about Elmina.
Elmina, Gory, all of them shits is the same story. They'll tell you, you can smell piss in the corner, shit, piss, period, all that.
I was looking up Gory Island before.
Yeah, she did say all that shit. Piss, shit, period.
Vomit. Now, what does say? Gory Island.
Nah, but when she
and
said,
the
when she had the
son.
nerve to say, I know what I was smelling because I was there. I'm in my, like, I heard it. I jumped in my truck, and when I put the shit back on, I heard it from that point to when she said, I know what I was smelling because I was there. I'm like, bitch, how old are you?
There. That makes my argument valid because I was there.
Yeah, like, yo, like, bitch, you was there. Like, nah,
so
did you go
my credibility is better than any scholar you can bring at me because I was there.
Being raped by the so-called white man in front of 500
so
black brothers.
You being there, does that make you a time traveler? Does that give you automatic powers to go back in time and see what would happen?
It's like when those
somebody telling you stories.
When the Hoteps go to Egypt, they say, "Oh, I went to Egypt." Okay, but you didn't go back to Egypt 3,000 years ago, though.
Oh, nah, they ain't going. According to Munene, they ain't going to Egypt until their children can play soccer.
But I mean, come on, these guys. We got a freeze up on your screen, Tyrone. Oh shit! Damn.
We asked this brother when he going to Africa. That brother said he got to make at least $1,500 to $2,000 a month off renting his property.
Damn, you see what the lady warrior put up? God damn.
She called up with us, man.
Damn. I don't think they want it with her.
So with her argument, she tried to say that her ancestors were smelly. So that's ridiculous.
My man go to bed with the stars, and I guess that'll help you drift away, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe I might try some of that.
Install this shit though, but my phone acting stupid right now. Hold up, I'm trying to get back in via my phone so I can read this article.
Guy Nelly was in the building, but I guess he didn't want to come up. He wanted to start the discussion last night, but I wasn't. I was trying to stay on topic,
Yo, Mr. Alquanr, I got a question.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though what's his name? King Charles is gonna rule with more of an iron fist.
I would think so, since he's a man.
Yeah, I figured as much.
I mean, I watched his whatever the hell they call that, they're making an official ceremony, whatever it was called, just to see. Noticed a lot of black faces in the crowd, a couple of Sikhs, and another Indian. I said, damn, man, that's a weird thing to have an empire and let them be a part of the government.
Do you feel as though the Pan-Africans are going to be even more bold now that they have a man at the forefront of their movement?
Shit. So I like to think that Prince Charles would be cool because, I guess because he's newer and younger, but you think about it, god damn, he's only 20 years younger than his mother.
Yeah.
And he's still around in the early 50s and shit, so he was groomed to take over, just like he groomed his son to take over. You might see him taking over sooner than later. So, I mean, it is kind of weird, but I mean, he still has an empire. I noticed how he said the UK, Northern Ireland, Scotland. I guess Scotland, I got to look up Scotland, man, because apparently Scotland must be a special and a unique case within the United Kingdom, because he had to make a pledge to defend the Church of Scotland. I thought that was pretty intriguing. So
yeah,
I got to check that out.
I didn't know that. I'll look that up tonight.
Yes, I said that's pretty unusual. And then he made sure he talked about their territories.
Yeah.
In other words, their empire. So they don't like calling it an empire because, you know, that's not the right word to use these days.
Nah, that ain't what they do.
We'll call it a commonwealth or call it territories. Because you read some of the ancient Roman texts, that's what they would refer to this shit as, territories. Our land, our territories. They know they took the shit, you know. So, you know, that's something that's pretty interesting, and it's weird though, man. I mean, in effect, people still really don't realize it, but that fucking empire is really pretty much still in effect. A lot of people don't think it is, but it is.
I'm
yeah,
having
it is.
difficulties right now. I'm sorry, Alquanr.
That's why I asked about it.
Yeah,
I looked up. Well, I woke up like 2 days ago. I didn't know she had died. I woke up like 2-3 days ago, going on IG, and I see all these posts about the Queen, and I was like, damn.
I just saw some news that they're all meeting because of her health, and I said, yeah, I saw a video of them going to the house, and I said, well, that must mean she must be dead then, because the hell else they all meeting at the house for then, instead of a hospital. So, you know, her age, you know, nobody's shot. I mean, 96
I got a
years
question.
old. Shit.
Because I'm thinking about this right now, and I'm looking at the fact that it got on over here because I wrote something on Instagram, and I was like, if we America, then why are we regarding her as the Queen? You know, if you crackers claim y'all seceded over 200 years ago from over there, why y'all still refer to that family as royalty if you broke apart from it?
Yeah, because their empire is still in effect, and you know they're still allies, and they always say that the U.S. and the U.K. have a special relationship. But I've been trying. My
question was gonna be, what kind of, like, if Farrakhan died today?
He's coming soon, because I mean,
yeah, that nigga gotta go soon. It's probably gonna be this year, next year. I ain't gonna do the nigga like that. But if he do go, and I know these Pan-African listening like, God damn, this fucking Truth Patrol. I mean, even y'all niggas, if he do go, what does that put the black man? Would it have any effect on us at all?
I think it will put us in a better position because that's one coon down. So
they about to hate you forever.
Hey, I say this all the time. He was a trusted agent for him. And he's a Freemason, so you know that Master Farad or even L. Ron Hubbard, all that shit is all bullshit for him. But again, he's another Caribbean
Boy, if
Polynesian.
Farrakhan died today, Tariq Nasheed will be a Muslim for the next year and a half.
Well, he claims he's not a Muslim though.
Yeah.
He said
But
it.
why does he call himself Allah then?
You know, that's how he people con people.
And then on top, if he was a Muslim, that's against Muslim tradition because they don't call themselves after God.
I guess he had to make up some kind of middle name, and I guess he feels that he was a god because his rap name was King Flex. So
before that, Cosmo Flex.
Yeah, Cosmo. Look, that's similar to God.
You
right?
talking about when he was writing the MacBooks?
Nah, before that.
Before that, he was a failed rapper.
I mean.
Oh man, Tariq Nasheed was like, "Listen to me, you'll get all the pussy."
He clearly thinks highly of himself, you know.
Yeah. And what baffles me, you got white boys sitting up here copying off of.
And
hey, Tyron, who's copying off of who?
I found on YouTube this white boy copying off of Alquanr doing an investigation on Tariq Nasheed's background name.
And you notice when he does it, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, this is the real deal right here." I said it goes to show and prove once again that when the white man co-signs it, then people say, "Oh yeah."
Yep. Oh yeah. Damn it. When a white man co-signs it's legit.
And American Rifleman admit that shit today.
Yeah, he was the first Pan-African I ever seen come on this show and proudly say, I'm like, so where you learn that from? The white man. And I'm like, God damn, okay.
Well, like
he didn't even try to back it up with some real information. Well, they can't back it up with real information, but
like you said, he was proud to say it.
Yeah, I'm like,
he's proud to call himself a sub-Saharan African.
And he went to break down.
But hold up, did he? I'm thinking about what he said. Did he really call himself one, or did he call us one?
He called himself one.
Yeah, he called himself one, and he went to breaking down what a sub-Saharan African was.
Oh, well, I missed it. Tell me what
this is a first.
Okay,
Nobody ever did this.
What did he say? What did he
So
say? Because I missed it.
Tried to say
man. When you watch the playback of this, I don't know if you watch your playbacks. Well, yeah, you do because you do the prime cut shit. So I know you watch the playbacks of that fucking video. But when you watch that shit, you can be like, this motherfucker was really about to say what a sub-Saharan African was. He was about to break down, he was breaking it down.
Yeah, see, Sister Lady Warrior is thinking what I'm saying because I didn't hear him say that he was sub-Saharan.
He didn't say he was sub-Saharan. Okay. Maybe I gotta watch the playback.
No, he said he and all of us. He said we all are sub-Saharan.
Yeah. He did say that shit. And then he went to breaking down
sub-Saharan African DNA.
Well, no. I think he said we all African.
DNA. He said that we got sub-Saharan African DNA.
And I was trying to get him to explain that.
He said we got sub-Saharan. Yeah, he said that part. He was we got sub-Saharan African DNA. Then he went to breaking down what a sub-Saharan African was, and I was like,
And I asked him who gave you that knowledge. He said, white man gave you that shit. Okay, according to the Pan-Africans, you ain't supposed to take no knowledge from no white people. You get the African perspective. And the African said that there ain't here in Africa because from the perspective of ancient Africa, the continent down.
That's funny. That's what they used to say. Now a lot of them changing their minds.
Why do they change their minds?
Because the white man told them to.
Geographically, the Nile River flows upside down.
Yeah.
They go by the lower kingdom, which the lower kingdom is Cairo. The northern kingdom is southern Egypt, right? Thebes. So why are we going by a Eurocentric perspective all of a sudden?
I know Pan-Africans are listening, and Hoteps in France are listening, like, what? They know what they're talking about when it comes to ancient Kemet?
So I'm rocking with you right now, Pan-Africans. I'm using your rhetoric.
See, they really don't think that we know about this shit. We know about this shit.
Exactly, because we used to be a teenage hotel, right? So from your logic, we ain't supposed to use no Eurocentric information, right?
That's what they say.
And I brought up Medjay Commander. That's one of them Pan-Africans that go over there to Brandon's channel and talk shit about Dane Calloway because Dane Calloway exposing some of our quote-unquote Black history icons as being agents, trying to perpetuate this African slave story, which we're not really Africans at all. And they mad about that shit.
Right. They hate when you say that, but all I ever asked them for is to show the evidence to the contrary. That's all.
Yeah.
Don't tell me fanciful stories. Show me the evidence.
So I brought up Medjay Commander to American Rifleman because he's always up in them chats with Brandon and all them. He comes from that same camp talking shit about Dane Calloway. So when they were talking about like ancient Olmecs and goddamn ancient Egypt, Sal Seen, one of them Native American, them mestizos that get online talking shit about Pan-Africans like Clyde Winters and David Imhotep and all that, trying to debunk what their claims are, claiming like Mandinka coming over here and influencing Olmecs, or ancient Egypt influencing ancient Olmecs and all that stuff, because Pan-Africans love Ivan Van Sertima when he's talking about the blackness of Egypt, but when he's talking about information being indigenous to America, all of a sudden they skeptical.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden they throwing a Pan-African.
When he's talking about Moors, they don't mind them, but talk about Olmecs, American
I can't let you offend my Native American masters.
You see this comment in the chat room?
I study a lot. I don't like calling myself a hoe. Very good, Lady Warrior. Very good. I agree.
God
y'all got shoes. Caribbean
Queen just passed.
Yeah, those Jamaicans try to act like they don't give a fuck. They know they give a fuck because that's their queen. She is literally their queen.
They literally sold out for the queen and they retreat to London.
Yeah. And they invited them back. So you never know. They might be the real ancient European Irish.
Yeah, they are.
Because they invited them back.
Yeah, they are. That's why they so anti-American Indian, because they got that Black European in them. Like Rifleman. That European was coming out of him.
Yeah,
that's why he kept saying niggers.
You could definitely see, yeah.
Well, he said niggas with a conviction.
Yeah.
He wasn't just saying it, just saying.
You can see his he definitely has Jamaican features too. You can see that.
Yep. And he said, "I'm not a Caribbean, my dad."
Y'all got to excuse Caribbean, right?
Nigga, you're a Native American by definition, because Native means born in a place.
Right.
It don't mean somebody that's indigenous to the landmass. Anybody could be native born anywhere.
Right.
That's what an anchor baby is, a native born.
I keep reminding people that the United Kingdom, that's stolen land, just like the nation of Turkey, stolen land by people who are not even from around the way.
Yeah, and white people ain't even from the Ireland and all that shit. They from Western Europe.
But check it, Taran, he knew that shit. That's why he kept wording everything in a certain manner.
Yeah, he kept trying to grift and shit and say,
I told him,
y'all, they're not black. Okay, what is black by definition? Because you're using Eurocentric talk. And Pan-Africans have never defined the word what black means.
And you know what's funny? They think if they keep avoiding answering the question that they're not admitting what is pretty evident. But I mean, by not answering, that tells us that you know the truth.
Yeah, white supremacists never define what words mean.
He said Marcus Garvey was a good man. At that point, you cannot tell so-called black Americans you have their best interest. And then on another note, say Marcus Garvey was a good man.
Remember, he said he was a good man because he was trying to get us to leave.
Yeah. And say that, this white man's land, America belongs to the white man. Okay, where in the fuck in the definition that this European wrote said that this was Eurocentric land?
Yep.
All they said in the etymology of the definition of American is that America belongs to the copper-colored races, but now should pertain to people of European origin and mean forever exalted in patriotism. So they telling you right there that you're the American, you're copper-colored, you're not the color black.
Yeah, if it's like that UK, they, when Charles was getting approved or what have you, they said, "Damn, we've been continuing this tradition for over 1,000 years," and I was like, "Damn, that's a tradition." Even though they didn't have the empire for that long, but shit, if you want to include the whole British Isles that they took,
the word black with the word black, you even got Africans infighting on the definition of black, saying, "Oh, Ethiopians are not really black. South Africans are not really black. Oh, Nigerians, we're the only ones that are the representatives of the word black, and nobody else."
Hold that thought.
Right?
Hold that thought. My man has gone and restocked and reloaded. Let's see if my man can come better this time.
Oh, you're back. Oh, you're ready to learn.
My man went and did a crash course and said, "Okay, how can I answer this question next time?"
Look. Hold on. Before y'all start getting all rowdy, I had stuff I had to do because I have, I keep it productive on a daily basis. That's what us white supremacists do.
I believe you. I know you were joking. I know
you had to do a quick Google search.
I didn't even worry about what you Negroes were talking about anyway.
We're Negroes now. We're Negroes and niggas now.
No, I didn't say they say hardcore. Why y'all do that?
Why is that?
Every time I say and y'all try to put the ER and all that. So I said Negroes, and he went straight.
And niggers.
Yo, Mr. Rifleman. Mr. Rifleman, since you back, right? There's a beautiful sister in the chat that she seems as though she wants to gain clarity. She said you said Marcus Garvey was a good man.
Well, okay, let me clarify. No man is perfect, okay? He got called by MI5 headquarters. Ho, you funny. But anyway,
don't say ho, because she can come with some jokes now. Don't say that.
Sorry, I don't even know her, but she need to chill on trying to call me an agent because Hard Cold is actually the agent. But anyway,
she never called you an agent.
What am I an agent of?
She just said MI5 headquarters.
Matter of fact, you're right. I am an agent. I'm an agent of truth.
Here we go. Okay. Anyway, look. I believe since you're on this channel, because I know Alquanr is a black man. Okay, I know he's a black man from lineage from sub-Saharan Africa. That's why I rock with him, even though I don't agree with him. He's like a Democrat.
You did his DNA test?
Did you?
Where'd you get that information from?
I'm just asking.
So Alquanr, you Puerto Rican or something? You Puerto Rican, Pakistani? What are you?
Well, if Puerto Ricans are supposed to be African, and it's supposed to be from sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, I mean, they're mixed with black, but I'm not gonna try to claim I'm not like most black people. I don't try to claim people that don't actually want to be claimed half the time.
Hold on. You want to claim Africa though? Africans don't want to be claimed by black Americans.
But what about Bob Marley? You claim him as a black man, right?
Who?
Bob Marley.
Other people claim. I don't claim him. He's just a good Jamaican musician. But I never claimed. Look, hear me out. Look, there's black folks, especially black Americans. I've seen black Americans love to do this, where they'll go to like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and I'm using them as an example, just like, oh, y'all black, just because obviously, yes, they are mixed with African black heritage, but they're mixed with other stuff too. But hold on, let me finish. And then so we try when I say we, like other black Americans are just, no, y'all black, there's no you could do, y'all denying you're black, you're denying you're this, and it's just like, dude, if they don't want to claim us,
Jamaicans do to us.
Jamaicans,
what are you talking
fucking
to who?
You do that to us.
To who?
To black
Americans.
And
because we're
black.
But you guys, come on, we're undisputably black.
Yeah, but I'm saying
we have a strong connection with each other.
No, we don't. You have a strong connection with the Dominicans and Puerto Ricans because they're in the Caribbean. Yeah, you laugh, but am I lying?
I mean, no, Jim. Okay, hear me out. Okay, when I say strong connection, there's been a large immigration of Jamaicans from Jamaica into North America, and then also they're very close because they speak English. They're very close, even though it's British English. Still, they're very close. We have a lot of interconnectedness with Jamaica, especially with the economy and all that. So that's why, like, we have more connection with Jamaica than maybe Dominican Republic and stuff like that. Dominican Republic is close too, and they have a lot of people. They have hold on. They have like a really close cultural connection to places like New York City, and I think maybe like a place in North Carolina and like Florida. So they have regional connections to America, but Jamaicans have an actual like nationwide connection to America.
That doesn't make
because
any
you'll
sense.
find Jamaicans everywhere.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Because
What do you mean?
The Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, they're in the Caribbean. They're your neighbors, Jamaica.
Huh?
They're your neighbors.
Well, not my neighbors. I live in Oregon,
I mean,
so
your people's neighbors.
I mean, yeah, they all live around because they had the same. They had a lot of slaves everywhere. More in Jamaica, obviously.
So they. What do you mean more? Puerto Rico used to be mainly slaves and less any slave masters.
Oh no, I know, but I'm saying Jamaica has a longer. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Spain.
Hold on. Correct. Hold on. Let me say my statement. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jamaica's had slaves there longer. Plus, they had like the sugar cane or the sugar trade.
I'm saying you're wrong. I'm correcting you now. You're wrong because Spain came out first with their empire.
Exactly.
True.
So, I mean, those are your brothers and sisters, not only in the Caribbean, but in Black African power, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so stop trying to claim us and claim them.
No, I claim Africa.
Well, don't claim.
But why do you claim Africa if you can't find that?
Because my lineage comes from Africa. That's why I claim Africa.
How do you forget?
So you basing your whole life on Rick Kittles?
On what?
Rick Kittles.
On what? I'm sorry. Based my life on what?
Rick R-I-C-K Kittles. Rick Kittles.
Rick Kittles.
You basing your whole hypothesis of existence on DNA, right?
No. Okay, look. My DNA from where my lineage comes from West Africa.
Rick Kittles.
Okay, what is wrong with that? I don't really my genetic markers match genetic markers over there.
Yo, Tyron,
You not
what's wrong with that?
We'll tell you what's wrong with that because the entire Middle Passage is fake. From what you know, it's fake.
Dude, you saw your lineage come from Jamaica and Lucky Charms.
The article on the curator of Goree Island. By the way, the curator of Goree Island, Boubacar Nadaye, he made that whole house of slaves up. He made that shit up, bro. You want to know who the original owner of that was?
So I'm not from West Africa.
No, you're not.
Not according to DNA. DNA is a fictional fucking entity. It's not real.
1% is entertainment.
So where do you think Black people come from that have wide Bantu noses like I have?
You keep grouping
Where do they come from?
Keep grouping all into one homogeneous clump, and that's
You don't think Black people are everywhere? By definition, I mean.
Okay, when you say Black people,
every single landmass and all.
When we say hold on, let's get on the same page. Hold on, let's get on the same page. When you say Black people, we're talking about Black African people from sub-Saharan Africa.
I'm only repeating you. What is a Black person?
We're not talking about people with dark skin. We're not talking about people with dark skin.
Okay, matter of fact, before you guys get to your questions, hold up. I need clarification on what you think the sub-Saharan African thing is. That's what I
Yep,
need. to know.
let's bring it all.
Have you okay, Alquanr, can you bring up a map of the continent of Africa, please?
Okay. Now I don't want to tell you. I don't want you to tell me where sub-Saharan is. I want you to tell me what it is.
What is it?
It's the cluster of countries south of the Sahara Desert on the African continent. I don't really know.
That's not what. That's where.
Okay, Africans that are below.
That's still not what. That's the location. That's the location.
Africans that are below.
Yeah, like you know where the.
See, that's why you can't use terms when you don't know what it is.
What are you talking about?
I mean, we waiting on you to tell us what a sub-Saharan African is, because you will be the first person in all of existence to be able to explain that with a straight answer and a definite,
Give us an educated answer.
Direction.
Okay, do you know where the Sahara Desert is?
But again, you're talking location. What is a sub-Saharan African?
Sahara. Is
Yeah,
it
like
African person.
Is it in
That's
the
I don't know, huh?
Is it in the hollow earth?
I mean,
let's not confuse them. Let's not.
What?
You're rifleman. Do you realize the definition that you are trying to give is similar to me asking you, what does a New Yorker look like? What does
It's a person.
Matter of fact, fuck it. What does a New Yorker look like?
Me, Negro, because I'm from there.
Yeah, what does a
But
New
you're
Yorker
not
look like?
a New Yorker.
Since we going off.
Well, I'm not a Native American, that's for sure.
What does a New Yorker look like?
Native
This
American
is a location.
Hold on. Pause. You remember we had that discussion when he left. Let's not confuse this man. Let's not overwhelm the man.
Yeah, y'all talking about hollow earth and shit like that. Y'all talking about hollow earth. So y'all Negroes looking for Morlocks underground now? You know, journey to the center of earth and shit. That's what you're talking about.
That's what the nigga from is underneath Africa, underneath the dirt.
But check it out.
It's
All right,
subterranean,
but
right?
let's not confuse. Let's get an answer from him, an actual answer. What is a sub-Saharan African?
What is
Oh my God! I just saw somebody in the comments talk about the moon landing is fake. Now we talking about hollow earth.
We can get to that another
So
time.
is the earth flat now? Is the earth flat?
Okay, let's talk about the sub-Saharan African. That's what I want clarification.
Oh my freaking! You already know what it is, Alquanr.
No. I don't know what it is. That's what I'm trying to learn from you.
Can you bring up a map of the African continent?
Let me bring up a map. Hold on a second.
Okay, thank you. Subterranean Africans. Who the hell is talking about subterranean Africans? Man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna bring up this map.
I think I'm gonna start smoking weed again because y'all be on some strong shit.
Okay, now what is your definition of a sub-Saharan?
So there's the kind of map he's looking for.
Yeah, a Rand McNally map. I don't want any of these Negro alternate reality maps y'all be looking at.
So you don't want Africa map. You don't want Africans' perspective on the map, right?
What? Okay, no. I want a map of the continent of Africa, like I asked for. There you go.
Okay. You want a cartoon picture? Got it.
Now I know he was looking for this type because you can clearly see the Sahara. So
yep.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it's grassland.
So tell us what the sub-Saharan African is.
Well, you gotta zoom in.
Go ahead and zoom in. We don't want to get this bitch no excuse. You can laugh, nigga. I'm about to get off in your ass in a second, but I'm being
well, I mean, y'all believe in the moon landing being fake.
Yo,
and
we
the
ain't
Earth is hollow.
we ain't even speak on Disney or outer space. You talking about the moon landing? That's Walt Disney to me.
Here we go.
We ain't even go into that. I don't believe in none of that bullshit. Outer space don't exist.
Truth
You
control.
talking to the right one,
Truth
nigga.
control. We got. Come on. We gotta have control. So We don't distract the man and confuse the man.
Yeah. We don't want to let them think. We don't want to let them think.
You just said outer space.
Yo, Rifle, man, I need you to focus, man. I need you to focus on the
I'm
bullshit
trying
you're
to
doing.
focus, but you saying crazy shit.
Okay, yeah. Forget what they said because
forget what I said.
Yeah, we don't want no confusion.
Forget what I'm talking about.
Are you sure the Earth is hollow, like you said?
Ah, my God. See, he's
I
trying to
never
think.
That's
spoke
what
on
you
the Earth
said you
being
came
hollow.
from, bro.
See,
That's
hold on. Let's forget about that. I know you. Nah, Tyron. Let's forget about that. We can pick that up after this. I just want this answer. What is this sub-Saharan African? Not where is sub-Saharan Africa? What is?
What is? Okay, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, look, if you look at the map, there's a desert called the Sahara Desert, right?
Okay.
On the continent of Africa, there's these people that live in these grasslands and tropical forests and all that. They got flat, wide noses. They're called Africans.
Okay, so the other people are not called Africans. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Look, the people in the north of Africa, technically they're on the continent of Africa, but they're Arabs. Let's just keep it 100. Okay, well, they're Africans, yeah, but like they don't share the same exact DNA as the people in the southern part of Africa.
Oh, they don't?
Not
Rifleman, you
I
costing
mean, look,
Sarnetta money right
see,
now, man.
so hold on. See, now there's nuance. There's countries like Chad. There's countries like Sudan, South Sudan, where they've intermingled with Arabs for hundreds and thousands of years. So yes, those are like that's why the sub-Saharan
Yo, Rifleman, that woman right there.
Different DNA.
Hold on, Rifleman, that
Bro,
woman
is this
right there.
woman mixed?
Is that a black woman?
Huh?
Is this a black woman?
Is that a black woman?
The
fuck you
think about it.
Y'all Pan-Africans with this bullshit, bro.
Yes, they are.
Okay, she is an African.
Okay, that's good enough.
Is she a black woman?
Now we'll let them slide.
She's an African. Oh, y'all the ones that don't know where sub-Saharan African are.
Okay. Hold on. We'll let you slide. We'll accept that. Now, what about these group of people right here?
They're Muslims.
No,
are they
we're not talking about that. We're talking about black or African, according to you.
They look like, well, they're from Katorum, so they're black.
Don't see. You got to understand when we do this. Don't worry about where people are from. Worry about what you're seeing.
Yeah, the eye test. It's
okay, there are dark-skinned Arabs. Nobody said they don't exist.
Oh my goodness!
That picture right
Goodness
there
gracious.
on the far left, at the top, on the far left, the woman with the green wrap around her head. Is she black?
More than likely. But I don't know.
More than likely.
I'm not a biologist.
Yes or no?
Well, you said you just tried to define a certain people. So you must be a biologist. Now, what about these people in the middle? What about these people in the middle?
Those are Sudanese people.
No. Are they black African? Let's play this game.
Are they black or not?
They're from the continent of Africa, so it's safe to say they're African.
Okay, so cartoon.
Mind you said they African, but you didn't say if they black or not. So all people that come from Africa are black, according to you, right?
No, I never said that. I never said that. You can be from Africa and not be black.
Okay, well, cartoon.
Just like making
oh my God! For your reference, Khartoum is in the Sahara, by the way. So these people in the Sahara, by the way.
Okay.
And since you said
so, what's the sub-Saharan? What's the sub-Saharan African thing again?
There are African people that live below the Sahara Desert.
Yeah, but you said there were particular people. Now these people are in the Sahara. So tell me how they differ from the sub-Saharan African.
There's black Africans in the Sahara and north of there. That's not really.
You didn't say that before. You
said
said
Africans and they're on the African continent. That's not really amazing.
But you didn't say that. You said there are sub-Saharan Africans. Those are the black.
So it's safe to say that all Africans are not your people, correct?
I mean, technically by DNA, yes, you can make that argument.
Okay, so are your people black?
Puerto Rican.
you have got to be the most
That was a joke. Of course.
ingenuous motherfuckers that ever
right.
come on this.
I was
I
joking.
applaud you.
All right, right for me. Now, what about these women? Matter of fact, I think I saw some of them in the store today, like looking like this lady right here.
They look like Indians.
Okay. Well, you just.
What about the woman on the far right? Does she look like?
Hold on. You said they look like what?
Indians.
Well,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right from me. All these people right here, they're sub-Saharan Africans. What's the problem? What's the problem?
Well, I mean, sub-Saharan. I don't know if Djibouti counts as sub-Saharan.
Now we playing that game now.
Well, Ethiopians and Somalians, they're like kind of their DNA is a little bit like different from
my man.
people from
You just started off with geography.
Hold on. The DNA, hold on. But there's different people in Africa.
My man.
Somebody need to cam up.
Yeah, somebody got an echo going on. I think that might be Truth Patrol.
Well, anyway, look, there's Black people on the continent that are different from each other because it's such a vast area.
But here's the thing. You started off saying put up a map so you can show us where sub-Saharan is. And you said it's right here where the Sahara is and everything below this is the sub-Saharan. And keep in mind, Djibouti right here, sub-Saharan Africa. Somalia, sub-Saharan Africa. Ethiopia, sub-Saharan Africa, just like that hood world maps. Those idiots didn't know what sub-Saharan Africa was.
You might have to do like a 15-minute version of Hood World Map Part 3 after this motherfucker.
Yeah. Matter of fact, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Like this a prime cut Hood World Map or some shit. How will you do the shit?
Yeah, that's a good idea, man. I think I will.
So y'all are Native American?
Because you added you are really hurting the Pan-African movement. Because once I go back and listen to this video, you done said at least 20 different things that I'm gonna hold you.
Exactly. Well, y'all done said a lot of crazy shit too.
Just listen. You just said, right? You said that there are different types of people in Africa, yet different types of blacks in Africa, yet all blacks in America are the same.
Are the same as Africans.
I never.
Out of town, so apparently.
Yeah. So how can we all be?
I'm about to jump off this stream again. I'm about to jump off.
My man can't handle it.
So apparently, according to your retarded logic, we are still Africans, even though technically you say that we're mixed with other things, right?
Well, yes, okay. In North America, Black Americans are definitely mixed with white people. Let's just keep it 100.
Okay, so let me get this straight, right? You said in North America, Black Americans are mixed with white people. Where do white people come from? Would you say white people come from Europe?
Man, next question.
Are white people aboriginal to Europe?
No. Hold up, Tyron.
Ain't nobody no aboriginal.
Ain't nobody.
Negro, this ain't Australia. Take your ass to Australia if you think you're aboriginal.
But Europe is Northern Africa. Wouldn't Africans be more closer to white people than so-called Americans?
Have American riflemen look up the definition of aborigine. Look up the definition.
Yeah, nigga.
Definition.
I thought we can't be calling each other that.
No. You threw that out the window a long time ago.
Other than first, you trying to say that African?
Man, you babbling. I don't even know what you're saying.
How am I babbling? You just said that Africa means the first inhabitant, right?
I never said any of that.
Yes, you are.
I never said that.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am. What?
Definition of Africa. What does Africa say?
Hey, y'all need to turn off your YouTube.
Yeah, that's the truth.
American rifleman. What does the definition of aborigine and African mean?
Africans are people from Africa.
That's not a definition.
Yeah, you're learning, visitor. You're learning.
What is the definition of an African in a European dictionary? What does it say?
A person from Africa is an African.
He said, "What does it say in the dictionary?" But see, you're guessing when you shouldn't be guessing. You should, if you don't know, you can either say, "I don't know," or "Let me look it up."
No, I mean I do know, but it's kind of an absurd question to ask.
Well, no,
Anybody
if you had the answer, it wouldn't be absurd.
European
But,
can be called an African. Did you know that?
What?
A European can be called an African.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
if
mean,
they were born on
Europe
the
is pretty
African
much
continent.
northern
If they
Africa.
were born on the African continent, technically that makes them an African.
Okay, then why would
So
you say that
you're
all
saying
Black
that white
Americans
people
are
are
mixed with white
indigenous
people?
aboriginals to North Africa?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they were indigenous, but two white people can go to the continent of Africa, have sex, and have a white person on the continent of Africa, which would make them an African.
So that will make them aboriginals to Africa, right?
No, that would
So
not.
that
That
mean
would be
that
the original people in Africa. That's not
I
the
mean,
original people in Africa.
Wait a minute. According to the U.S. American definition on the race of North Africans, white people are aboriginal to North Africa, right?
No.
That's what
how
the
the fuck
census
is that a no?
says. How is it a no? That's what the census says.
Europe is northern Africa.
They say that blacks are not even
You
part
say
of
Europe is northern
hold
Africa?
on,
know what
Tyron.
the definition of what
Let's chew his
blacks
ass up,
say?
Tyron. Let's double team his ass. So by you saying no, right? Are you denying the fact that you Pan Africans use Pangea as y'all main resource for calling all people
Who's
Africans?
y'all? I don't even know who y'all is.
Pan Africans.
You and the Pan
Marcus Garveyites. Devils.
Chill out.
So
Crackers,
is
workmen.
it true that the
Fucking-
U.S. Census says that black people are invasive species to Africa?
What? I can't even understand. Your voice is so
Is
ridiculous.
it
by the way.
true that it says that blacks are not the original inhabitants of Africa on the U.S. Census?
I don't know. I haven't read that on the U.S. Census,
How
so
you
I
not
can't.
read it? It said that blacks are not original to Africa and that white people are aboriginal and the original inhabitants of.
I don't. You're talking some babble shit. I don't know what you're
How am I
talking about.
babbling? This is what the census says.
Yo, Mary,
I've never seen this or heard this, so you're gonna have to provide receipts or something because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yo, Rifleman, have you ever wrote a book?
No.
I just wanted
Facts.
to make
How
sure.
come how am I wrong? This is what the census is saying.
What census? What year?
Pull up the SF 181 U.S. Census racial form.
Oh shit! We're about to go down
when you
some
apply
Dane
for a
Calloway.
job.
I'm feeling like some Dane Calloway vibes right now. Go ahead.
How is
Go ahead. We're gonna pull up the old documents from the archives.
Yeah, why you dropping that man name?
You'll see it when you get on.
Because he's an idiot, just like both of you guys.
When you apply for a job, when you go to vote, it'll show you a racial form and it'll tell you the origin of what the
Okay,
word
Dane.
means.
Thank you, Dane Calloway. Thank you.
How am
We don't do what Dane Calloway do.
I don't do what Dane Calloway
He get
does.
down a whole different way. Shout out to the brother, but you know.
So Alquanr, pull up the racial form right quick, because we're gonna have church tonight.
What's that from the census?
U.S.
Man, I'm about to hop off, man.
Oh my god, man! Come on, you can't go on forums and try to debate if you can't handle it, man.
Well, I mean, I debated, but look,
you didn't debate.
Hold on. Seriously, 1,000%. Don't y'all take this the wrong way. But one of the dumbest people I've ever come across on these lives is literally my man right here. Okay, like I heard you when you were on Brandon's channel. You just made a fool of yourself.
You made a fool of yourself.
You did.
But Brandon made a fool of himself over here.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment, brother, because you know you made a lot of claims. You backed nothing up. You proven nothing.
You
showed no information. I mean, whatsoever. Most Pan Africans that I've been on this channel with, you know, they have their sources. Even though they know that we're gonna rip them apart, they still go to their sources and they leave in crocodile tears. You didn't even give us the chance to do that. You know what I'm saying? You are like the woman that goes out on a date and give a guy her number knowing damn well her daddy not gonna let her fuck that night, but she gonna act like she get to. You know what I'm saying? That's you. You know what I'm saying? That's what you just did tonight. You know, you backed up nothing with nothing. You couldn't even prove. I mean, you couldn't even prove that white boys don't come from Africa. Even if we pull up, I could ask
They come from
Alquanr right
Europe.
now.
I don't know what to tell you. Europeans come from
Aboriginal
Europe.
to Europe, though. They tell you that they came from Africa.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna base your premises on this, right? I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna show you can't keep it real. If we were to ask Alquanr to pull up African leadership, are we most likely gonna see what resembles a Black American, or will we most likely see what resembles a Donald Trump, or what most blacks would call a so-called white style Arab,
or even a Jamaican for that matter?
or even a Jamaican? What does African leadership look like? I'm asking you. I want your
I don't
nuts
even
is on the line. Your
understand
balls
the
are on the line.
question. I don't seriously. I don't even understand the question.
God damn. Okay.
Rephrase it so
what race
his
of
little
people? How many
Pan-African mind
countries
can
do you?
understand.
How many countries are in Africa? I'm gonna ask you this.
A lot.
A lot. Over 50. About 56 countries are in Africa, right? So the leadership of those countries, the presidents, the kings, whatever you want to call them, the prime ministers,
the kings.
As far as complexion or as far as race, right? What we would call in America, we use the term race.
Now, do you say King for King Charles III?
Nah, kings. Like we was kings. We was the real
But
Egyptians.
you call him your majesty.
We was the real
You bow
kings.
down and call him your majesty, right?
We was the real pharaohs.
I'd be there if I call one of them your majesty. Unless you give me a check, so be it. Hey, you could be your majesty if you give me a few $1 million.
I'm an American. We don't fuck with kings and queens. We fight them.
You're Jamaican, so you got the British crown. You're under that.
No, I'm an American. No, I'm an American.
Yeah, but your lineage is Jamaica from the British crown.
And my lineage is American as well.
Well, but it's mainly Jamaican because that's your father. Like Michiak, she's Polish. You know, her father is Polish.
I knew said I'm American.
Okay. Anyway, this has been fun, but I have a lady I have to go see.
All right, I heard that one before. Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you this. Let me give you some advice, Rifleman. Brush up on the topics that you want to discuss, and only talk about what you know. That'll save
American Rifleman. I just read off the definition of Black and African American and white on the census. It says that a person having origins in any Black racial groups in Africa, and white, a person having origins in any original peoples of Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So how in the fuck you gonna sit up here and tell us that Africa means Black when the white man that your dick suck tells you that you're not the original inhabitants and that the white man, the original man of Africa and everywhere else? Are you serious? And then it says American Indian and Alaska Native, a person of having origins in any original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. Asian says a person having origins in any of the original peoples of the Far East, Southeast Asia, and Indian subcontinent, including, for example, Cambodia, China, India, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Philippine Islands, Thailand, and Vietnam. A Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. It didn't say original peoples like everybody else. Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, and other Pacific Islands. White, a person having origins of any of the original peoples of Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. So you see what you doing, Pan-Africans? Do you see this shit?
They know it, but they job is to spread propaganda. Now read. Oh, don't get out of there. Don't get out of there. Oh. Now read that. The fine print. Remember, I read that one time.
The ethnicity, the Privacy Act statement.
Yeah. I think that's it.
It's on the same SF 181.
I think so. I think it's usually after that it says that all that shit is not scientific and all that shit is not truth. It's just what they put together. This is
not the DNA thing. This is the SF 181 racial form.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was on there.
It's on there?
Yeah, because that's what it said. Because I read that one time, read the whole shit, and it said, this is not scientific. It's not to be taken for fact. It's just what they put out. Something to that effect.
Because I don't see that on here. It just says ethnicity and race information is required under the authority of 42 USC section 2000E6 and in compliance with the Office of Management and Budget 1997 revisions to the standard of the classification of federal data on race and ethnicity, providing this information is voluntary and has no impact on the employment status, but in the instance of missing information, your employing agency will attempt to notify.
Nah, that's not it. What's the name of that form again?
The SF 181 Standard Form 181 Racial Category. It shows you the category of race and the definition category. So these aren't even people that's accommodating for people that believe in the out of Africa theory and think that the original man is the black woman and man. This is a form telling you that pale people are the original people of all these other lands and saying that blacks are invasive species.
Okay, that's the form. Yeah, I went to the website. It's hard to come up with that on the thing as soon as you get up there. But let me see.
And what I was trying to read off to.
I think I got it now.
All right.
Hold on a second.
Because I'm gonna go over these etymology definitions to debunk everything Rifleman said.
All right, let me just go over this real quick.
Yo, the Rifleman leave already?
Yeah, he left. You forgot? The nigga left when I pulled out the racial form. He didn't want to read. He didn't want to sit there and get debunked and exposed.
Hey, this a bitch. I was waiting on them to rebuttal you.
All right, so it says, what is race? The data on race were derived from answers to the question of race that was asked of individuals in the U.S. The Census Bureau collects racial data in accordance with guidelines provided by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, and these are based on self-identification. But of course, that's not how it goes down, really. The racial categories included in this census questionnaire generally reflect the social.
Oh, Rifleman, you can get your ass back on here. You saying we insane?
All right, hold on. Let me finish this up real quick. The racial categories included in the census questionnaire generally reflect the social definition of race recognized in this country, and not an attempt to define race biologically, anthropologically, or genetically. In addition, it is recognized that the categories of the race item include racial and national origin or social cultural groups. Such people may choose to report more than one race to indicate their racial mixture, such as American Indian, white, people who identify their origin, Hispanic, Latino, Spanish, may be of any race. OMB requires 5 minimum categories: white, black, or African American, American Indian, Alaskan Native. I wonder how that, or Alaskan Native, Asian, and Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islanders. Reason for collecting information on race, of course, is a lie. Information on race is required for many federal programs and is critical to making policy decisions, particularly for civil rights. States use these data to meet legislative, blah, blah, blah. So the bottom line is all this shit is just fucking made up. They claim it's for self-identification. You can be whatever you want. And it's not based on shit. But obviously white propaganda. That's what the fuck it's based on.
Yeah, it is white propaganda because they'll sit up there and lie to you about what that shit is on that racial form. But in reality, they're out here saying that pale people are the original people and that black people are invasive species, and niggas hold them like they speaking the gospel truth.
But keep in mind that there's a group of so-called Black Americans, Jamaican, and Haitian Americans that'll call us niggas to back up this white man doctrine.
Yep. Now, this is what the etymology online is saying about what a Native American is, or a native. In late 14th century, natif, natural, inborn, hereditary, connected with something in a natural way. From Old French, natif, native, born in, raw, unspoiled, and directly from Latin, nativus, innate, produced by birth, or natus, past principle, nasi, Old Latin, ganassi, be born, related to, gigerne, beget, from pi root word gene, give birth, beget, or derivates, referring to procreation, and familiar and tribal groups, from early 15th century as born in particular place of indigenous origin or growth, non-exotic or foreign, also of or pertaining to one by birth, as in native land, also used from early 15th century in a now obsolete sense of bound, born in servitude or serfdom, of metals, minerals, etc., occurring in a pure state in nature. 1690s, Native American in reference to the Aboriginals of America, attested by the 1900s as the name of a journal devoted to Indian education. In the early 1970s, activist Indians began calling themselves Native Americans from the peyote using Native American Church, incorporated in 1918 in Oklahoma and subsequently in other states. The newer term, aside from disassociating its users from the reservation life of the past, was a form of one-upsmanship, since it reminded whites just who was on the premise first. Hugh Rawson, wicked words. But it wasn't even them using that word. So the noun version of native in mid 15th century, person born in bondage, one born a serf or a villain, a sense now obsolete from native, adjective, and in some uses from medieval Latin nativus, now used for nativist adjective, compared to Old French native, which also meant woman born in slavery, from 1530 as one born in a certain place or country. Applied from 16th century, the original inhabitants of non-European nations where Europeans hold political power, for example, American Indians by 1630, hence used contemporaneously of the locals from 1800s, related to natives. So at that time, before American Indians started using the word Native American to describe themselves, it was white people using that word, saying that, oh, these people are foreign, and that Europeans trying to segregate and to self-hate on their European homeland wanted to come up with an identity for themselves by stealing the title American from the copper-colored races and telling the indigenous dark-skinned inhabitants that they came from Africa.
Which is why I asked him, what does an American look like? And he refused to answer.
He refused to answer that shit.
I mean, he really didn't answer shit.
He did. And at the time, when Europeans was coming over here, they was using the term Negro and nigger to describe American Indians before they brought in Africans, by the way.
Yeah.
And at the time, the Moors were helping them enslave the indigenous inhabitants in the Caribbean. His motherfucking people.
And when you say Moors, what do you mean? What do you mean by Moors?
Juan and Pedro was on that voyage with Columbus, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
those were Moorish. Those were black Africans. What he describes as a black African, right? The Moors were black dudes that was running Europe at the time, right? They got expelled by the Moors, right?
If their name wasn't Muhammad by that time, they may not have been Moors then, right?
Yeah. But they named themselves after the Spaniards, Juan and Pedro, right?
Due to my research, they was promised nobility in America, if they would have came through with, if they would have did their job, you know what I'm saying? If they would have been successful, they would have got that's kind of like if I tell
I don't know how they could have believed that after
at that time, Africans were known as whites. Ethiopians were known as whites, not blacks. It was the American Indians being called blacks, dark-skinned Negroes, and they kept trying to say they look like these Ethiopians over here. And get this, Ethiopian wasn't Ethiopia that you know today, because that was called Abyssinia. Ethiopia was applied to the entire continent of Africa at one point.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
America's
which is why I tell them
y'all are insane.
How are we insane, nigga? Your fucking reality is pseudo.
I think, he should take my advice. See, me, I don't like arguing about stuff I don't know about and can't win against, or I'm not interested in.
But you're not Pan-African.
Yeah,
so this is what the definition of African
that's why I'm
means.
saying I'd advise him to brush up on shit and only argue about shit he knows about. That way, things like this won't happen,
Now, this is what the white man's etymology is saying about African. It says Old English, Africanist, plural, native or inhabitant of Africa. From Latin Africanist, adjective, of Africa, African, from Africa, see Africa. Use of white residents of Africa from 1815.
Yo,
Use of
American
black residents of the U.S. from 18th century.
American Rifleman,
look at this
look at
comment.
the schedule.
Look at this
and
comment.
See what YouTube channel the white man got you going on next week.
You're gonna cry.
I hope that you can stand
Look at that comment.
You need to check the schedule that they're giving your ass, and you need to call them and be like, yo, look, Sinetta, bro, I can't do it.
Luke Slut says he said he has a lady to get with. He's gonna cry in front of his picture of the queen.
I failed you.
That's why they discombobulated right now. The queen just died.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, man, I showed a video of people in Hong Kong up here crying and shit, man.
So, how that shit go? Was King Philip or King Charles her husband?
King Philip was her husband. Prince Philip.
Okay. Right. Because I was like, they call this dude King Charles, then why he didn't,
I was looking up Prince Philip's family. Those motherfuckers all looked alike, male or female.
Yeah, because they incest babies, Alquanr. You forgot?
I said, goddamn, how the fuck is this shit possible?
Family all look alike.
I mean, literally. I mean, matter of fact, hold on. Let me show you.
Let's look up the definition of what a sub-Saharan African is.
Man or woman, they all look alike. God damn.
Yeah, let me show you a scene of the video I was watching before I started this shit. And then you'll see what I'm saying.
So, according to what this pseudo nigga was trying to claim, what a sub-Saharan Africa is saying that it lies south of the Sahara geographically, in addition to the African countries and territories that are situated fully in that specified region. The term may also include polites that only have part of their territory located in the region per definition of the United Nations, UN. While the UN Geo Scheme for Africa excludes the Northern Sudan from definition and from its definition of Sub-Saharan Africa, and African Union regional definition includes it, while instead excluding Mauritania. The term serves as a grouping counterpart to North Africa, which is instead grouped with the definition of MENA, the Middle East, North Africa, as it is part of the Arab world. And most North African states are likewise members of the Arab League. So that's what he's trying to refer to as a sub-Saharan Africa, is dividing up Africa with some pseudo-Arab League science that don't have any basis in genetics.
Yo, Tyron, you see this ugly bitch on the screen?
See, this motherfucker looking like. His name was Prince Philip, not Andrew.
Matter of fact, show the picture of Kwame Nkrumah and the Queen. This gonna hurt Pan-Africans' feelings.
Look at that. These motherfuckers look alike, male or female, man.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull that shit up.
That shit is
I'm
funny.
gonna pull that shit up.
You can see the German activity in them with the bright blue eyes and the features and shit. That shit is fucking crazy.
God damn. What they look like? Twin brothers.
Look at that. This motherfucker. This shit is crazy. Yeah. I mean, you know, royal families have been known to inbreed, man. I think that's the ultimate in greed, though.
Yep.
Say fuck it. Well, risk going sick, and she was sick too. Princess Alice, she was sick. Matter of fact, watch this shit. It's called.
Who that brother right there?
Y'all see him? This was Pan-African leader in Africa.
That's an African?
Yeah, you know him. He was hanging out with John Henry Clark. He said, "What you doing in my country?"
Oh, damn.
That's your boy Kwame Nkrumah.
Pan-African.
I'm happy as hell. Dancing with the Queen.
He's the Pan-African. What would you call him? The president or the second?
Yeah, the president.
Number two. Number two behind Garvey, I guess.
Yep.
And he had his white woman. So they love that queen. They love that. And they ain't no buttering her up.
She no got a tiara on her head.
No matter how nice she want to be, there ain't no buttering her up because she knew she was at the helm of an empire. And she knew how they got it. She knew how they got it. And she knew how she got to keep it.
Yeah, that's one of the conclusions I came to. You know, these Pan-Africans are African brothers. They could stick their dick in Asians, Germans,
Hold on, let me tell you his
European
Asian
white
wife.
women. You know,
let me tell you his Asian wife and their baby. This is wife right here.
Nah, that ain't no Asian wife. That's a goddamn Ottoman Turk. But she really is. But Pan-Africans will say she's Egyptian, so therefore she's African.
But then again, he just said tonight that Egyptians ain't black.
Right. Any other time they say, well, they're Arabs. But okay, but when they married to him, now they're black. Even when they don't look black. But biracials are not black. But now she is because it's Kwame Nkrumah. Okay.
But what is black, Pan-Africans? What's black? It's whatever you say what it is.
They said, look at the kente cloth. That's an African queen right there. Egyptian queen on the Nile.
Look at it. They two children. Yep. They mixed children. They ain't black. They mixed.
Yep.
According to Pan-Africans.
That's what he was just telling us.
You see the sun.
You know, if I go somewhere else and I have a baby with a white woman, that ain't no black baby. But Ethiopians, well, no, they don't consider them black. I don't know why.
Well, sometimes they debate it. Sometimes they say yes. Sometimes they say no. Depends on what it's all about. Jamaicans would definitely say yeah because of the Haile Selassie shit. But my forever, he'll say that Haile Selassie was a black man, but Osama bin Laden, who looks like Haile Selassie's twin.
and then American Rifleman just said that the North Africans look like East Indians, right?
Yep.
So what are these niggas talking about? They playing games with the word black. Now let's see what the definition of black means.
They just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, period. Because they're Asian.
Yo, Tyron.
Yeah.
Pull up the definition of black, and then after you do that, pull up the legal definition of black, because it's two different ones.
Well, this is the etymology of what it says about black.
You can even pull up the definition of nigger, and you'll be surprised.
Exactly. It said Old English black, absolutely dark, absorbing all light, the color of soot, coal, from Proto-Germanic burnt, the source of Old Norse, blark, dark, High German, blah, black, Swedish, black, ink, Dutch, blacken, to burn, from pi, bleg, to burn, gleam and shine, flash. source. Also, the Greek philein to burn, scorch, the blaze, glow, burn, behel, to shine, flash, or burn. Let's look at behel for right quick.
Did they say something about shine?
Yes, shining.
Oh, okay.
So these niggas are shines. A Proto-Indo-European root word to shine, flash, burn. Shining white. Forming words for bright colors. It forms all parts. Beluga, Beltane, black, black mange, blanche, blank, blanket, blaze, blitzkrieg, blonde, blue, blush, conflagration, deflagration, effulgence, effulgent, fragrant, flambeau, flamboyant, flame, flamingo, flammable, Flavian, Flavius, fulgent, fulminate, inflame, inflammable, phlegm, phlegmatic, phlegmatic, giston, flocks, purblind, refulgent.
What's this for?
This is the behel. This is the root word of what black is.
Oh, and they said it's,
So back to what black, the definition of black, the same root produce Old English black, bright, shining, glittering, pale. The connecting notions being perhaps fire, bright, or burnt, dark, or perhaps the absence of color. There is nothing more variable than the significance of the word designating color. So in reality, the word black ain't even a real color. It means to pale or to become bleach. Now let's look at the legal definition of what a black is. It's saying black or African American, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa, American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having any origins of people North or South America. It's the same thing as the damn SF-181.
Yeah, which you'll find different in different countries, you know?
Yeah. But legally.
But by definition, wouldn't that make you a foreigner?
No, it don't. It makes you invasive species. It means that you're dead. You're severely dead.
Yeah, that
and
too.
plus,
You got no
black ain't a
standing in law
color.
with that shit. You
It's
can't
not
stand
even a
in law.
color. It means the same definition as white. So what these Negroes are trying to do is play games with statuses, trying to make that into genetics when that's not even genetics, because you can't point to a official indigenous ethnic group within Africa. So that's why they hold their hat on a 1% accurate DNA kit.
Which is why they can't answer what an African is.
Yeah, they can't answer what it is. They have to go to lookership, pseudo lookership. Like Alquanr just showed him an Olmec and said, what does this Olmec man have? He has the same Africoid features of what Pan-Africans define as what is an African, which is a wide nose, thick lips, and kinky hair.
Yeah, I asked that brother, ask Alquanr what to go to show us one of these slave ships you're talking about. That boy talked for 20 minutes and didn't give that answer.
Yeah, you talking about some court cases or, what about these documents and such and such and such and such. But when we go and look behind these Pan-Africans information from scholars, they tell you that shit never happened.
We was debating one brother, and I said, Alquanr, pull up the armor style for this brother. And I can't remember who it was, but he was real cool. He said, man, but he was a Pan-African. He said, yeah, that's the armor style. Alquanr was like, "Yep, a tiny ass book."
Yeah, and you ain't able to fit
That
no
man couldn't
100
believe
people
that
on that
shit, yo.
shit.
Like, that's when I seen, like, he was really believing this shit. And when he seen that book, he was like, "Damn, that bitch small as hell." I said, "Yeah, you probably could fit a single family on this."
And this is one of the individuals that debunked the Gory Island, and this individual went to the Cheikh Anta Diop University of Dakar in Senegal.
God damn.
So Pan-Africans, you got explaining to do because you got an African sitting here debunking your history.
Oh man, we
The
might get
Center
another.
of Academic Research and Training in Anthropogeny to explore and explain the origins of human phenomenon.
Alquanr might.
Abdoulaye Camara is a researcher at the Fundamental Institute of Black Africa at the Cheikh Anta Diop University of Dakar. So what Mayat Forever is sitting up there saying, I don't want to listen to any of y'all pseudo-abos dispel my African history. Well, this is your African, sacred African dispelling your fucking victimization trauma porn.
Now, keep in mind, that guy, he's not really a Pan-African. He's more of a Hotepper. and I think we figured out that he's definitely not pro-black as a placeholder name. He's definitely not pro-black.
Yeah, his primary areas of expertise is archaeology. Archaeology. Are Pan-Africans who travel to Africa, are they archaeologists? Is Dr. Mayat an archaeologist?
Nope, not even close.
No, she's just a lookership scholar, a Wikipedia scholar.
And a sensationalist telling stories with a whole bunch of exaggeration and BS that didn't take place.
Yeah.
The only credit I give Rifleman is that when he answered, he would actually say.
So this is the individual.
Like
this is the individual selling niggas the idea.
Hold on, check this out.
Get the fuck out of here.
So this is the curator of Gory Island, Boubacar Joseph Ndiaye, and he's the one that came up with the whole entire house of slaves nonsense and telling niggas, oh, you smelling, what you smelling is a 500-year-old period blood and goddamn boo-boo and piss.
Ghetto
It's this nigga in UNESCO that's making that shit up.
Boubacar.
I might use that. I might use that shit. Ghettoologist. I might have to use that one.
So why niggas holding on to fantasy? And now here's an article that says powerful symbol, weak in facts.
Damn, man.
Gory Island, Senegal, standing in the narrow doorway opening onto the Atlantic Ocean. Tour guide at Ndiaye asked a visitor to this Senegalese island slave house to imagine millions of shackled Africans who stepped through it, forced onto overcrowded ships, and that would carry them to lives of slavery in Americas. After walking through the door, it was bye-bye, Africa, said Ndiaye, pausing before solemnly pointing to the choppy waters below. Many would try to escape. Those who did died. It was better we give ourselves to the sharks than to be slaves. What fucking, what's his name off of Black Panther said? Eric Killmonger said, I'd rather jump through the ships than be a slave.
That doesn't make, you know what? That doesn't make sense when you think about the choices, man. Either the choice is continue the journey, become a slave, if they were even told that that's what's going down, or
go to a workshop with Native Americans and learn how to speak Indian languages, but then forget it all of a sudden.
Or jump overboard and get eaten up by some sharks. That's not a choice that I'd like. Or if you're gonna die, why don't you all take the risk and take out the crew of the ship?
Exactly.
That's less risk, right?
Exactly.
Shit, fuck! I look like jumping into a shark, getting eaten by a shark and shit.
This portal, called the Door of No Return, is one of the most powerful symbols in the African slave trade, serving as the backdrop for high-profile visits to Africa by Pope John Paul II, President Bill Clinton, and President George W. Bush, and the destination for thousands of African Americans in search of their roots. For more than 2,000 people travel to this rocky island off the coast of Dakar. So how you gonna land a boat on a rocky island? It's too many rocks for boats to land. So how you gonna get the slaves off of there?
Yep. Matter of fact, hold on 1 second. We got somebody asking me to play that video about young Pharaoh talking about Dr. Maat. So let me play that.
Young Pharaoh still going on?
Well, I mean, this is old, but
matter of fact, you can catch it on Aunt's crack pipe.
yeah, matter of fact, let me see what he has up there, because he might have I really want to see the document too that he showed. You know.
But before you say that, it says the whole story is phony, says Philip D. Curtin, a retired professor of history at Johns Hopkins University. So why you holding on to myths when scholars telling you low-key that is fake? But the media and the Google algorithm censored this information because they want to continue making money off your stupid ass.
Yeah, my man hasn't posted in a year. Yeah, well, I understand it. I understand how it goes.
Yeah, that's his name, Aunt's crack pipe.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying he hasn't posted in a year.
No, the commenter, Mr. McFat, said crack pipe. Yeah, that's his channel.
Well, I don't see it on here, but
you're talking about Aunt's crack pipe still doing new videos?
No,
he was doing a good job, man.
He was doing
exposing them Pan-Africans.
All right, let me show this real quick. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I'm gonna show a good part of it because he did talk about this treacherous stuff that she was doing. So,
yep.
But I really want the video where he was able to show it.
There has been an agenda created to try to destroy young Pharaoh by any means necessary. This agenda will clearly not succeed, but we must bring this agenda to the forefront of the people, as I always do. So, just like the title of this video states, family, Dr. Maat, aka Deanna Bailey,
okay, there we go,
has pressed fraudulent, fictitious charges against me. She, according to her, I'm just finding this out recently, it has been confirmed, that she is pressing harassment charges against me. According to her, I've been harassing her. Now, with that being said, family, and I want to state the point of this video for public and legal, the public and legal premise of this video is not for harassment, but it's to inform my public viewers of what's going on, in case somebody wants to use this video and try to say I'm harassing them in this video. So, continuing on, according to Dr. Maat, I've been harassing her from September all the way till December 17th, which coincidentally is the day before the debate was supposed to go down. So y'all figure that one out. Why somebody will run and press charges on me the day before the debate. Y'all figure that out. All right, I'm not even going on that. So now, with that being said, family, let's go. Let's do it. All right, and I'm gonna stay smooth and calm on this one. I ain't gonna let them get me out my character. Now, with that being said, according to Mrs. Bailey, I made a video on my YouTube with an AK-47, a machete. Okay, family, threatening her. Now I got over 200 videos on this channel. The only thing that's ever been in my motherfucking hand on any of these videos is this motherfucking camera. I don't speak about a soul on my YouTube channel, family, outside of myself. So, with that being said, who's harassing Dr. Maat? Ain't nobody even think about no goddamn Dr. Maat. Now, me and Sinetta and Unc from I'm a Rock Squad were not even really Sinetta. So that was recent with the contract. But me and Unc have been damn sure going back and forth for quite some time. But outside that, nobody's thinking about no goddamn Dr. Maat. So I find it funny how magically I've been harassing her for months when nobody even been speaking on Dr. Maat. Let alone she only knows me because she chose to debate me. She called me out to a debate. I called out Brother Polite and I called out Shaka Amos originally for the debate. And Dr. Maat is the one who called Sinetta on the phone and set up the debate for us to have. That's how this whole meta-nature issue even popped off. If all of y'all remember when I did the debate, and the YouTube is still on Sinetta channel because he still ain't took it down, even though I've asked him numerous times to take my audition channel. If y'all remember.
All right, we get the idea. I don't want to play the whole thing for a few reasons. But you know, that was back then. She was a snitch trying to get my man. I think he was on probation at the time. Tried to get my man arrested. I think she may have succeeded, but it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So she's a snitch, government snitch, and a certified coon agent.
Yep. Trying to perpetuate this Africa stuff, while also trying to capitalize on Black Americans with cartoons.
Yep. I mean, this is how they operate, man. See, just like was
And wasn't
demonstrated.
he trying to rob a bank too?
No, I think that was Michi X. Maybe it could have been her too.
No, it was her, because in that same video with Pharaoh exposing Maya and on crack pipe, she was exposing a bank robbing heist.
Okay, yeah.
And that's why she was snitching on Black folk.
Okay, yeah. She was doing something.
A bank. A bank?
Yeah, she was trying to rob a bank.
God damn.
Hell yeah. Coon agent, that's my lingo. You're a coon because if you're an agent for the white man working against Black people, you're automatically a coon.
What's your boy name, Professor
That's why
Black?
she on the Sinetta channel.
Yep. I mean, it's sad, but see, this is why with first American riflemen, when they can't answer things, they get frustrated. Either they call names or they want to leave, but if you're on their channel, they cut you off. I think with more training, he'll learn those techniques and tactics from them. I mean, and then he'll start exercising those.
Yeah, they Black lady need to step his game up. I mean, goddamn. What's his name? Damn, I can't remember his name, but he talked like this. He'd be like, in the world of Black Americans. Man, what the fuck is this dude's name, man?
Black Authority?
Yeah, that bitch. I fucking hate him. I don't even like saying that about no damn, but I can't stand that nigga.
Yeah, man. So yeah, I think you offered a good idea about the Hood World Maps 3. And my man,
I mean,
he made the cut. And I gotta put part 1 and 2 back up because obviously YouTube they silently removed those. I mean, damn, I hate when they do that, man, because you put so many videos up, you forget what you got, and then they just take the shit out. Because I made a playlist.
The crazy part was he asked you to put a map up.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. You got to know what you're talking about, man, first before you start getting into it.
He said anything below the desert is a sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah. So you can't, and these are Pan-Africans doing this talking.
But notice he didn't give no description.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
He didn't give no description.
But, you know, it is what it is. It's the same routine, except that obviously America's first rifleman is very inexperienced at this game. He might have to learn from Brandon a little more, go into training. Because Brandon, like I said, I give him credit. My man might be a major BS artist, but at least he has perfect timing with his BS, you know?
Yep. But I wouldn't give him too much credit because he is pretty good too. Like he tried to discredit me and say, "Oh, Tom can't preach. Okay, but I just brought up some sources, so it's important for you to pay attention.
Yeah,
so he always does that when he always gets stumped.
Yeah, but I'm saying his timing though helps him out more than others, because guys like the rifleman, see, when the timing is not there, he's not looking good. But at least Brandon he can compensate with the BS, you know.
Yep, he does. He said, "Oh, you ain't read that whole article. That's not what it says." Same with Renee and psychopathist.
Nah, they're not that good because their main thing is to over talk and answer this, and then they don't give you a chance to answer. They keep asking you to answer it, and
Yep.
you can't even get your word out. So that's not how it works. See, the real goal is you got to be smooth, you got to be knowledgeable, and you got to make it look like you're not trying to cut off anybody and stop them from saying what they have to say. I say a good guy to take lessons from. This is why you get paid so much money. Sean Hannity is a good guy to take some lessons from. But even though you could clearly hear his tactics, because he has the controls ultimately, so that's how they really control every damn thing, the conversation. But he's smoother with his BS. All that money that'll make you step your game up, man. He makes $40 million a year. Motherfucker, if that don't make you practice your game, goddamn, you don't deserve the goddamn money. That's the way I look at it. Shit. So these guys, I don't know what these coon agents are getting paid. I think they're trying to get into that Sean Hannity category, but I don't think any black person is is about to make that kind of money.
Well, I don't know which is worse, Larry Elder or Pan-African, bro.
Shit, well, we just heard a combination earlier, so I mean,
yeah. I mean, he was the first Pan-African that was like, "Fuck Marcus Garvey, nigga." Like, yo, like, I mean, shit. If it didn't, I mean, he was with Marcus Garvey, but then when he seen sticking with Marcus Garvey would lose him a debate. Fuck Marcus Garvey.
And then on top of that, Marcus Garvey ain't even the father of Pan-Africanism. There's other men that started Pan-Africanism before him. He was just a wannabe Freemason.
Yep. And again, I can't stress this enough because their queen died, but these people are subjects of the British Crown.
Marcus Garvey's queen died.
Right, they're subjects of the British Crown, and that.
Yeah, he was a subject that. Well, I wanted to go there with him, but he kept running. You know, I was gonna ask him like, yo, you know.
He didn't want to say because he just wanted to keep saying his father is Jamaican, not himself. I hate when people say that because who else said that shit? Oh, Sister Noble. She was saying,
"Oh, that bitch."
My father's. Now don't say that. I gotta say that because I don't want people to say, "Hey, you just."
Well, yeah. Well, I'll say this:
before she would say, "My father's Jamaican, not me."
2 years ago on June 16th, that was the day my daughter was born. I think that was my first time. That was the first time you had her on your channel, and you had Snup Nup on here, and she was promoting her book, and I was running because I had left out the hospital. It was like an hour before my daughter was being born, and her mother went into labor while I was on live with y'all. It was pretty dope. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, Alquanr, I gotta hit you back and shit. Yeah, my daughter was born that day. Yo. I'll never forget that. I can't forget who she is. I can't. But boy, she did not go easy on my ass, man. But the only time I ever really feel like I had trouble was on Psychopathia, whatever Psychopathia is, his channel.
Was it that time when I was up there with you, or after you, or was it?
Yeah. That time, man. And I knew this woman was lying, but she knew she was lying, but she knew how to make it sound like the truth, and she didn't have no problem with it. Like I know she knows she was lying, but she was comfortable in the fact that she know how to make herself look like she's winning the debate, and the shit could work. Like it was like I know Tyron, I know this woman was lying, yo. Like if like I can't explain it, bro. This woman was straight up lying, but she was winning. And I know I was telling the truth, but she was kicking my ass, man. I can't lie.
So that's why before you jump into debates or discussions with people, it's good to listen to them for a while to get used to their techniques,
Yeah. Oh shit, I know now. I never let that shit happen again. I never let that one happen again. Like Tyron, this woman was absolute lying, bro, but she was winning. But she wasn't telling the truth at all, yo. But she could make it. I can't explain this shit. Like she
You
could
could
make it
convince
sound
the
like it's the
audience with her
absolute
snake
truth.
oil salesman soliloquy. That pimp soliloquy, as Alquanr would say.
That's why when I do my thing, I never let them get an idea. At least I try not to let them get an idea of where I'm going. And I know once they start thinking they know where I'm going, I know that their heads is spinning, trying to figure it out, or they think they know it. And when they can't figure it out, they get frustrated. So, but I never tell them where I'm going because you never know where I'm going. They think it.
Yeah, anytime I try to speak, they'll be like, "You cutting off a black woman, brother? You cutting off a black woman?" Yep. And I'm like, "Yo, God, this bitch lying." Yo.
I can guarantee you after this video, they're gonna...
Oh, you cutting off a black woman, or you ain't been there, so you need to go buy a passport and go there.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you,
brother. Have you ever been to Africa? I'm like, nah. Do you own a passport? I'm like, nah.
Well, there you go. Now cut them off.
I can guarantee you after this, they're gonna say, "Oh man, you guys are talking about a black woman, the queen, all that kind of stuff."
Oh, they about to go in. They about to go in right now. It's gonna be. They're gonna be real emotional.
Yeah, why don't you talk to a man like this? Well, I asked men to come on, like my aunt forever. We've been talking about him. He's too scared. Chicken shit.
I think that's
chicken a la French.
Their ass is wrong because they can't speak against that queen. They will not speak against that bitch. Yo, they can't speak against the queen. They not gonna speak against that bitch. So what I'm gonna do from now on, I'm gonna bring that hoe up.
I know they're gonna say, "Damn, you let them call bitch and hoe." Oh my god! but hey, since we got this, hey, you say what you want to say. Hey, she called us names after we left. Shit. What she call us? Armchair scholars and shit like that.
Oh shit!
So how can you smell 100-year-old slave poop? Come on.
500
You ain't
years
smell
old.
it. She said that she ain't smelled nothing in the Mail dungeon.
500 years old.
500-year-old, 400-year-old, 300-year-old, 200.
I'm like, damn, even motherfuckers who went into the Egyptian tombs, they ain't smell nothing.
I mean, I know they didn't have glass windows 500 years ago.
So that right there, niggas is confirming white supremacy because niggas smell so bad that you can smell they shit for 500 years.
Yeah, that one. Then she tried to make it sound so damn dramatic.
You know, and then she made up a story saying, "Oh, they held this woman with a iron ball and a chain." Come on now, where's the evidence of that?
You know,
how did not Nadaye know about that shit? Where did he learn that shit from? What kind of griot told him that shit?
You know,
and Sarnetta don't never check that shit, yo. They get to just go.
Yeah, because it's all about the same shit. They work in unison.
Yeah, they'll say something about the Hebrews. They say something about the Moors. They say something about the Aborigines, but they damn sure don't question this African shit.
Yeah, that's all an act with that Hebrew Moor shit. That's why I don't even deal with that shit. It's all an act together. That's why some of those Hebrew groups they don't come back on there. But the ISU PK,
and notice he tried to accuse you of being
I call it the I suck brothers for sure.
He one of them Tazariak niggas.
Yeah,
he know you.
Yeah. The ISU PK. I just call it the I suck brothers.
Yeah, they keep coming on there. I'm like, why do they keep coming on there? He's against you. But
I mean, they all. I mean,
when I saw Tazariak selling products, that's when I said, there you go.
Tazariak followed General Yohana. General Yohana said, "There's God, Jesus, then him."
Damn.
Literally, that's what they believe in. That dude said that he is third under heaven. I mean, damn.
Well, Mr. Fact, I don't know about the queen herself, but her sister definitely was. Look up Princess Margaret. I'll tell you, watch that movie, The Bank Job with Jason Statham. I'm telling you.
I saw that. Yo, that movie was dope as hell.
Yeah. Because didn't it start off like one thing first and then turn into something totally different, huh?
The only movies Jason Statham got that I don't like is and you're right, it did. Yeah, damn right. Only movies he got I don't like is damn with that shit, like when he can't stop moving.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I saw
that. You remember Crank? That's what you're talking about.
That shit was interesting though.
Crank 2 is I think it's Crank 2 or Crank 3. It's one of those. That's
it's Crank 2. I think they only did a duology. I don't know if they did a third.
Yeah, I think it's 2. That's the only one he did that I don't like. That's the only movie he got on. Like
What
other
about
than
that?
that,
What
yeah,
about that?
I like.
What about that shark movie?
Meg.
Yeah, I didn't see that shit. But what about it? They advertised that shit like it was a blockbuster movie or something.
Yeah, it was
I ain't see a
advertising of
shark
an
movie.
Asian vehicle, but with some white tokens in it.
I just finished watching the Ip Man trilogy.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, he did 4.
Yeah, I see 4 just came out. Best Buy got the 4K for $10, but I'm like, damn, I bought the 3-pack Blu-ray. I started watching part 2. I got bored.
I
I'm
can't
be
lie,
honest with you.
I ain't watch it.
Yeah.
I stream them shits.
Okay, I bought it because the shit was cheap. So, if, like I said, if it's cheap enough, I'll buy the shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You made me get a what you call it, a Save-A-Lot card.
And here's other mythology to hold on to. Why would slaves braid some shit in their head if you don't see Africans doing that shit traditionally?
And don't forget what Pookie said last week, which is a key argument to make and bring up now. We don't carry shit on top of our heads.
Yep, we don't carry no baskets on our fucking heads.
God damn, yo, I ain't never in my life seen that in American culture.
Right.
Yep.
I've never seen that. That's some shit that you can't forget.
Right, that's a cultural
We still
thing.
wash clothes to this day. I mean, fuck. We would at least be having white, you know, how we sort out. Then that's another thing. We sort out clothes. We saw clothes.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You know, whites and colored. We segregate when we wash. So fucking, you know, well, goddamn.
Oh no, Mr. Fact, no, that was Mr. Fact. That wasn't Meghan Markle. That was Princess Margaret. That was Queen Elizabeth's sister, younger sister. She was freaky. I mean, she was doing crazy orgies and getting fucked by Michael X, all types of shit. I said, damn, they had pictures on her, and that's what that movie was. Well, maybe I shouldn't give it away.
You know, Lionel said, he said that one of Dr. Maat can smell Marcus Garvey body in Jamaica. But that's the thing, is he buried in Jamaica or is he buried in London?
I don't know. I think it was London, right?
Yeah, he buried in London because that's where he died, and that's where his sister was at.
I done seen one brother try to lie and say Garvey was buried in New York.
He wasn't buried in no New York. Why would he be buried in New York where his family's not at?
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
My man had to be buried on Her Majesty's burial grounds and shit, you know?
Yeah.
My man works for Her Majesty's Secret Service.
They should have buried his ass next to David Duke.
Oh, then again, when he was when he was alive, damn, I think they had a king, right? Yeah, they had a king when he was alive.
Yep.
So His Majesty, he was working for His Majesty.
Yeah, he was working with the Knights of Columbus.
Now, did you see what said he showed last night? He showed Mandela in that Knights of Malta outfit.
Yep.
Yeah, I said, I'm not surprised.
I didn't even see that shit.
I'm not surprised. Check it out. That's the one when he's talking about the Queen. I'm not surprised, man.
I know I did see Marcus Garvey and some pictures of him in the streets with like he got like so many cars. It's like whole parades. And he's standing like he's sitting in the car with the top back, and the brothers in the car with him ain't no green, black, or yellow, ain't no none of that shit.
Red, black, and green flags.
White, and blue.
And you want to know where he got that red, black, and green flag shit from? He got it from a Moor by the name of Duce Muhammad.
Yeah, they got.
So why are Pan-Africans talking shit against the Moors when they're wearing Arab vexillology colors? You wearing your Arab slaver colors.
See, that's the thing that Duce Muhammad was. Yeah, they say he's from Sudan, but then he could have been a Moor too. So I'm like that.
No, that nigga was in the circus like Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah, because I'm like that first name, man. That shit don't coincide with Sudan, you know.
A lot of them Freemason niggas was in the circus.
Yeah, Timothy Drew Ali. He did time with Ford, with Wallace D. Ford, the white boy that they call God. In the NOI. Them niggas did time together. And according to what I read, they came up with a plan on how to scheme niggas and get some money out of it. And, you know, that's how they came up with their little black power movement.
Yeah,
black empowerment movement.
And that Freemasonry stuff was behind it too. You gotta look at what's my man, Omar Shabazz shit. He did a video on some spooky stuff about them going to a theater and renting a theater out at night in Detroit. and doing some wild, spooky shit before the Nation of Islam was officially put into motion.
Goddamn.
That's
I
it.
gotta
Yeah.
check that out.
Yeah, Omar Shabazz Productions. This is wild. Before I close this out, any comments on? I just felt that I had to mention this. Umar Johnson getting that HVAC. He did get it now.
You got the HVAC, like Brandon was saying.
Yeah, this time he got it, and it looked like I saw them. They looked like they were preparing the.
Well, like I said, you know, I'm gonna keep saying this about Umar Johnson. I feel like Umar bit more than he could chew when he first started, and like didn't realize, like, goddamn, this shit going. I feel like he tried to do the school, but then he started making money, and he was like, damn.
I feel like he wanted to do the school, but at the same time, he wanted to use that money to do some shit for himself.
Well, yeah,
because there was a lot
that's
of
what
money.
I'm saying. I feel like he wanted to do the school, but then the money started coming in, and it was like, damn.
And then on
Like,
top of
that's
that,
really
he over
how I
there
feel.
lusting
And
after
then he was
bitches,
like,
and
yo,
bitches
what?
asking him for money and said, "Let me borrow some money from you since you getting all this money from all these niggas." That's realistic.
Now, I was
Yeah,
watching.
it is.
I was
You know
watching the
what I'm
Lennon
saying? Like,
Honor.
you know, but
Lennon Honor video on this. I just want to see if he's going to give him a little bit.
Still getting on his ass.
Yeah, I want to see if he's actually going to give him a little bit of credit, but he's like, nah, it's the same old tricks and stuff. I'm like, they said that when he about the book, they said he ain't going to come with the book. Then he came with the book, and now you got the HVAC. You can't make I don't know how much that HVAC costs, but whatever the hell it costs a lot of money, and you can't bullshit on that.
Well, my thing is this, man. As far
It took him this long to do that shit.
But still, it's done. Now he said the next step is you got the cameras and you got the fences he wants up, because obviously with the HVAC, if you've seen what people did to the last one, you know, you got to make sure you keep an eye on that shit. It's a damn shame something that heavy and up on the roof, you got to keep an eye and watch out for motherfuckers. It's starting to strip the shit down. That's a damn shame.
Yeah, you know, like, even though I disagree with the Pan-African part, I still feel as though if he gonna open up a school for black boys, I should be supporting that shit. As long as he ain't no pedophile, no bullshit like that. I feel like I should want to see that. At least I can say, yo, this brother opened up it's another school that we ain't got that bullshit. But then again, it's Pan-African doctrine worse.
I'd rather people, if they gonna open up a school, I'd rather him not give them a lesson plan to his desires, because we done with that fucking Pan-African bullshit.
Yeah, but that's what I was about to say. Is Pan-African doctrine worse than the white supremacist U.S. educate? Because in my opinion, it's the same shit.
It is the same thing.
It's the exact same shit.
And it gives people false confidence and hope.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that's why I say if anybody is going to help this nigga any further, you going to have to crack down on his curriculum and what he's going to teach black men going forward. Because you can't have niggas sit up there and talk about we was slaves and we was kings in Africa and Egypt and stuff like that, and not talk about your role in the Americas and your history in the Americas, and for you to reconnect back to your shit over here.
But now you say,
it might make sense. Umar open up the school officially. It might make generals. It might make General Seti open up.
Or you know what? Maybe he's moving quicker because Tariq Nasheed, he doesn't want him to open his shit up first, because then he's really bullshit.
School.
He's really bullshit if Tariq Nasheed gets his shit open first. But last I heard Tariq Nasheed he said
he got a museum.
He claimed he's closing it in Atlanta. Motherfuckers told you to put it in Atlanta in the first place, but he still
exactly like the Apex Museum down the street from Dr. King's house.
He still committed fraud because he advertised LA, and now you're going to Atlanta. So that means you got more money than it would have cost for Atlanta. You got LA money for it. And you wanted $7 million. And you wanted $7 million.
He should have just did a partnership with the Apex Museum, because they trying to do a sister location.
Man, you gotta understand, scammers ain't trying to do no partnership with nobody, because they ain't trying to share the
money.
money.
They want to pocket the entire money and go to trips to Dubai and watch TV.
Tyron, them small hats ain't gonna let Tariq Nasheed partner with that nigga. They gonna tell Tariq, Nigga, this our money.
But
We
still,
made you, nigga.
Apex Museum does the same thing with Tariq Nasheed saying. He's saying Black Egypt. He's saying fucking Black American inventions, foundational Black American inventors, doctors, and all that shit. I got video clips of us going down there to the Apex Museum and talking to the curator of that place. They even got a Gory Island exhibit and a White Lion slave ship exhibit there.
So that's the thing. Where can Tariq Nasheed's museum fit in Atlanta? You know, and the thing is
It's right there on Sweet Auburn. That's where it is.
No, but I'm just saying, where can it fit in the city of Atlanta? In the grand scheme of things, I think he just put it there because he realized, okay, it could be cheaper, and I could say I got it.
Yep.
But he's still been closing this shit for it the last month. I mean, motherfucker.
And here's another thing. The curator of the museum is also a filmmaker, and he got Cicely Tyson to do a documentary for Sweet Auburn and talking
She's
about
still
the
living?
foundational Black American history down there.
Cicely Tyson still living?
Yeah, Cicely Tyson did a documentary for his brother.
Nah, she died.
She's still alive?
Nah, she died.
No, she passed
I'm about to
away,
say,
but he
goddamn.
got a chance to get her to be a narrator in his documentary.
Okay, that's understood.
I mean, this is all the man is really trying to do is set himself up for his bullshit movies to screen. Because even if let's say if he screens shit for a week, you know, that's a lot of money. Probably more than him selling his bullshit DVDs.
Yeah, that's a shit ton of money for him.
Yeah.
Or for his family, at least.
Yeah, white power, white supremacy is white supremacist family and shit.
The white Latino stepbrother and the
I mean, that's what
small hat mother-in-law.
And speaking of Latino, don't ever forget that American Rifle said that he is Puerto Rican.
He said that shit?
Yeah, he said that shit.
He's Puerto Rican and Jamaican, right?
I thought he called
so
me
he
Puerto Rican.
double Caribbean. He doubled the Caribbean.
Nah, he said he's his mother is Black American, his father is Jamaican.
Yeah, wait, what the fuck did he say? Hold up.
No, I think he's trying to call me Puerto Rican because I said I'm not.
Nah, he didn't call you Puerto Rican. I asked him a specific
No, he
question.
did. He tried to say Alquanr Puerto Rican.
Nah, that ain't what the hell he said. Alquanr, you gonna run a playback?
We about to do a prime cuts on this shit.
Yeah, you gonna do a prime cuts on that
Oh,
shit.
yeah, definitely.
But he said something about Puerto Ricans, but it didn't have nothing to do with Alquanr. Because I went in on him when he said it, but fucking he accused me of cutting them off, so I just shut up. But he said what the fuck did he say, man? I asked him something about himself, and he said he was Puerto Rican or some shit like that. God damn it, man! Something.
I know. I asked him about Caribbeans and why don't you deal with Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic since they're Caribbeans.
Exactly. He don't say them Latinos, y'all are African. What that nigga trying to say is, oh, they're mixed with Africans, but they're not black. We don't force to say, have them say that they're black and African. We gotta come to y'all and say that y'all black and African because we want to come up here and replace y'all.
Right.
Yeah, and I also been noticing the reason that they don't consider certain people black, like when we bring up Ethiopians or East Indians, I
Shit,
feel as
even the
though
old mix.
if it don't go along with the transatlantic slave trade or the ships, the so-called ships that were en route to here in Americas, they can't call those people black. If that make any sense, right? So if it don't go in line with the ships that was headed to Virginia, which I've been to Virginia, and you could go to Virginia and you can see the signs, you know, the little historic signs. They literally say 26. Yeah, they said it on the sign. They said it was 26 indentured servants that came here from Africa. It wasn't no hundreds of millions. It says 26. That's the exact fucking number. 16 or 26. But I'm gonna say 26. I'm gonna give it more than 16. It say 26. Right? It don't say it don't say 500 or 2,000. That shit say 26. indentured servant. It didn't call them slaves. It said indentured servants.
So right there, it's saying that that anti-critical race theory scare propaganda that them anti-political correctness people on the right are saying, right? Trying to revise the history and call these people workers and indentured servants, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
See
because
there?
I mean,
But originally it's saying that 20 odd Pequot Indians were the slaves of that area. It wasn't no Ashanti Africans as what they want to say it with the 1619 project.
Yeah, I hear you, but we're gonna have to close this out because I'm starting to feel those effects now.
All right. Well, we'll see you next time, Al.
All right, peace out, and thanks everybody for joining us. And even I thank the American Rifleman for coming on and making his attempt. You know, and thank you, Dr. Maat, for making this topic possible. But next time we come on, well, I think we're banned from your channel. But I was gonna say next time we go on, let us talk, and then we don't have to talk about you.
Come on for later for Africa 7.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that together pretty soon. So, all right, peace out to everybody.
Yo, peace, man.